Our guy Bong Joon-hyuk is dragging his feet down a filthy back alley, listening to drunkards yell at each other after someone spat on another guy's shoes. Carrying a single plastic bag through the trash-filled neighborhood, he can't help but sigh at how gross and noisy his neighborhood is every single night. He finally reaches his destination, a tiny 180-square-foot rooftop apartment that he barely calls home. Meet Bong Joon-hyuk, 25 years old, officially unemployed, but juggling 3 exhausting part-time jobs just to keep his head above water. He dumps cheap instant noodles into a battered pot, knowing ramen is dinner again because every single penny he earns goes straight toward paying off massive debt. As he shovels noodles into his mouth, he accepts the harsh reality that without special skills, someone like him doesn't have a bright future waiting. But right as he accepts his loser lifestyle, a glowing blue status window explodes into existence right in front of his face, declaring that he's officially awakened. The sudden shock makes him choke mid-bite, coughing up hot soup and burning his tongue completely. Holding his chopsticks with wide eyes, he can barely process the system window hanging in his living room. In this world, awakening is treated like hitting the ultimate jackpot, a rare miracle that turns ordinary nobodies into millionaires overnight. But there's a dark side to this miracle, because to actually cash in, you have to survive climbing the deadly towers. One wrong step inside, and you're getting ripped apart by vicious monsters or frozen alive in brutal environments. Traps, poison, brutal beasts, there are a million ways to end up dead inside, which is exactly why cautious people stay far away. Joon-hyuk has lived his whole life avoiding conflict, faking phone calls to dodge confrontations and steering clear of construction sites. Setting his chopsticks down, he figures he must be hallucinating from pure exhaustion and sleep deprivation. Just to test if his brain is playing tricks, he stretches out his arm and yells for his status window. Sure enough, the blue screen pops up showing level 1 with a trait called summoning, packed with skills like designated summon and random summon. Staring at his glowing hand, reality hits him. He really didn't dream it up. His trait is actually summoning. Most awakened get classic combat traits like swordsmanship, archery, or martial arts to help them fight. Meanwhile, summoners get to control elemental spirits, massive stone golems, or terrifying demon beasts to do the heavy lifting. Joon-hyuk's heart starts racing as he wonders what kind of awesome creature he's going to command. Hyped up, he throws his hand forward and commands his new power to activate. He awkwardly whispers random summon toward his computer desk, waiting for magic to happen. Absolutely nothing happens, leaving him standing in his room looking completely ridiculous. Rubbing his head in embarrassment, he remembers a basic rule everyone knows about awakened abilities. Player skills are strictly locked to the inside of the tower. They never work out in the normal world. Calling himself an idiot for trying, he turns back to his normal routine. Suddenly, a sharp system chime echoes through the room out of nowhere. The blue screen flashes a notification that random summon has actually activated, making his eye glow with shock. A wild burst of purple energy tears open right in the middle of his tiny apartment door. Swirling magic sparks everywhere as a handsome guy in full assassin leather steps straight out of the portal. Joon-hyuk drops his jaw in complete disbelief. How on earth did a skill just trigger inside his living room? The summoned guy instantly gives a bright, friendly salute, introducing himself as a plain old human. Joon-hyuk sweats bullets because instead of a cool spirit beast, he just pulled a living, breathing human inside his house. The assassin twitches his nose, catching a scent floating in the air. He locks eyes on the small pot on the table, grinning ear to ear as he asks if that's fresh ramen. Joon-hyuk can only nod in confusion as his brand new summon happily digs into his dinner, realizing he just summoned a total moocher. The guy slurps up the noodles like he hasn't eaten in 100 years. He starts panting and fanning his mouth from the heat, making Joon-hyuk realize this guy can't even handle basic mild spices. Joon-hyuk pulls himself together, trying to figure out how a human summon is even possible in the system. He opens the status menu, which explains that human summons come in tiers ranging from rare all the way up to legendary SSR. Seeing the rank badges light up, Joon-hyuk realizes his power is basically a gacha game with actual human beings. Another notification pops up, stating that every summoned entity is bound by 3 core principles. The rules state the summon must protect the master's life above all else, obey all commands, and always prioritize the master's safety over any order. While the assassin drinks the soup straight from the pot, Joon-hyuk checks the guy's character catalog to see who he actually pulled. The card reveals his name is John Kosak, an SR rank assassin known as the Mad Assassin, with an insane 99% contract success rate. Suddenly, a massive wave of Kosak's memories floods directly into Joon-hyuk's brain, making him grab his head in pain. His consciousness gets pulled into a vivid flashback of Kosak's violent past. He sees Kosak dropping out of the sky like a shadow, landing right in the middle of an enemy fortress. The assassin moves with terrifying speed, flipping through enemy lines without dropping his smile. Twin blades flash through the night as Kosak carves through heavily armored guards like paper. Heads fly off in every direction as Kosak slaughters an entire warband single-handedly. But then, a bright red ribbon flutters across the bloody battlefield. Ju-hyuk watches in absolute horror as Kosak hummingly ties cute red gift bows onto every single severed head. Kosak turns around with a sinister smirk, proving why people called him a psycho assassin. The vision shifts to a massive royal estate under a full moon, marking Kosak's final mission. Kosak sneaks into a dark bedroom, aiming his dagger at a target sleeping in bed. He strikes downward, but the target turns out to be the Empire's strongest swordmaster, who opens his eye mid-attack. A single violent sword arc slices Kosak down on the spot, ending his life and ending the memory vision. Ju-hyuk snaps back to reality, only to find Kosak leaning terrifyingly close to his face, whispering with dark eyes. Ju-hyuk scrambles backward on the floor in pure panic, while Kosak instantly flips back to a polite smile, asking for orders. Clutching his chest, Ju-hyuk reminds himself that the system rules force the summon to obey him no matter what. Taking a deep breath, he decides to test out his absolute authority. He commands Kosak to wash the ramen pot and scrub the table clean, and Kosak zips across the room to do chores at light speed. Ju-hyuk stares in awe at how fast and complaint-free this terrifying killer actually is. A small, mischievous smirk creeps onto Ju-hyuk's face as he realizes the sheer power he now holds. He asks if Kosak will really follow literally any command without hesitation, and Kosak proudly agrees. Ju-hyuk looks him in the eye and commands him to bark like a dog. Kosak closes his eyes under a heavy silence, making the room turn ice cold. Ju-hyuk immediately regrets it, terrified he just insulted an elite assassin who might snap his neck. But Kosak drops to all fours, happily barking and crawling around the floor with a big, joy-filled face. Ju-hyuk gives a deadpan thumbs up, totally convinced that the loyalty system is rock solid. Suddenly, violent pounding explodes against his front door, rattling the whole apartment. Angry loan sharks scream at Ju-hyuk from outside, making him realize today is the deadline for his interest payment. A flashback reveals Ju-hyuk taking 10 million won from illegal lenders because legitimate banks refused to give him a loan. He needed the cash for his father's emergency hip surgery and his brother's tuition, but predatory interest rates trapped him instantly. Gritting his teeth, Ju-hyuk admits it was reckless, but he'd make the exact same choice to save his family. As the door keeps rattling, Ju-hyuk prepares to face the loan sharks head-on. Kosak instantly draws his daggers with a psychotic grin, offering to bring the loan shark's head on a platter. Ju-hyuk shoves the psycho assassin into the bathroom, ordering him to shut up and stay completely hidden. The door opens, and the scarred loan shark boss grabs Ju-hyuk by the neck, demanding the money. Ju-hyuk quickly transfers the interest payment right on his phone to stop the violence. The loan shark grins evilly, suggesting Ju-hyuk sell a kidney if he wants to clear the main debt faster. A henchman mentions Ju-hyuk's younger brother, laughing about how much money a younger kid would fetch on the market, making Ju-hyuk's eyes go dark. The boss notices Ju-hyuk's glare, stepping up close to ask if he wants to catch hands. Knowing he's totally outmatched, Ju-hyuk immediately puts on a fake polite smile to defuse the situation. The thugs slam the door shut behind them, leaving Ju-hyuk collapsing in a heavy sigh of relief. Kosak steps quietly out of the bathroom, noting that he followed the hiding order perfectly. Ju-hyuk sits on the floor exhausted, wondering if he should risk his life climbing the tower to wipe out his debts or stick to surviving. Seeing his master stressed, Kosak politely asks if he can watch television before his summon timer runs out. Ju-hyuk gives him permission, confused about how an ancient assassin even knows what a TV drama is. As Ju-hyuk lies down in bed, Kosak sits peacefully on the floor, fully immersed in a dramatic K-drama soap opera. Looking at the assassin smiling in the dark glow of the screen, Ju-hyuk realizes having company isn't so bad. After years of struggling entirely alone, having someone else in the room feels strangely comforting. Kosak sits quietly in the glowing room as his time limit ticks down to 0. The assassin's body slowly transforms back into blue light particles. The morning alarm rings at 8 o'clock, and Ju-hyuk taps his phone to dismiss it. He sits up in bed, noticing Kosak is gone and the TV news is running in the background. A system window confirms that Kosak was automatically unsummoned after reaching his 6-hour manifestation limit. Ju-hyuk stretches his arms, deciding to forget about the awakening and head out to his part-time job. While brushing his teeth, the news anchor reports breaking news about an illegal loan shark business in Seoul. Ju Hyuk freezes mid-brush when the reporter mentions the company's name, Smile Cash. The anchor announces 3 bodies were found dead inside the office, completely decapitated, making Ju Hyuk drop his toothbrush on the floor. The reporter adds that the most shocking detail was that all the severed heads were decorated with bright red ribbons. Flashback images of Kosak tying red bows on heads flash through Ju Hyuk's mind in an instant. Ju Hyuk clutches his head, screaming in total terror. He didn't pull a helpful companion. He summoned an absolute murderous psychopath. News footage broadcasts the grisly Smile Cash crime scene, completely painted in blood from wall to wall. The camera zooms in on a severed hand with gold rings lying in dark pools of blood. And lined up on the counter are the 3 loan sharks' heads, each wearing Kosak's signature red gift ribbon. Ju Hyuk works his shift at the convenience store, frantically biting his nails while repeating that his life is completely over. Staring at the news on his phone, he jumps out of his skin when a voice suddenly calls out from the counter. He hallucinates the headless loan shark boss, standing at the register, holding his own ribbon-tied head out to be scanned. Ju Hyuk's eyes shrink in sheer horror as the nightmare vision stares right back at him. He sees all 3 severed heads resting on the store shelves behind the headless corpse, asking to be rung up. Ju Hyuk screams at the top of his lungs, falling backward into a display rack and sending items flying everywhere. In reality, it's just a normal female customer holding a heart-shaped box of Valentine chocolates, looking at him like he's insane. Bowing frantically, Ju Hyuk apologizes and rings up her purchase while trembling out of his mind. Walking outside in the falling snow, Ju Hyuk decides he's way too mentally broken to work and calls in sick for all his jobs. He exhales a cloud of frost, trying to process the nightmare situation he's trapped inside. Passing happy couples on the street, he carries the heavy guilt of wondering if those 3 men died strictly because of him. He looks up at his gloomy rooftop apartment under the night sky, knowing he has to face his summon again. Back inside, his system panel confirms that Kosak's 3-hour resummon cooldown has officially finished. Sitting on his floor staring at the blue screen, Ju Hyuk admits that even if Kosak won't harm him, the assassin is utterly terrifying. Raising his hand, Ju Hyuk activates designated summon to bring John Kosak back. But before the portal opens, the system requires him to leave a star rating for Kosak's previous performance. Ju Hyuk throws up a middle finger at the screen, furious that Kosak went on a rogue killing spree and almost got him arrested. He hovers his finger over the single-star review, ready to tank Kosak's rating completely. But at the last second, Ju Hyuk hesitates and taps a 3-star rating instead. He remembers his mother working in customer service and how crushed she was by bad reviews, making him unable to hand out a 1-star rating out of pity. Portal magic flashes, and Kosak appears instantly, saluting with a giant sunny smile. Kosak blushes happily, thanking his master for the 3-star rating and promising to work even harder next time. Ju Hyuk cuts right to the chase, sternly asking if Kosak was the one who murdered those 3 loan sharks last night. Kosak casually confirms it with a cheerful smile, boasting that he eliminated them right before his summon timer ran out. Hearing the cold-blooded confession firsthand makes Ju Hyuk back away, feeling violently sick as his heart races. Swallowing hard, Ju Hyuk forces himself to stay calm, reminding his brain that the system rules prevent Kosak from hurting him. He asks how Kosak even located their hidden office, and Kosak reveals he tagged the boss with a tracker's mark skill when they barged into the house. Ju Hyuk sweats heavily, realizing how terrifyingly efficient an SR rank assassin really is. Ju Hyuk yells at him for going that far without receiving a single order to strike. Kosak calmly points out that his actions were completely justified under the 3rd clause of the 3 principles. The system panel flashes rule number 3. Absolute obedience can be bypassed if the summoner's life is deemed to be in danger. Kosak crosses his arms, explaining that if Ju Hyuk ordered him to commit suicide, Rule 1 would force him to refuse because it harms the master's protection. Ju Hyuk argues that the loan sharks weren't an immediate threat, but Kosak responds that threat assessment is open to interpretation. Outraged by the twisted logic, Ju Hyuk screams at Kosak that he's a total psycho. Kosak just laughs it off politely, saying he gets called a psychopath all the time. Ju Hyuk's eyes darken as he realizes the horrifying loophole built into this system law. He imagines walking down a busy public street alongside Kosak. If he accidentally bumps shoulders with an aggressive thug who yells, "You wanna die?" Kosak might interpret it as a lethal threat and instantly slice the guy's head off, tying a red bow on it right in public. The nightmare scenario makes Ju Hyuk bite his thumbnail in absolute panic. Seeing his master spiraling, Kosak suddenly drops to his knees, taking full blame for causing distress. Ju Hyuk lays down a strict new rule: no killing ever, unless an enemy literally has a knife pressed against his throat. Kosak snaps a loud salute, shouting that he will use his best judgment moving forward. Ju Hyuk sighs softly, knowing Kosak totally dodged giving a firm promise, but gives up and tells him to relax. Kosak leans in, curiously asking if Ju Hyuk has given any thought to actually entering the Black Tower. Ju Hyuk turns his head in surprise at the sudden question. Clenching his fist, he admits that climbing the tower is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to change his fate, but seeing a mental image of giant blue monsters roaring inside the spire, he confesses he's way too scared of dying. Ji-hyuk asks if Kosak's previous summoners were all brave warriors compared to him. Kosak's gaze softens as he remembers his former masters, confirming they were all exceptionally powerful and heroic people. Looking down at his feet, Ju Hyuk feels deep shame for being a coward who lacks the guts to risk his life. He hangs his head, calling himself a pathetic loser. But Kosak suddenly bursts into flowers and sparkles, yelling that Ju Hyuk is actually the greatest summoner of all time. Grabbing Ju Hyuk's shoulders, Kosak excitedly claims that safety first is the absolute highest virtue a summoner can possess. Kosak presses his face super close, explaining that brave summoners always get themselves killed early, leaving their summons locked away in the void forever. Kosak flashes a wicked grin, promising that he will gladly handle every single drop of bloody work. Ju Hyuk stares blankly as Kosak tells him to just stay safe in the back and live a nice, long life. The next morning, Ju Hyuk sits in bed looking like a zombie after losing sleep over whether to enter the tower. He talks himself out of it, deciding to be grateful his debt collectors are gone and stick to safe, normal jobs. He steps out onto his sunny rooftop, stretching his arms and telling himself hard work will fix his life. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing frantically in his back pocket. He answers a call from his father, asking if his physical rehabilitation is going well, but gets told his dad needs a transfer to a far more expensive hospital. To make matters 10 times worse, his dad reveals his mother just got fired from her job, leaving the family completely ruined. Ju Hyuk chokes back his panic, telling his father not to worry and promising to bring food over soon. He hangs up the phone, standing in silence as reality crushes his dream of living a normal, peaceful life. Cut to Ju Hyuk fully decked out in a bright yellow hard hat, a reflective safety vest, a plastic wet floor sign shield, and an aluminum baseball bat. He rationalizes that he'll just peek into floor 1 of the tower for a quick second and instantly retreat if it gets remotely dangerous. Right before summoning, he pauses inside his apartment, realizing he doesn't have to stick with the psycho assassin Kosak. He imagines using random summon again to pull a godly SSR legendary Dark Knight warrior to carry him instead. But the system instantly slaps him with an error screen, revealing random summon has a massive 28-day cooldown timer. Forced to use designated summon, Ju Hyuk brings Kosak back, who appears glowing with energy thanks to the 5-star rating Ju Hyuk left. Ju Hyuk sweats heavily, praying Kosak didn't notice he just tried to replace him with a gacha pull. Ju Hyuk nervous announces they are heading into the tower, and Kosak cheers before reminding him to stay strictly cautious. Kosak immediately slaps the plastic wet floor sign and baseball bat out of Ju Hyuk's hands, telling him to ditch the trash gear. Winking smoothly, Kosak guarantees total comfort and safety, promising Ju Hyuk won't have to lift a single finger inside. A system window prompts them. Do you wish to enter Korea's Black Tower Floor 1? Kosak gives a confident oak sign, happily slamming the YES's button on the blue screen. A massive portal tears open, and Kosak grabs Ju Hyuk by the shirt, dragging our screaming protagonist straight into floor 1. Ju Hyuk's hand reaches out into the blinding portal light, letting out a comedic scream as he gets yanked into his brand new adventure. Dropping into the Black Tower isn't some magical fantasy ride. It's a high-speed skyfall through a digital light beam that's enough to turn anyone's stomach inside out. Ju Hyuk screams at the top of his lungs, his eyes bugging out while velocity tears at his face. Kosak casually holds on to him like a sack of groceries as they rocket straight down the dimensional pipeline. They slam into the ground inside floor 1, a barren desert wasteland wrapped in a glowing honeycomb barrier. Ju Hyuk adjusts his yellow hard hat, completely stunned by the endless desolate landscape stretching before him. Before he can even admire the view, intense motion sickness hits him like a freight train. He drops to his knees, violently throwing up on the sand, while Kosak gently pats his back like a supportive gym bro. Kosak steps right through the safe zone barrier, beckoning his master to follow him out into the wild. The second Ju Hyuk steps past the threshold, a brilliant blue aura explodes around his body. System screens flash as his physical stats get boosted to match player levels, giving him his official Floor 1 mission: defeat 5 tough-skinned fatty maggots in 2 hours. Cossack points toward a cluster of giant brown maggots wriggling around a dead tree in the distance. Ju Hyuk remembers online guides saying these maggots are basically punching bags with massive defense, but virtually zero attack power. Average players take 30 painful minutes just to chip down a single one, making this a total test of endurance. Ju Hyuk clenches his fist with fresh determination, telling himself he's an actual player now. He steps forward to handle the fight himself, leaving Cossack standing back in surprise. He marches up to a maggot resting on the dirt, looking totally ready for action. Then he suddenly pauses mid-step, realizing he completely forgot to bring a weapon. The giant maggot twitches, slowly turning its creepy head right toward him. It rears up 15 feet tall, its green belly glowing ominously as it towers over our guy. All of Ju Hyuk's bravery vanishes in a single microsecond as sheer terror locks his joints in place. Sweat pours down his face as he cowers on the dirt, completely losing his nerve. He turns back crying for Cossack to save him, and the assassin instantly throws up a confident thumbs up. Cossack blurs across the sand like a streak of blue lightning. In a flash, the giant maggot gets blasted into green mist before it can even blink. Telling his master to sit back, Cossack locks eyes on the remaining monsters scattered across the field. He spins gracefully, twin daggers blazing with crackling energy. A storm of glowing blue blade beams rains down from the sky, piercing every target on the map. The maggots get shredded mid-air, while Cossack lands without a single hair out of place. He activates Blade Explosion, detonating the residual energy and completely vaporizing the monster remains. Ju Hyuk stands there with his mouth wide open, completely floored by the speed of the massacre. System screens flood the air, Floor 1 cleared, level up granted, 100 grams of magic crystals awarded, and an unprecedented S++ clear rating with a platinum badge. Ju Hyuk starts doing a happy little dance, celebrating how insanely effortless that was. What our guy doesn't know is that an S++ rating triggers a global notice across every system screen in South Korea. At a gym in Seoul, an agent doing push-ups stops dead in her tracks as the screen flashes the historic news. At a crowded nightclub, a player holding a drink stares at the blue light in total shock. System screens light up in offices, streets, and homes everywhere. An S++ rating on Floor 1 has never happened in Korean history. A bright light beam teleports Ju Hyuk and Cossack straight back into his tiny rooftop kitchen. Holding his hard hat while dizzy from warp travel, Ju Hyuk notices the whole run took less than 5 minutes total. Cossack enthusiastically congratulates his master on a job well done. Ju Hyuk chuckles that he literally just stood in the back doing nothing, and Cossack gives him 2 thumbs up, saying staying out of the way was the ultimate tactical move. Ju Hyuk lays out his rewards on the table, a dark magic crystal and a shiny platinum badge. He holds the glowing crystal up to the light, marveling at his very first piece of real monster loot. 100 grams of magic crystal trades for roughly 50,000 won in today's market. Ever since the Black Towers spawned around the globe 20 years ago, magic crystals became the backbone of modern energy. Everyone knows the basics from YouTube videos and live news broadcasts. Ju Hyuk stares at the platinum badge, completely baffled because he's never heard of this item in any online guide. Regardless, making 50,000 won in 3 minutes has him celebrating, while Cossack casually asks if he can watch more TV dramas. Ju Hyuk uses his earnings to order a feast of pork feet and spicy noodles, making Cossack's nose twitch in excitement. Cossack gets nervous that it's spicy, but Ju Hyuk reassures him he bought plain pork feet, specifically because his assassin can't handle heat. Cossack takes a massive bite, beaming with pure bliss as he thanks his master for the treat. Ju Hyuk asks why Cossack speaks with weird formal sentence endings, and Cossack explains it's a permanent habit picked up from his previous master. Ju Hyuk smirks, teasing him that it sounds like leftover habits from an ex-boyfriend. Both of them laugh together over dinner, completely bonding like old friends. Watching Cossack eat, Ju Hyuk looks over at his hard hat, realizing tower climbing with an SR rank carry is actually a total walk in the park. He smirks with full confidence. This tower thing is completely doable. The sun rises over the city the next morning. Ju Hyuk tapes up a brand new real man's daily routine pie chart on his wall. He cuts out his brutal day laborer shift, keeping his store and barbecue jobs while setting aside prime evening hours to conquer the tower with Cossack. He resummons Cossack with another 5-star rating, sending the assassin into an overwhelming burst of joy. Ju Hyuk asks if star ratings actually matter that much to summoned beings. Kosak explains that higher ratings directly upgrade his manifestation duration, stats, and recall efficiency. They teleport into Floor 2, landing in a rocky canyon setting. Floor 2 mission: defeat 10 crafty fatty maggots in 2 hours. These ones move much faster than Floor 1. Ju-hyuk asks what his role should be, and Kosak smiles, telling him he won't even have time to figure that out. Kosak holds up 3 fingers with a confident smirk, 3-minute clear incoming. He leaps into the air like a phantom, daggers primed. Ju-hyuk shouts from behind, asking if they should order fried chicken and beer once they get back home. Kosak yells back an enthusiastic thank you as he blitzes through the canyon. Blue blade flashes detonate across the field, shredding every single maggot into dust. Mission success. Another flawless S++ rating, level up, and 200 grams of magic crystals secured. Holding his second platinum badge, Ju-hyuk realizes he could easily speedrun these floors before his morning part-time shift even starts. They hit Floor 3, ice-cold maggots. Ju-hyuk hits a funny superhero landing, and Kosak cheers him on. Boom. Floor 3 cleared in minutes. Another S++ rating, and 300 grams of crystals. Floor 4 gets wiped out instantly, with Kosak posing cutely while monsters explode in the background. Floor 5 cleared. The two of them hit a high five in front of the exit portal. Suddenly, a unique system message flashes. Accumulating 5 platinum badges unlocks a special privilege, awakening trait enhancement. Ju-hyuk stares at his status screen in shock as his concurrent summon limit officially increases to 2. He realizes he can soon summon a second companion to fight alongside Kosak, which is mind-blowing, considering Kosak is already steamrolling everything alone. 5 platinum badges float around him, sparkling with brilliant blue light. Ju-hyuk imagines himself jogging safely behind 2 super summons with a safety-first sash around his chest. He checks his random summon skill, noting there are still over 20 days left on the cooldown before he can pull a new companion. Pumped up, he resolves to keep coasting on Kosak's power and hit Floor 6 tomorrow. The scene shifts to the massive headquarters of the Korea Awaken Management Agency in Hanam-dong, Seoul. Inside an executive office, a heavy, dead-silent tension fills the air. Team leader Jeon Gwang-il rubs his face, looking utterly stressed out. Manager Lee Min-ah leans close to his ear, whispering about the mysterious global notices that keep appearing. Gwang-il jumps out of his seat, screaming at Min-ah to stop sneaking up on people. Min-ah reports that yet another global notice just dropped, an S++ grade clear on Floor 6 of the Black Tower. Gwang-il sweat drops, realizing a single unknown player is speedrunning floors 1 through 6 with perfect S++ ratings in consecutive order. He visualizes a dark silhouette of an unprecedented prodigy mastering the tower at record speed. Agency Director Park Kyung-soo slams his palm onto the coffee table with a massive thud. Director Park yells that Korea's highest historical clear was an A grade, and these S++ notices are exposing Korea's hidden super prodigy to the entire world. He points out that international agencies are constantly kidnapping or poaching top-tier players from smaller countries. With a fierce glare, Director Park demands they find this mystery player immediately before foreign powers track them down. 2 days pass under a clear blue sky in Seoul. Kosak wears bright pink dishwashing gloves, cheerfully scrubbing dishes at Ju-hyuk's kitchen sink while chatting about Floor 8. Ju-hyuk walks by his chart, feeling great that everything up to Floor 10 is going smoothly. Inside Floor 8, they trek through a foggy, mossy forest. Floor 8 mission: defeat 10 red-thorn frog warriors. Massive green frog monsters rain down from the trees. A giant frog shoots out a venomous purple tongue straight at Ju-hyuk's face. A blue blade arc flashes through the dark fog. Kosak slices through frog tongues and heads simultaneously mid-air with surgical precision. Floor 8 clear, another S++ rating. Level up, 800 grams of magic crystals, and 5 tower-only healing potions. Back home, Kosak praises Ju-hyuk's hard work, and Ju-hyuk laughs that stepping inside the portal is literally the only work he does. Ju-hyuk claps his hands happily after another 3-minute clear, deciding to give Kosak a special reward. He pulls a 50,000 won bill from his wallet, telling Kosak to go out into the city and have fun eating good food. Kosak pushes the wallet back, loudly refusing to leave his master's side. He'd rather stay home and watch television. Kosak puts on a hilarious chicken head costume, hyper excited when Ju-hyuk offers to order fried chicken instead. Ju-hyuk calls delivery, ordering sweet honey butter chicken while Kosak sits in his chicken hood watching TV. Ju-hyuk inspects his new reward, a red tower healing potion that he saves for Kosak's future emergency use. He checks his inventory, realizing he has accumulated 3.6 kilograms of magic crystals worth nearly 1.8 million won. On day 10 of tower climbing, Ju-hyuk stretches, feeling like he can finally quit his miserable part-time jobs. He recalls yesterday's floor 9 clear against jungle man eating corpse flowers, which Cossack shredded effortless in seconds. Ju-hyuk imagines himself in a tuxedo raising a champagne glass to Cossack. Completely forgetting this guy is a psycho assassin who decapitated 3 people. He resummons Cossack with 5 stars, and the system rewards the max score streak by increasing Cossack's manifestation limit by another hour. Cossack makes a big hand heart over his head, thrilled that he can now hang out for 7 full hours. They enter floor 10, and the system stat buff ramps up massively. Stepping out into a dark pine forest, Ju-hyuk notices his physical strength adjusting to a whole new tier. His eyes glow red as a surge of magical power swirls in his lower abdomen. He feels like an untamed wild stallion brimming with uncontrollable power. With a funny horsehead visual overlay, Ju-hyuk slaps Cossack's shoulder, announcing that he's joining the fight this time. Cossack sweats bullets, begging his master not to fight, because if Ju-hyuk gets even a scratch, Cossack will have to smash his own head in under Rule 1. Ju-hyuk insists he's a wild stallion ready for glory, marching ahead with confidence. Suddenly, a massive green egg sac behind a tree splits open, revealing a gigantic yellow monster eye. A terrifying 15-foot giant praying mantis bursts out, brandishing razor-sharp scythe arms. Ju-hyuk's horse confidence evaporates instantly as he sweats in horror, wondering how normal humans even kill something that terrifying. He immediately backtracks, claiming it's beneath his human dignity to 2v1 an insect, so Cossack must handle it solo. The giant mantis screeches menacingly, charging forward. Chibi Ju-hyuk shakes cheerleading pom-poms in the back, while the mantis brings its scythe arm crashing down. Cossack dodges the massive blade effortlessly, running up the giant tree trunk like gravity doesn't exist. His assassin eyes lock onto the beast with ice-cold intent. A grid of glowing blue blade lights cuts through the air, dicing the giant mantis into clean, perfect cubes. Floor 10 cleared. S++ rating. Level up, 1 kilogram of magic crystals, and another platinum badge awarded. Cossack sheathes his daggers, proudly announcing mission complete. They warp back home with 5.5 kilograms of total magic crystals sitting in inventory. 10 platinum badges shine brilliantly on the system screen. A special notification flashes. Accumulating 10 platinum badges unlocks another special privilege. The menu opens skill copy, allowing Ju-hyuk to permanently acquire 1 skill from Cossack's arsenal, including blade explosion, stealth, and shadow step. Cossack points his finger, strongly advising Ju-hyuk to pick shadow step without a single second of hesitation. He explains shadow step is the ultimate footwork technique for running away super fast if disaster strikes. Ju-hyuk glares with a serious side profile, asking if Cossack thinks he's the kind of coward who'd run away alone. System confirms shadow step acquired. Cossack claps happily, reminding him that fast footwork is the absolute soul of combat survival. Ju-hyuk decides to test shadow step inside his apartment hallway, zooming forward in a blur. He slams onto his stomach, gasping for air, realizing that just like combat skills, copied player abilities don't work in the real world either. Day 11 of tower climbing arrives, and Ju-hyuk sits on his bed, blushing with a phone pressed to his ear. He calls the Awakened Management Agency call center, nervously announcing that he recently awakened as a player. The call operator celebrates with confetti sounds, offering an immediate official home visit from government staff. Ju-hyuk collapses on his bed, completely drained, admitting that making that call was the bravest thing he's done in 25 years. A black luxury sedan pulls up outside the agency headquarters in Seoul. Inside the car, team leader Jaeon Gwang-il and manager Lee Min-ah sigh over another dead-end lead in their search for the S++ player. Min-ah notes that a new awakening application just came in today, and Gwang-il agrees to inspect it personally. Gwang-il stares out the window with intense eyes, determined to recruit this S++ talent into their elite squad no matter what perks they have to offer. Ju-hyuk frantically scrubs his floor, cleans his windows, and folds his bedding to make his tiny room look presentable. A polite knock sounds at his door. "Is anyone home? We're from the Awakened Management Agency." Ju-hyuk opens the door, welcoming team leader Jaeon Gwang-il inside. Gwang-il introduces manager Lee Min-ah, and Ju-hyuk stammers nervously, blushing at the presence of an attractive female agent. Suddenly, Lee Min-ah steps right up into Ju-hyuk's personal space, putting her face inches away from his. Her dark eyes glow with sharp intensity as she stares straight into his soul, whispering directly into his face. "It's you, isn't it? S++. Emotional hook. When a top government agent corners you in your own living room, playing dumb is the only survival instinct left, even if your overpowered summon is waiting to turn the room into a crime scene. Ju-hyuk recoils in absolute shock, his face flushing red as manager Lee Mina corners him against the wall. His heart pounds against his ribs. How on earth could she possibly know he's the mystery S++ rank player? Gritting his teeth, Ji-hyuk decides the best defense is total, shameless denial. He stiffens up like a broken robot, throwing up his hands and awkwardly laughing that she must have the wrong guy. Mina stares at his robotic pose with cold eyes, recognizing the exact body language of someone telling a blatant lie. Suddenly, team leader Gwang-il chops Mina on the head, scolding her for interrogating an innocent civilian. Gwang-il bows in apology, making Ji-hyuk breathe a massive sigh of relief. She was just bluffing to test him. To start the official registration, Gwang-il pulls up a mandatory orientation video featuring Tabi, the cartoon fairy mascot of Korea's Black Tower. The video showcases the pitch-black spire, towering higher than any skyscraper on Earth. 20 years ago, these towers appeared overnight, repelling military helicopters and missiles with invisible force field barriers. Humanity only unlocked their purpose when awakened players emerged, climbing the spire floor by floor like a video game. Inside, players gain superhuman combat skills, harvesting magic crystals and rare loot to fuel the modern economy. But Tabi drops a grim warning. If an uncleared tower goes 6 full months without progress, a destruction countdown triggers. When the timer hits 0, the tower collapses, vaporizing everything around it, just like how the Indian city of Mumbai completely vanished 3 years ago. Luckily, South Korea only has one black tower located in Gangwon province, managed by roughly 10,000 registered players. Korea is currently at floor 65, holding the second highest global progress, right behind America's floor 66. The video wraps up with heroic music, glorifying players as the modern pioneers protecting humanity. Tabi winks at the camera, encouraging all new awakeners to register officially and become heroes. Gwang-il closes the laptop, while Ji-hyuk internally cringes at the cheesy government propaganda video. Gwang-il asks Ji-hyuk about his progress, and Ji-hyuk pours a small pile of magic crystals onto the table, admitting he reached floor 10. Gwang-il and Mina exchange sharp glares. Floor 10 is the exact floor where the latest S++ global notice just dropped. Mina narrows her eyes, her gut instinct screaming that this timid kid is the secret prodigy. She asks him directly if he's heard about the recent S++ global notices taking over the news. Ji-hyuk twitches uncontrollably, giving an overly dramatic thumbs up while stammering that whoever cleared S++ must be an incredible hero. Sweat drips down his trembling smile, making Mina even more convinced he's hiding something huge. Gwang-il moves on to explain the 2-player contract tracks, the elite team and the general team. General team players operate like free freelancers, clearing whatever floors they want on their own schedule. The elite team works directly for the government, receiving massive salaries and personal security, but bound by mandatory raid duties. Ji-hyuk listens silently, dreading what happens if his true power gets exposed. He visualizes news cameras slamming into his face, reporters screaming about his lack of friends and calling him a total wimp. The horror of public fame terrifies him far more than any tower monster. Gwang-il adds that elite team players wear body cams to stream their runs for government review. Ji-hyuk instantly cuts him off, flatly refusing to join the elite team. Gwang-il stammers in surprise, but Ji-hyuk twiddles his thumbs, claiming he has zero talent and just wants a peaceful life. He rubs the back of his neck with a goofy smile, saying he's way too scared of danger and prefers low-tier farming. Gwang-il tries to persuade him, but Ji-hyuk firmly shakes his head, locking in his refusal. Mina looks away in disappointment, thinking they struck out on another lead. She figures that even if he were the S++ clearer, a coward with zero drive has no place on the elite team anyway. To her, the single most important virtue for an elite player is the unyielding will to conquer upper floors. Gwang-il bows respectfully, accepting Ji-hyuk's choice to join the general team. As a final step, Gwang-il asks Ji-hyuk to enter the tower right from his living room to verify his player status. Ji-hyuk agrees, realizing he might as well get his daily clear done while they wait. He warns them that his runs take almost 2 full hours, trying to set low expectations. Mina offers a sweet, gentle smile, telling him to take all the time he needs. Ji-hyuk stands tall in his gray hoodie, preparing his activation. He tells them to help themselves to drinks in the fridge and watch TV while he's gone. In a flash of bright blue light, Ji-hyuk teleports into the tower, leaving newspaper pages fluttering on his floor. Gwang-il sighs, asking Mina what she truly thinks of their new registrant. Mina scoffs softly, betting that his timid personality will make him give up on floor 11 immediately. She explains that Floor 11 is designed to test a player's psychological fear, spawning terrifying long-tailed burrow centipedes. You have to kill 100 of these disgusting giant insects, which usually breaks weak-willed players instantly. She predicts he'll cower in the safe zone and abandon the mission within minutes. Gwang-il rubs his eye, preparing to call Director Park to report another dead end. Meanwhile, on Floor 11, Ju Hyuk summons Kosak into a dark, foggy forest. Kosak snaps a crisp salute, thrilled to be back on duty. The system screen displays the mission: defeat 100 burrow centipedes within 3 hours. Jushik gagging at the gross centipedes, while Kosak cheerfully offers to finish the entire floor in 5 minutes. Jushik panics, grabbing Kosak's shoulders and ordering him to hunt as slowly as humanly possible. He commands Kosak to take at least an hour so no S++ record appears, and Kosak gives a bright thumbs up, agreeing to stall. Ju-hyuk flashes a dark, sinister grin, thrilled that a slow, messy record will finally throw the agents off his back. Kosak leaps forward, carefully slicing centipedes one at a time. Ju-hyuk yells from the back, telling him to slow his pace down even further. Kosak obeys, lightly tapping the centipedes to drag the fight out. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk accidentally steps directly onto the back of a giant centipede hidden in the brush. The massive insect rears up, throwing Ju-hyuk off balance as he screams in sheer terror. Ju-hyuk falls onto his back, surrounded by dozens of snapping mandibles as his body freezes up completely. Kosak turns his head, seeing his master in immediate danger. System rule #1 instantly overrides all previous commands. Kosak roars that his master's life comes first. The assassin turns into a furious whirlwind of death, slicing through centipedes with absolute rage. Blue blade grids explode across the dark forest, dicing all 100 centipedes into microscopic bits in a single second. Ju Hyuk sits on the dirt stunned, pleading for Kosak to stop, but it's already too late. The entire battlefield lies completely obliterated in under 30 seconds. Ju-hyuk screams at him for breaking tempo, but Kosak yells back that protecting Ju-hyuk's life overrides every order. Ju-hyuk clutches his face in despair, realizing what this insanely fast clear means. System chimes ring out. S++ clear rating achieved for Floor 11, awarding another platinum badge. Ju-hyuk curses in misery while Kosak stammers timidly, apologizing for his protective instinct. The exit portal engulfs them, pulling them back to reality. Back in the apartment, exactly 5 minutes have passed as Min-ah leans against the wall, expecting Ju-hyuk to surrender. Suddenly, a massive blue system notification explodes right in the middle of his living room. The notice announces an S++ clear on Floor 11. At the exact microsecond, Ju Hyuk teleports back into the kitchen. Minna and Gwang-il stare in utter, speechless shock. The timing is literally impossible to deny. Ju Hyuk stands glowing in portal light, hanging his head in dead silence. His eyes go ice cold under a dark shadow as he mutters that he really didn't want to resort to this. Kosak materializes behind him with glowing daggers drawn, as Ju-hyuk coldly declares that both agents will have to be silenced. Kosak leaps through the air with blaring blue energy, shouting that he'll silence them both. Jushik yells for Kosak to tie them up, while Kosak blurs past the agents in a flash. Suddenly, Jushik snaps out of his mental panic attack, screaming in horror as he imagines the absolute worst-case scenario. In his frantic mind, he envisions himself yelling at Kosak for cutting off more heads. He imagines Gwang-il and Min-ah's severed heads sitting on his floor with red gift bows tied on top. Reality hits. There is no blood. Ju-hyuk is actually sitting on his floor, sweating profusely, apologizing out loud to the confused agents. Gwang-il and Minna kneel beside him in concern, asking if he's okay after breaking out in a sudden cold sweat. Ju-hyuk rubs his neck awkwardly, coughing up excuses that he's just hyper-paranoid. He nervously laughs it off, claiming his Floor 11 entry must have randomly coincided with the actual S++ player's clear time. Gwang-il points out the timing was suspiciously identical, but Ju-hyuk aggressively insists he's totally innocent. Accepting his story for now, Gwang-il pulls out an official government folder to finalize his player contract. He hands over a golden document, revealing it's an ultra-elite player contract. The golden document shines bright, reserved strictly for special management targets. The contract offers a mind-boggling 12 billion won annual salary, luxury real estate, and a full VVIP armed security detail. On top of that, it grants complete legal immunity privileges, putting the holder virtually above the law. Ju-hyuk gulps hard. In South Korea, only rank 1 player Yu Cheolmin receives these godlike perks. Gwang-il urges him to accept the highest state benefits available, but Ju-hyuk firmly shouts "No." Ju-hyuk yells that he will refuse to register unless he gets a standard, low-profile contract. Gwang-il and Min-ah look bewildered, asking why anyone would turn down billions of won. Ju-hyuk explains that extreme attention gives him crippling anxiety, flashing back to moments where polite shopkeepers made him too uncomfortable to ever return. Curling into a sad little ball, Ju-hyuk confesses he's intensely introverted and terrified of upper-floor responsibilities. Seeing his genuine distress, Gwang-il backs down, agreeing to grant him a standard freelancer contract instead. They shake hands, sealing the agreement. Gwang-il notes that while spectators might find Ju-hyuk's choice foolish, elite contracts carry immense burdens that require clearing unexplored upper floors. Ju-hyuk looks out at the sky, relieved to avoid that heavy responsibility as long as his family's life gets easier. Later that afternoon, Gwang-il and Mina report back to the Awaken Management Bureau in Hanam-dong. Director Park Hyung-soo yells from his desk, asking why their report describes an S++ talent as a timid wimp with no ambition. Gwang-il admits he can't understand it either, noting Ju-hyuk's humble disposition is painfully unusual for a high-tier awakener. He recalls Ju-hyuk's goofy, ordinary smile, finding it hard to reconcile with a legendary monster slayer. Mina chimed in that misjudging the timing was impossible. Ju-hyuk is definitely the S++ clearer. Director Park slams his desk, shouting that personality doesn't matter when talent is this extraordinary, commanding them to bring Ju-hyuk onto the elite team eventually. Gwang-il bows, resolving to monitor Ju-hyuk closely. Back at the rooftop apartment, Ju-hyuk throws a massive temper tantrum, yelling at Kosak for disobeying orders on floor 11. Kosak drops to his knees in repentance, while Ju-hyuk threatens to unsummon him with 0 stars if he ever pulls that stunt again. They enter floor 12, a freezing Arctic wasteland filled with icicle spear weasels. Ju-hyuk puts on a winter vest, ordering Kosak to hunt as slowly and gently as possible this time. Kosak promises absolute compliance, stepping out into the blizzard, but within seconds, sub-zero winds hit Ju-hyuk, freezing his nose and making him shiver violently. Kosak turns around, seeing his master trembling in the Arctic cold. Panicking that catching a cold is a life-threatening illness, Kosak screams that Ju-hyuk's life is in danger. Ignoring Ju-hyuk's pleas to go slow, Kosak turns into a blur of slicing energy. He slaughters all 20 ice weasels at light speed, roaring that he must escort his master to a warm room immediately. Ju-hyuk cries in defeat as another S++ clear rating and platinum badge flood his screen. Back home, Ju-hyuk cold calls Gwang-il on the phone. Faking a tired voice to pretend floor 13 will be super difficult. Kosak smiles happily in the background, glad his master is warm again. Out of pure petty revenge, Ju-hyuk unsummons Kosak mid-sentence right as the assassin asks to watch TV. Ju-hyuk wipes a tear, pettily declaring that those who disobey orders get 0 TV privileges. They tackle floor 13, an ancient stone corridor packed with giant swinging axe traps. Kosak scoops up Ju-hyuk bridal style, stating the traps are too unpredictable to walk through. He dashes through the axe corridor at hyperspeed, securing another instant S++ clear rating. On floor 14, Kosak wipes out hordes of sonic eyeball bats before their sound waves can even reach Ju-hyuk, snagging another S++ clear. Ju-hyuk checks his bank account the next day, seeing 2.75 million won from crystal sales and a 2 million won government support fund deposited. He realizes he's earned over 7 million won in just 14 days, beaming with sheer joy. He calculates that reaching floor 20 will net him 1 million won PERDA in pure profit, 30 million won a month, meaning he can officially quit his part-time jobs forever. He resummons Kosak, who immediately drops into a full apology bow for his previous insubordination. Ju-hyuk sighs, telling Kosak he can clear floor 15 at full speed without holding back anymore. He accepts that the agency already knows his identity anyway, so hiding it is pointless. Plus, reaching floor 15 will give him 15 platinum badges, likely unlocking another overpowered system perk. Both of them strike a battle pose, ready to conquer floor 15. They drop into floor 15, a dense jungle inhabited by 20 intelligent goblin workers. Ju-hyuk hides behind a tree, noting these are his first humanoid monsters. Kosak whispers for Ju-hyuk to stay hidden while he handles the pack. The assassin smirks with lethal confidence, offering to wipe them out in a single move. Kosak activates his stealth skill, turning his body completely invisible in a surge of blue light. Invisibly gliding through the trees, Kosak decapitates every single goblin before they even realize an enemy is in the forest. Mission success. S++ clear rating, 1.5 kilograms of crystals, 5 healing potions, and another platinum badge secured. They teleport back to the rooftop apartment in a swirl of magic. Ju-hyuk raises his hand, opening his inventory screen. 15 platinum badges float dramatically around his living room, sparkling with brilliant energy. A massive golden system screen flashes. Perk granted for accumulating 15 platinum badges. Ju Hyuk grins with hyped anticipation, eagerly waiting to see what game-changing perk the system is about to hand him next. Just when you think you've hit a wall, the universe drops a total game-changer right into your lap. Collecting 15 platinum badges triggers a special system perk, handing our guy a defensive item called the Energy Barrier Kit. A sleek golden ring materializes, automatically generating a damage-absorbing shield around Ju Hyuk that scales higher with his level. The moment he equips the ring, a bright blue energy grid covers his entire body, transforming him into a walking fortress. He suddenly notices something incredible. The barrier lacks the usual tower-exclusive restriction, meaning he can flex this defense in the real world whenever he wants. Staring at the glowing band on his wrist, his inner hustler kicks in as he wonders if selling this artifact on the open market could net him billions of won right now. He pushes that greedy thought aside and asks Cossack if they can sweep the 16th floor with another flawless S++ rating. Cossack chews on his snack, warning that while clearing the floor is easy, securing an S++ grade isn't guaranteed. Jae-hyuk hesitates for a second, realization hitting him that one wrong move could ruin his perfect streak. As Cossack looks on in confusion, Jae-hyuk's eyes light up with dollar signs while he debates taking the easy way out by selling his shiny new bracelet. Meanwhile, inside the high-rise headquarters of the management agency, Director Park stares out his window, demanding updates on the mysterious S++ player. Team leader Gwang-il reports that 15 days have passed without a single new global notification. Guessing the player is stuck grinding on the 15th floor, Director Park slams his fist onto his desk in total frustration, cursing how such elite talent ended up in the hands of someone so timid. Gwang-il tries to calm his boss down, pointing out that the difficulty ramps up heavily from floor 16 onward, so their guy is probably just preparing carefully. Suddenly, an agent interrupts with news that Ju Hyuk just contacted them, asking for permission to browse the official player shop. Director Park gasps in shock, his mind instantly putting the pieces together. He realizes Ju Hyuk wasn't stuck at all. He was deliberately replaying floor 15 to hoard cash for proper gear. Feeling guilty for doubting the young player's strategic mind, the director slams his hands on his desk once more. He orders his staff to give Ju Hyuk whatever equipment he wants at dirt-cheap prices, completely unaware of what actually happened 15 days earlier inside the tower. Rewinding 2 weeks back, Cossack's jaw drops in horror as he hears the most bizarre command ever given to an assassin. Ju Hyuk pulls up his shirt and calmly hands over a dagger, asking his summon to stab him right in the stomach to test his new barrier. Cossack panics in terror, sweating profusely as he begs his master to just beat him up instead, absolutely refusing to violate Principle 1. The assassin covers his ears like a stressed-out toddler, desperately trying to block out his master's insane request. Realizing his summon is too terrified to comply, Ju Hyuk takes matters into his own hands and casually stabs himself right in the gut. Blood gushes everywhere as Ju Hyuk realizes he forgot to actually activate the shield, sending Cossack into a chaotic frenzy where he tries to slice off his own arm in penance. After applying a quick healing effect and calming his hysterical assassin down, Ju Hyuk orders Cossack to clear out the surrounding forest monsters. Cossack zooms into the trees like a dark blur, promising to wipe out every enemy on the floor in under 10 minutes. Left alone in the quiet brush, Ju Hyuk decides this is the perfect chance to practice his newly copied mobility skill. Focusing his mind, he whispers the skill activation phrase, Shadow Step. Blue mana flares around his eyes as spatial energy ripples through his body. In a burst of speed, he flashes forward through the foliage, leaving an afterimage behind. He slides to a stop, amazed by how smooth and effortless the high-speed movement feels. Zipping between the trees like an agile phantom, he smirks as he realizes this skill is the ultimate getaway tool for a guy who hates taking damage. His fun comes to a sudden halt when he dashes right behind a bush and makes direct eye contact with a hidden creature. A green-skinned goblin turns around, sweat dripping from its nose as it lets out a nervous grunt. Ju Hyuk freezes in place, staring down the stray monster that was hiding from Cossack's wild rampage. Dark aura surges as Ju Hyuk panics, his survival instincts screaming at him to react. The goblin lunges forward with a vicious screech, flashing sharp fangs and thrusting its weapon straight at his face. Ju Hyuk throws his arm up just in time, triggering his energy barrier right as the monster hits, creating a bright blue hexagonal grid that stops the strike cold. Shaken by the close call, Ju Hyuk channels all his fear into a brutal roundhouse kick that sends the goblin flying through the air like a soccer ball. Before the creature can hit the ground, Cossack teleports out of the shadows, glowing with lethality. The assassin cleanly slices the monster in half midair, cheering for his master's epic setup kick. Kosak's playful mood vanishes instantly, his eyes locking onto Juhyok with scary intensity. He drops from the trees like a meteor, hyperventilating from the sheer horror of seeing his master anywhere near an attack. Landing directly in front of Juhyok, the assassin frantically checks him over for even the tiniest scratch. Kosak gets right in his face, sniffing and hovering over him like an overprotective parent, checking a kid after a mild scrape. He launches into a relentless lecture about caution, leaving Juhyok clutching his ears while promising to never put himself in danger again. Over the next 2 weeks, Juhyok continuously grinds floor 15 to master his movement, amassing over 22 kilograms of high-grade magic crystals worth over 1,000,000 won. Back in his sole apartment, he calls team leader Gwangil to schedule a quick visit to the agency's official player shop. Gwangil politely insists on sending private transport, and before Joyok can even argue, a sleek luxury limousine rolls up outside his street. Juhyok steps out of the high-end vehicle at agency HQ, greeted warmly by Gwangil himself. The team leader wears a bright, welcoming smile, clearly eager to make a fantastic impression on their secret prodigy. Juhyok bows nervously, feeling totally out of place as he notices the red carpet treatment he's receiving just for being a freelancer. Gwangil leads him inside to a high-tech scanner terminal, instructing him to press his hand against the glass panel. The system registers his vein data for future access, and Juhyok politely declines a guided tour so he can browse the shop in peace. The heavy glass doors slide open, revealing an ultra-exclusive commercial hall lit like a 5-star luxury showroom. Juhyok steps inside, eyes wide as he admires the legendary weapons on display, though he finds it strange that the entire multi-story shop is completely empty. Walking past glowing swords and enchanted armor, he figures the place is empty because prices are too high for regular players. He hands over his stash of magic crystals to the counter clerk, who confirms the market price at over 1.1 million won and offers immediate credit for shop purchases. Sweating from the sheer exhaustion of high-end shopping, Juhyok decides to pick out a few key items and hurry back home. Meanwhile, inside the executive office, Director Park sits at his desk while Gwangil reports that Juhyok is currently picking out his gear. Gwangil reveals they secretly shut down the entire facility for Juhyok and instructed staff to sell everything to him at a massive 90% discount, making sure his pride stays intact without making him feel suspicious. As the sun sets over Seoul, casting a warm orange glow over his rooftop studio, Juhyok sits on his bed to inspect his new gear. He proudly strikes a heroic pose while wielding his brand new adamant mace and wearing heavy basilisk leather boots, which cost him a fraction of their actual market value. Staring at the glowing mace, he realizes high-grade gear usually costs tens of millions of won, making him wonder why everything was so ridiculously cheap. His paranoid expression returns as he screams internally, convinced there's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Even as he quietly admits the boots look pretty stylish. He realizes that thanks to his all-in-one energy barrier perk, he doesn't need heavy chest armor, making a solid weapon and boots all he needs for combat. A dark, ambitious smirk spreads across his face as he admits to himself that system perks are like a drug. The moment you get a taste of power, you just want more. The following day, a blue system window flashes inside his room as he officially resummons John Kosak. The assassin snaps into a formal salute, ready for duty. Juhyok grins, announcing that his primary random summon skill has finally finished its 28-day cooldown period. Kosak smiles brightly, excited to see what kind of powerful ally his master is about to add to their team catalog. Juhyok clasps his hands together and prays aloud to every deity, cosmic force, and religion he can think of before activating random summon. Sparks of brilliant purple lightning explode throughout the tiny bedroom, swirling together into a massive summon matrix. A gigantic silhouette emerges from the blinding light, filling the entire room with pressure that makes both Kosak and Juhyok drop their jaws. The summoning aura explodes upward, completely shattering the concrete ceiling of the rooftop apartment in a shower of debris. Juhyok stares up with wide, terrified eyes, horror washing over his face as he realizes the sheer scale of the creature he just brought into the real world. Through the thick smoke and glowing light, a massive, muscular arm covered in intricate tribal tattoos emerges, ending in a fist the size of a boulder. A giant foot steps heavily onto the floorboards, shaking the entire building structure. A hulking barbarian warrior crouches inside the destroyed room, his gigantic frame easily touching the ruined roof as Juhyok quakes in fear. Smoke rises from the giant's shoulders as glowing red eyes glare down, leaving Juhyok wondering if he accidentally pulled a high-level dungeon boss instead of an ally. Before the newcomer can even breathe, Cossack rockets across the room like a lightning bolt, yelling at the giant to sit down. The assassin delivers a thunderous double dropkick straight to the giant barbarian's face, driving him back against the wall. Cossack follows up with a rapid flurry of kicks, cursing out the giant for ruining their master's apartment while Ju Hyuk watches in absolute bewilderment. The massive warrior casually rubs his chin, his glowing eyes showing zero damage as he bluntly states the rapid-fire kicks merely tickled. Enraged, Cossack draws his glowing daggers, dark energy swirling around his blade as he threatens to slit the giant's throat and decorate his head with a red ribbon. As Cossack dives in for the kill, Ju Hyuk screams at the top of his lungs, throwing his arm out to halt the strike. Ju Hyuk cries tears of economic agony, begging his summon to stop before they destroy the rest of his rented apartment and bankrupt him with repair costs. Cossack instantly freezes in midair, bowing politely. Ju Hyuk tells Cossack to back off so he can talk to the newcomer. Cossack explains that this guy is famous in their world for being a brainless moron who doesn't even know the system's 3 laws. The giant barbarian rubs his arm in confusion, attempting to recite the laws but completely butchering every single sentence with nonsensical words. Cossack points furiously, suggesting they just execute the idiot now so he remains unsummonable for the next 100 days. Ju Hyuk checks the system status window, letting out a disappointed sigh upon seeing the entity registered as a rank R, dim-witted, savage meat shield. Ju Hyuk puts on a fake mustache to conduct a formal job interview, but the giant simply responds to every single question about his name and past with a blank stare. Deciding to investigate further, Ju Hyuk opens the detailed lore profile, causing blue system energy to surge around his eyes. Spatial distortion drags Ju Hyuk's consciousness backward in time, plunging him directly into the giant's lost memories. The scene shifts to a sunlit, peaceful valley surrounded by green hills and gentle breezes. In this memory, the giant warrior sits gently among floating butterflies, enjoying the simple beauty of nature with a pure, innocent heart. Despite his gentle nature, massive wild wolves charge out from the brush to attack him. With absurd physical strength, the warrior effortlessly crushes the giant beasts with his bare hands, casually asking if they just wanted to play. A handsome, blonde knight named Arius appears in the memory, flashing a fake smile as he observes the giant's terrifying power. Arius takes advantage of the warrior's complete lack of memory, tricking the gentle giant into joining his party as a frontline guard. During a catastrophic battle against a multi-headed Hydra monster, Arius and his knights stand back, deliberately using the warrior as cannon fodder to absorb the boss's lethal attacks. Driven solely by the desire to protect his comrades, the savage warrior charges the monster head-on, ripping off its heads one by one while toxic acid melts his flesh. Though he slays the beast, the warrior collapses into a puddle of acid, dying in agonizing pain, while hearing his selfish teammates mock his stupidity from the shadows. Ju Hyuk watches in horror as the memory ends with the warrior's skeleton dissolving away in a pool of bright green venom. Snapping back to reality, Ju Hyuk wipes a tear from his eye, deeply disgusted by how a pure-hearted guy was betrayed and used by evil people. He walks up to the giant barbarian sitting in his room, extending his hand with genuine warmth and inviting him to climb the tower together. Ju Hyuk holds the giant's hand, offering to give him a proper name like Yaman or Gobang. The warrior thinks for a second before smiling softly, picking the name Gobang. Ju Hyuk puffs out his chest, promising to make Gobang happy and treat him right, while the giant nods in absolute loyalty. Ju Hyuk turns around, declaring that the 3 of them are now true comrades, sending Cossack into a temporary crisis as his mind calculates the tactical implications. Light bulbs go off in Cossack's head as he realizes Gobang makes a perfect meat shield, prompting him to celebrate alongside Ju Hyuk while promising to train the newcomer. Cossack kicks Gobang for copying his response phrase, while Ju Hyuk shakes his head at his squad, a timid summoner, a deranged assassin, and a dim-witted tank. System screens flash as the party officially enters floor 16 of the Black Tower, their stats adjusting to match the floor level. The trio lands inside a dark, dense forest, surrounded by tall, ancient trees and glowing magical energy. The system displays the mission objective: eliminate 30 goblin scouts within 5 hours, prompting Cossack to advise Ju Hyuk to activate his barrier immediately. Ju Hyuk nods in agreement as Cossack warns that these specific goblins use hidden blow darts coated in deadly poison. Deep within the dark canopy, a thin bamboo blowgun pokes out from behind the thick foliage. A red-haired goblin scout puffs its cheeks, blowing a lethal poison dart straight toward the party. The dart shoots through the air like a red laser beam, traveling at speed toward Ju Hyuk's exposed back. In a fraction of a second, Kosak steps in and snatches the glowing needle right out of midair, leaving Juhyok stunned by his assassin's reflexes. Dozens of goblin scouts leap out from the treetops, ambushing the group from every single angle. Juhyok dives behind a rock for safety while Kosak becomes a blur of glowing daggers, deflecting an avalanche of poison darts with ease. Juhyok peeks out from behind his cover, sweat dripping down his face as he realizes there are way more than 30 goblins surrounding them. Seeing the massive horde, Juhyok calls out to Gobang, ordering him to take the front line and block the incoming assault. Gobang's eyes ignite with fiery golden aura, his massive frame releasing pressure that shakes the surrounding trees. The giant barbarian flexes his legs, veins bulging across his calves as he prepares to launch into motion. With a roar, Gobang launches high into the sky like a missile, casting a massive shadow over the terrified goblin horde. While Kosak continues dicing up frontline enemies, a giant shadow falls over the entire clearing. Kosak glances up, just in time to see a massive shadow blotting out the sky directly above his head. Gobang slams into the earth like a meteor, creating a crater that squishes dozens of goblins instantly. The shockwave hurls Kosak through the air, sending the assassin spinning wildly while cursing out Gobang for almost crushing him too. Juhyok grips his rock cover, staring at the destruction in total shock as Gobang obliterates the entire battlefield with raw weight. A surviving goblin furiously blows 3 poison darts straight at Gobang's chest. The deadly darts bounce right off the giant's thick skin like plastic toothpicks, leaving Gobang grinning as he remarks that it only tickles. Following his master's order, Gobang goes on a wild rampage alongside Kosak, sweeping through the remaining scouts like a storm. Juhyok watches the carnage, realizing Gobang was only classified as rank R due to his low intelligence, while his actual combat power easily matches an SR or SSR rank summon. Back in their sole apartment later that evening, a giant hand reaches into a mountain of crispy golden fried chicken. Gobang happily devours the meal, stuffing his face while mispronouncing the word chicken as kitchen, while Juhyok praises his performance. Kosak dropkicks Gobang in the face for bad manners, then complains about the spices burning his own tongue, leaving Juhyok praying his summons learn to get along. Gobang chews contentedly, looking at Juhyok with genuine affection and calling his summoner a truly good person. The giant pats his chest, declaring he will give his life to protect Juhyok, right before Kosak dropkicks him again for bad grammar. Juhyok screams at Kosak to stop bullying their guest, while the assassin glares at Gobang for eating all the chicken during the argument. The next day, a beam of blue light marks their entry into floor 17 of the Black Tower. Juhyok flexes his arms, marveling at how his level 17 stats make him feel surges of physical power. His inner wild stallion kicks in as he considers joining the fight, but Kosak reminds him that people usually get cocky and die around level 20. Juhyok backs off as the system updates their floor mission: defeat 30 heavily armed goblin warriors. An army of over 90 armored goblins stands in dark formation, shields locked and weapons drawn in a battlefield. Juhyok wipes sweat from his forehead, realizing that seeing a disciplined monster army in person is way scarier than watching video walkthroughs. He recalls the standard strategy guide: retreat to the safe zone, wait for the formation to break up, and slowly pick off targets in groups of 3. Juhyok smirks, realizing he doesn't need to waste time with tedious tactics anymore, calling Gobang to the front. Juhyok points his finger forward with a cute smirk, casually giving the command to move out. Gobang releases a deafening war cry that shakes the ground, sound waves tearing through the forest air. The giant barbarian unleashes his full power, crackling energy bursting from his body as he prepares to obliterate the entire army in one blow. Juhyok gives the order to wipe them out, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looks forward to his next system perk. When you're climbing a tower filled with deadly monsters, having a squad of overpowered psychopaths is the ultimate cheat code. An army of armored goblin warriors stands in formation, ready to crush anything in their path. Gobang turns his head toward his summoner, calmly awaiting his next command. With a confident smirk, Juhyok points his finger forward, telling his tank to wipe them all out. Gobang lets out an earth-shattering war cry, fiery golden aura exploding from his massive frame. He charges forward like a runaway freight train, the ground cracking under every heavy step as goblins look on in sheer terror. A goblin commander shrieks in panic, ordering his spear unit to brace for impact. A wall of sharp steel spears locks into place, forming an impenetrable defensive wall. Gobang doesn't even bother dodging, letting the spearheads shatter against his golden aura like plastic toys. He swings his massive arms, shockwaves sending goblin warriors flying through the air like rag dolls. He stomps through the front line, crushing armor and weapons under his bare feet without taking a single scratch. In less than 2 minutes, The entire goblin battalion lies scattered across the dirt, in total ruin. Ju-hyuk shields his eyes from the dust, totally blown away by the sheer destructive force of his new summon. He realizes that tactics mean nothing when the weight class difference is this huge. It's like thousands of rental bikes trying to stop a military tank. The system window pops up right on cue, confirming another flawless S++ clear rating for floor 17, along with a shiny new platinum badge. Ju-hyuk laughs with satisfaction, while Kosak stands in the background, looking slightly annoyed that the big guy took all the glory. Kosak twitches in frustration, internally fuming over his dropped screen time. The team teleports onto floor 18, where the system task requires them to defeat 30 stealthy goblin assassins. Before anyone can plan, Gobang immediately charges into the dark woods to repeat his steamroller strategy. The goblin assassins activate high-level stealth, vanishing into thin air as blue aura cloaks their daggers. They pop out from the shadows, stabbing Gobang all over his back, leaving the big guy flailing around in total confusion. Gobang spins in circles, swatting at the empty air, while Ju-hyuk watches his tank struggle against stealth targets. Frustrated, Gobang swings his tree trunk arms wildly, cursing out assassins for hiding like cowards. Suddenly, a loud, theatrical laugh echoes through the dark forest canopy. Kosak leaps out in a dramatic hero pose, declaring that it's time to show everyone how a real assassin gets work done. Activating Shadow Step, Kosak glides through the darkness at blinding speed. He becomes a hurricane of blue steel, slicing through 7 goblin assassins in a split second before they can even register his presence. Ju-hyuk watches in awe as his assassin summon puts on an absolute masterclass of high-speed combat. Ju-hyuk's face turns into a hilarious villain smirk as he realizes Kosak only tried this hard because his competitive spirit got triggered by Gobang. Gobang tries to jump back in to help, which only drives Kosak to move even faster so he can keep the spotlight for himself. Seeing his summons work double time, Ju-hyuk pulls out his adamant mace, noting that his player level has already reached level 18. Red power aura surges around his shoulders as his heart beats wildly. His internal wild horse personality reawakens, filling him with a sudden urge to test his own strength on the battlefield. He smiles heroically, confident that his thorough studying of floor walkthrough guides will keep him safe. Focusing his vision, he detects the faint blue outline of a hidden goblin assassin lurking near a tree trunk. Determined to prove he's not just dead weight, Ju-hyuk triggers Shadow Step to close the distance. He flashes behind the monster, completely catching the goblin scout off guard. He winds up his mace for a huge strike, but his footing slips mid-swing, causing him to lose his balance and yell in panic. Despite the clumsy posture, the heavy metal mace connects directly with the goblin's skull with a brutal crunch. The monster drops instantly, raising Ji-hyuk's personal kill count on floor 18. Ji-hyuk wipes his brow, playing it cool like he planned the awkward trick shot all along. Without warning, another stealth goblin drops straight down from the branches, aiming its blade right at Ji-hyuk's neck. Kosak flashes across the clearing, intercepting the drop attack and slicing the monster down instantly. The system count updates rapidly as Kosak wipes out 3 more assassins in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a giant shadow looms over the remaining monsters as Gobang raises 2 massive fists. Gobang unleashes a heavy ground-pound barrage, pulverizing the remaining goblin assassins into dust. Enemies fly in every direction as shockwaves tear up the forest floor. Kosak yells at Gobang for stealing his kills again, while Gobang just smiles innocently. Kosak suddenly pauses, looking around in confusion as he realizes their summoner is nowhere to be seen. A sharp metal clash echoes through the woods as sparks fly in the dark. Ju-hyuk is ambushed by 2 goblin assassins at once, their daggers striking his glowing energy shield. Ju-hyuk clutches his head in relief, thanking his lucky stars that he bought the energy barrier ring before entering this floor. The 2 goblins leap into the air, coming down with a dual cross strike aimed right at his face. Adrenaline surges through Ju-hyuk's veins, making time itself seem to freeze around him. The incoming blades slow down to a crawl in his vision as his mind enters a state of absolute focus. In a blinding flash of red aura, Ju-hyuk executes a high-level counterstep, instantly executing both goblins and securing an S++ clear rating. Kosak sprints through the trees, screaming for his master in total panic. Ju-hyuk turns around with an awkward smile, holding up a finger to announce that he accidentally landed the final kill. Kosak drops to his knees, clutching his head in absolute horror at what he just witnessed. Back at agency headquarters, manager Lee Minna gasps as a new global notification lights up her screen, confirming floor 18 S++ success. Director Park slams his desk with a giant smile, declaring Ju Hyuk an unstoppable prodigy who prepared thoroughly for his climb. The director laughs, wishing he could brag to the world that Korea's 18th-floor record holder belongs to their agency, though Gwang-il warns him that leaking his identity would put Ju Hyuk in extreme danger. Gwang-il looks on thoughtfully, noting that Ju Hyuk is now an asset who requires even more delicate protection than their elite team. News broadcasts nationwide air-breaking coverage of the mysterious player, setting an unprecedented record of 18 consecutive S++ clears. Media anchors estimate the secret player has reached level 19, igniting absolute chaos as the entire nation tries to uncover his identity. Back inside his apartment, Kosak lets out a soul-crushing sigh, looking like his entire world is collapsing. Ju Hyuk asks him what's wrong, prompting Kosak to look up with dead serious eyes. The assassin warns him that the speed at which Ju Hyuk is realizing his innate combat talent is dangerously fast. Ju Hyuk points at himself in deadpan disbelief, asking if Kosak is seriously talking about a wimp like him. He waves his hands around nervously, laughing it off like his summon is making a bad joke. Kosak's eyes darken as he recalls Ju Hyuk's final counterstrike, realizing his master accidentally executed Shadow Walker, a legendary movement technique that even veteran assassins struggle to pull off. Kosak grabs Ju Hyuk by the shoulders with terrifying force, his eyes trembling with genuine concern. He yells at his master, warning him that enjoying combat will make him brave, and bravery in the tower leads directly to an early grave. Ju Hyuk stammers out a quick promise, swearing he'll stick to safety first and never take unnecessary risks. Kosak clutches his head in despair, crying tears of sheer anxiety because he feels his reckless summoner is definitely going to cause a massive disaster someday. Kosak continues sobbing loudly in the corner of the room, throwing a full-blown dramatic fit over his master's rapid growth. Gobang sits nearby, casually chuckling at the assassin while calling him a crying moron. Enraged, Kosak instantly turns around and delivers a flying kick straight to Gobang's face, vowing to boil the barbarian alive in a pot. The massive giant crashes backward into the kitchen counter, knocking over appliances and food boxes. Ju Hyuk's soul leaves his body as he watches his refrigerator get completely destroyed, flying produce filling the air. Losing his temper, Ju Hyuk activates his recall skill, forcing both violent summons back into their magic catalog. Ju Hyuk drops to his knees in tears, mourning over a spilled container of homemade kimchi that his mother had personally made for him. Looking out at the sunset sky, he decides to visit his parents' house the next morning to clear his head and get away from his chaotic apartment. The next day, he walks up the stairs of his family's modest apartment building. He opens the front door, calling out a cheerful greeting as he steps inside. His mother welcomes him in, smiling warmly as her eldest son enters the living room. Inside, his father sits up on a floor bed, recovering from his hip joint injury while his mom gently assists him. Ju Hyuk hurries over to help his dad sit comfortably, reminding him not to strain his recovering bones. His father wraps an arm around Ju Hyuk's shoulder as mom prepares a hot pot of stew, mentioning that his younger brother Min Hyuk went out to buy tofu. The family sits around a delicious, steaming pot of tofu stew, filling the home with a cozy atmosphere. As they eat, mom reassures Ju Hyuk not to worry about money, promising she'll find new employment soon. Ju Hyuk chews his rice, casually testing the waters by asking how they'd react if he suddenly awakened as a tower player. His father freezes mid-bite, staring at his son with wide eyes before bursting into laughter. Dad laughs hysterically, teasing Ju Hyuk that entering a dangerous tower is as unlikely as his dad catching a cockroach without calling mom for help, while little brother Min Hyuk cracks up at the joke. Mom turns to Ju Hyuk, asking why he isn't at his part-time jobs today, forcing Ju Hyuk to lie that it's just his day off. Mom smirks mischievously, pointing out that his sweating face gives away his lie immediately. Her expression softens into a warm smile as she tells him that no matter what, she trusts her son completely. She suddenly gives him a stern look, warning him with electric intensity to never borrow money from loan sharks. Ju Hyuk twitches nervously as traumatic memories of Kosak's gift-wrapped severed heads flash in his mind. He quickly changes the subject, asking why mom lost her previous job, and she proudly explains she was fired for standing up to an abusive customer who tried to force her to throw out their trash. Ju Hyuk reflects on his family dynamics, realizing his mother is a brave, fierce woman who stands up to injustice, while his father fell head over heels for her. He draws a hilarious mental family tree, concluding that his father is the ultimate beta male, passing those exact wimp genes down to both sons. Deciding it's safer not to reveal his awakening until things calm down, Ju Hyuk smiles along with his mother. Outside the apartment building, Ji-hyuk hands an envelope packed with cash allowance to his younger brother Min-hyuk. As Ji-hyuk turns to leave, Min-hyuk calls out to him with a hesitating look. Min-hyuk rubs the back of his neck awkwardly, making Ju-hyuk assume his little brother is feeling too shy to say thank you for paying his college tuition. Ju-hyuk pats his shoulder with a confident smile, telling him not to worry about it. Min-hyuk's shy act vanishes instantly as he grins, bluntly asking where his personal allowance share is. A vein pops on Ju-hyuk's forehead as he forces a terrifyingly fake smile at his greedy little brother. He sends a 500,000 won mobile transfer to get rid of the brat, then walks over to the high-end player shop in Hanam-dong. Looking up at the massive glass building, Ji-hyuk admits he decided to visit on a whim after realizing he needs better defense to protect his family. He recalls Gwang-il's warning to call ahead, but decides not to bother the busy team leader just for a simple gear purchase. He considers his options, knowing that while he has his energy barrier, higher floor monsters will hit much harder, making a physical shield essential. Inside the shop, a female clerk displays a heavy golden shield, casually announcing the price tag of 100 million won, sending Ju-hyuk into full comedic cardiac arrest. Sweating profusely from social anxiety, Ju-hyuk stammers that it's too heavy and expensive, getting overwhelmed by the crowded store and female staff member. The clerk kindly brings out a smaller round hand shield, crafted from adamantium and sectonium alloy, featuring a self-repair function for a much cheaper price. Ju-hyuk equips it, instantly falling in love with how perfectly it matches his adamant mace, and agrees to buy it for 40 million won. He presses his palm against the scanner terminal, completing the payment in seconds. He slumps over in social exhaustion, internally crying that talking to store clerks is 10 times scarier than fighting goblin hordes inside the tower. Gear secured, he turns toward the exit, eager to sprint back to the safety of his apartment. As he steps outside, a handsome, well-dressed player in a leather jacket leans against the wall, calling out to him with a friendly grin. The man extends a warm handshake, introducing himself as Choi Hosok. Ji-hyuk handshakes nervously, feeling overwhelmed by the man's intense extroverted energy, as Hosok mentions he climbs the 30th floors and asks what floor Ji-hyuk is on. Ji-hyuk vaguely replies that he's around floor 10, and Hosok flashes a bright smile, offering to mentor him whenever he needs help. Hosok winks, promising to lend a hand any time since he visits the agency shop regularly. Hosok waves goodbye and walks off, leaving Ju-hyuk amazed by the man's effortless charisma and social confidence. Looking up at the night sky over Seoul, Ju-hyuk feels a sting of envy toward naturally cool extroverts before heading home. Back in his rooftop studio, Ju-hyuk checks his system status window, smiling proudly as he sees his player level officially reach level 19. He sets a takeout container of hot dumplings on his table, preparing to summon Kosak for a strategy session before hitting floor 19. A purple portal flashes as Kosak materializes, snapping into a dramatic salute and thanking his master for his rating. Ju-hyuk proudly shows off his new round shield, making Kosak slump over in despair as he realizes his master is genuinely starting to enjoy buying combat gear. Kosak looks up with deadpan concern, reminding Ju-hyuk that his previous master made the exact same safety promises before getting killed in battle. Ju-hyuk smiles brightly, reassuring his summon that as a total wimp, he will run away at the very first sign of real danger. Kosak grabs Ju-hyuk's hands, making him promise to use him and Gobang as human shields if things ever turn bad, preferably sacrificing Gobang first. Suddenly, Kosak's nose twitches as he sniffs the air in mid-sentence. Ju-hyuk opens the takeout box, revealing delicious king dumplings he specifically bought as a peace offering for his assassin. Kosak's eyes light up with joy as he sits at the low table, digging into the dumplings with absolute bliss. The assassin laughs triumphantly, enjoying his food while praising Ju-hyuk for treating him better than that barbarian Gobang. Ju-hyuk happily eats along, when Kosak suddenly pauses and asks if his master holds a grudge against anyone outside. Before Ju-hyuk can answer, a dark, suffocating killing intent spills through the cracks of the front door. Kosak's expression turns ice cold as heavy footsteps approach, a chilling voice calling out hello from the dark hallway. Kosak instantly orders Ju-hyuk to hide, vanishing into spiritual form while Ju-hyuk triggers his energy barrier ring. Bang! A silenced gunshot blows the door lock completely off its hinges. The heavy door swings open as a metal object rolls across the floorboards. A shadow steps through the doorway, holding a smoking silenced handgun with a terrifying, twisted smile. Ju-hyuk gasps in utter shock, recognizing the intruder's face immediately. It's Choi Hosok, the friendly player from the shop, now looking like a complete lunatic as he mocks Ju-hyuk for being an easy target to stalk. Hosok cocks his pistol, aiming it directly at Joo-hyuk's face and demanding he remove his expensive barrier bracelet and open his inventory before he blows his head off. Joo-hyuk looks up, his timid expression vanishing as he looks at the gunman with total calm, asking him what he was thinking, pointing a weapon at him. Ho-sok screams at him to comply, totally unaware that behind him, Kosak's massive dark killer aura has materialized with red eyes and raised daggers, because pointing a lethal weapon at the summoner triggers principle number 1, making this robber's survival rate drop to absolute 0. When an armed killer points a gun at your face, most people panic, but when you have a psychotic assassin lurking in your shadow, the gunman is the one who should be praying. Ho-sok stands over Joo-hyuk, cocking his pistol with a twisted smile. Ho-sok chuckles arrogantly, convinced he picked an easy, helpless target to rob. He raises his weapon to strike, completely unaware of the dark aura manifesting right behind his back. In a fraction of a second, Kosak drops from the ceiling, delivering a brutal downward strike with his dagger handle straight to the back of Ho-sok's head. Ho-sok's eyes roll back as he gasps in shock, collapsing before he can even squeeze the trigger. The criminal player drops like a sack of bricks onto the kitchen floorboards, totally neutralized. Joo-hyuk blinks in utter shock at how fast his assassin resolved the entire life-or-death situation. Joo-hyuk leaps up with a bright smile, showering Kosak with heartfelt praise for knocking the intruder out cleanly. Joo-hyuk admits he was terrified Kosak would decapitate the guy and tie another ribbon on his head, while Kosak blushes bashfully at the compliment. Looking down at the unconscious intruder, Joo-hyuk realizes this guy is an item broker, a criminal player who ambushes others in the real world to steal expensive loot. He recalls team leader Gwang-il mentioning how players are as vulnerable as regular civilians outside the tower, making personal security a top priority. Joo-hyuk shivers at the thought, realizing that without his unique real-world summoning glitch, he would have been shot dead on his own floor. Kosak twiddles with a red ribbon, offering to haul the scumbag outside and dispose of him permanently. Joo-hyuk quickly stops him, deciding that simply reporting the home invasion to the police is the safest and cleanest option. Meanwhile, inside agency headquarters, Director Park gasps in shock upon learning Joo-hyuk visited the player shop again without notice. Gwang-il reports that Joo-hyuk bought a small buckler shield, lamenting that they could have equipped him in legendary armor if he had just signed the elite contract. Analyzing his gear choices of a mace and shield, the agency assumes Joo-hyuk is a frontline melee fighter who needs heavy defensive backing. Gwang-il resolves to fabricate an excuse to gift Joo-hyuk a full armor set, but his pocket suddenly buzzes with an urgent notification. He pulls out his smartphone, seeing an emergency incoming call from the police player task force. Answering the call, Gwang-il's face turns pale with terror as the officers explain an armed player just broke into Joo-hyuk's home. Gwang-il sprints out of the agency building, screeching his tires as he drives toward Joo-hyuk's neighborhood at breakneck speed. He leaps out of his car and vaults up the apartment stairwell, his heart pounding in his chest. He curses under his breath, regretting that he didn't force a VVIP protection guard on Joo-hyuk from day one. Inside the studio, 2 police officers place handcuffs on a groggy Ho-sok, putting him under emergency arrest for home invasion. Ho-sok suddenly puts on a fake pathetic act, screaming that he's the real victim and claiming Joo-hyuk kidnapped him, leaving Joo-hyuk stammering in disbelief. Joo-hyuk panics internally, imagining a dark future where he gets framed and sent to prison as a criminal. Bang! The front door slams open as an out-of-breath Gwang-il bursts into the apartment. Recognizing the agency leader, Ho-sok lights up with joy, begging Gwang-il to save him from this kidnapper. Ho-sok drops to his knees, lying through his teeth that Joo-hyuk tried to steal his equipment. Gwang-il delivers a devastating open palm slap right across Ho-sok's face, sending the criminal spinning across the floor. Gwang-il unleashes a furious beatdown on the robber, revoking his player registration on the spot while yelling at him for daring to attack a fellow player. Joo-hyuk watches in awe as Gwang-il dusts off his suit, completely ignoring Ho-sok's pathetic pleas for mercy. Gwang-il orders the officers to transfer Ho-sok directly to the National Intelligence Service, knowing the NIS uses harsh interrogation for player crimes. Ho-sok slams his head on the floorboards, weeping and begging for forgiveness as he realizes his life is officially over. Gwang-il glares down with icy cold eyes, warning him that no lawyer in the country will be able to save a repeat player killer. He instructs the police to keep strict watch, ensuring Ho-sok cannot exploit tower portals to escape custody. Turning to Joo-hyuk, Gwang-il's terrifying aura instantly melts into intense concern as he asks if his prodigy suffered any injuries. Joo-hyuk stares back, intimidated by the agent's intense protective demeanor. Guangyo bows deeply at a 90-degree angle, sincerely apologizing for the security failure and promising to prepare absolute safety measures going forward. Guangyo resolves internally that he must push the elite contract forward immediately to keep Juhyuk safe from outside threats. The next morning, Kosak pops up in chibi form, asking what happened to the robber from yesterday. Kosak twirls his dagger, offering to locate the detention center and finish the job, but Ju Hyuk frantically orders him to drop the idea. Ju Hyuk resummons Gobang, who proudly counts on his fingers that his satisfaction rating has reached 57 stars. The trio enters floor 19 of the Black Tower, where the objective is to eliminate 30 goblin shamans. Ju Hyuk notes that while shamans lack high-tier offensive magic, their binding curses can be tricky if left unchecked. Gobang charges straight into the clearing without a second thought, his heavy footsteps shaking the forest floor. A group of goblin shamans wave their wooden staves, unleashing dark purple curse aura toward the giant barbarian. Gobang pauses, taking a massive breath that swells his giant chest. He unleashes a roaring shockwave that shatters the ground, creating a blinding explosion of acoustic force. Ju Hyuk stares with wide eyes as Gobang literally blows away the magical curses using nothing but sheer lung capacity. Kosak zips past the stunned shamans like a shadow blur. The assassin smirks at Gobang, making a pact to wipe out every single shaman before their master can even step in. The two summons blitz through the forest in perfect tandem, combining unstoppable strength with extreme speed. Kosak slices through throat after throat, while Gobang crushes shamans with giant fists. Juhyuk raises his mace and shield, getting hyped up to charge into battle alongside his team. Before he can even take a step, the blue completion window flashes in his face, confirming floor 19 is already cleared. Ju Hyuk looks at his two summons standing in the distance, sweating in total disbelief. Kosak wipes his blade with a nervous smile, realizing his master figured out they deliberately speed cleared to keep him from taking risks. After securing another S++ Platinum badge, the group enters floor 20 the next day, a floor known as the Talent Evaluator, due to its atrocious difficulty spike. Kosak warns that every goblin variant appears here, including scouts, tactical warriors, stealth assassins, shamans, and massive hobgoblins. Both summons step in front of Ju Hyuk, ordering their master to sit back in the safe zone while they handle the entire army. The system mission window opens. Defeat 100 goblins of any type +1 hobgoblin boss within 10 hours. Kosak grins mischievously, blocking Ju Hyuk's path as he prepares to charge into the fray. Gobang charges out first to draw all aggro, while Kosak shadows him from above. The massive goblin army unleashes a wave of spears, poison darts, and dark magic all at once. Staring at the chaos, Ju Hyuk's eyes lock in as he decides he's done sitting on the sidelines like a helpless coward. He triggers Shadow Step, zipping forward like a blue lightning trail. He vaults off Gobang's massive shoulder, using his giant tank as a launching pad. Juhyuk rockets high into the air, holding his mace and shield high against the glowing sky. A thrilled smile breaks across Juhyuk's face as he dives directly into the center of the monster army. Kosak turns around and screams in absolute horror, his soul leaving his body as he watches his master dive headfirst into danger. Mid-air, Juhyuk's mind flashes back to his childhood, recalling how he was always a helpless, quiet introvert playing with toys alone in the corner. Bullying kids would yank his toys away right from his hands without him ever fighting back. He would just sit there silently, unable to voice his frustration or stand up for himself. In elementary school, his poverty made things worse, leaving him with mean notes stuck to his backpack. In middle school, he buried his face in video games, getting mocked by classmates for his low rank. In high school, he ate lunch completely alone every single day, living the life of an invisible social outcast. He was terrified of trying to change or interacting with people, never imagining a wimp like him would ever fight monsters. His eyes ignite with newfound determination, because unlike humans, monsters aren't people, and there's no social anxiety in crushing enemies. To him, these floor monsters are nothing more than video game quest mobs waiting to be farmed for loot. He grits his teeth, focusing all his willpower on crushing the horde to claim his rewards. Kosak continues screaming in sheer panic, trying frantically to reach his master. Juhyuk lands right in the middle of a goblin spear unit, its soldiers thrusting sharp steel at his chest. He activates Shadow Step mid-descent, sliding under the spear thrusts like an agile phantom. He flashes past a blow dart scout, maneuvering through the chaotic battlefield with crazy grace. Crash. Ju Hyuk slams his new adamantium shield directly into the scout's face, smashing the creature into the dirt. He becomes a blue streak of lightning, zipping between goblins and delivering brutal mace strikes in a display of high-speed combat. Cossack watches in absolute awe, astonished that his master is casually utilizing Shadow Walker movement during a real battle. Suddenly, a volley of red poison darts rains down on Juhayok from the surrounding trees. Juhayok throws up his shield, the needles clattering harmlessly off his metal buckler and energy barrier. He gasps as blue barrier energy ripples around him, realizing he would have been turned into a pincushion without his defensive gear. The reality of the close call hits him, his brave demeanor instantly collapsing back into terrified panic. He turns tail and sprints away, screaming at his summons at the top of his lungs to save his life. Cossack yells back, instructing his master to run toward the cliffside where they can bottleneck the enemy horde. Gobang roars, pounding his massive chest as he steps in to form an unbreakable wall for his summoner. Juhayok breathes heavily, his stamina rapidly draining as the goblin army pursues him closely. He reaches the edge of the stone cliff, realizing he's completely cornered with nowhere left to run. Goblins surround him from all sides, thrusting spears toward his chest as Juhyok throws up his shield in desperation. Blam! Gobang's giant palm slams down directly in front of Juhyok, catching a dozen spears with his bare skin. The giant barbarian glares down at the goblins with terrifying red eyes, unleashing his inner rage. Gobang smashes his fist into the ground, sending shockwaves that obliterate the spear unit in a single blow. Cossack launches off the cliffside, spinning through the air like a blue tornado toward the shamans on the upper ridge. The shamans shriek in terror as the assassin drops down upon them. Cossack glides past their defenses, slicing through their staves and throats in a single smooth motion. Blinding light flashes across the cliff as Cossack executes a multi-slash finishing move. He lands cleanly on his feet, surrounded by the defeated bodies of all 30 shamans. Cossack wipes his blade, noting that they've successfully cleared all 100 regular goblins. Juhyok catches his breath near the rock wall, amazed by how fast his summons cleaned up the entire army. He crouches behind Gobang's giant leg, still shaking from his near-death experience. Roar! A monstrous, guttural roar echoes across the valley, shaking the cliffside boulders. The final boss steps out, a massive, long-legged hobgoblin wielding a giant broadsword and shield. Cossack sprints across the stone, clearing without hesitation. He leaps high into the air, calling out to Gobang to set up the final combo strike. Gobang roars, charging the boss head-on and ignoring a heavy sword slash aimed at his shoulder. The hobgoblin's blade bounces off Gobang's muscle, leaving the boss stunned by the giant's absurd defense. Gobang grabs the hobgoblin by its thick neck, locking the boss in an inescapable chokehold. Cossack dives from the sky like a falling star, telling Gobang to hold the target steady. Cossack crosses his blue daggers, executing a lethal dual decapitation strike directly through the boss's neck. Purple light explodes as the hobgoblin boss is eliminated instantly, completing the floor 20 objective. System notifications flash rapidly, level up achieved, along with rewards of 2 kilograms of mana stones and 5 tower healing potions. Cossack rubs his neck with a cheerful smile, noting how satisfying it is to take down a boss mob in seconds. Juhayok bows deeply at his summons, expressing genuine gratitude to both of them for protecting his life once again. A brilliant platinum badge materializes on screen, confirming an unprecedented S++ clear rating for floor 20. Exiting the tower, news streams across South Korea blow up over the player, breaking the 20th floor barrier with a perfect S++ record. Live chat rooms flood with thousands of comments, viewers betting on whether this elite prodigy will reach floor 30 next. Inside Director Park's office, the executive sighs deeply while setting his phone down on his desk. Manager Minna asks if they should control the news press, but Director Park forbids it, fearing media censorship will leak that the agency knows the secret player's identity. Director Park turns to Gwangil, asking for the discreet background check report on Juhyok's family situation. Gwangil opens the folder, showing photos of Juhyok's father recovering from severe hip surgery. Gwangil proposes arranging and fully funding his transfer to the top rehabilitation center in the country, which Director Park immediately approves. Next is younger brother Min Hyuk, a university freshman, for whom the agency prepares a full government scholarship package. Finally, they review mother Hong Jumja, noting she was recently fired from her water purifier job after standing up to an abusive customer. Gwang-il whispers secretly that mom holds the true authority in the family, meaning winning her favor is the key to securing Ju-hyuk's loyalty forever. Director Park slams his fist down, ordering Gwang-il to execute the family support plan immediately using all state resources available. Later that evening, in Ju Hyuk's apartment, a loud knock echoes at the door as a food delivery driver arrives with a delicious aroma. Go-bang drools uncontrollably, stomping the floor in excitement for tasty things, while Ju Hyuk panics to keep him quiet. Ju Hyuk throws a large blanket over Go-bang's massive frame, hiding him in the corner, while Kosak steps outside. Ju Hyuk receives 12 massive bowls of jjajangmyeon noodles and 12 plates of tangsuik pork, making the driver assume he's hosting a huge party. The driver hands over a single free dumpling as a service gift before leaving Ju Hyuk muttering that one dumpling for a huge order is a bit stingy. Ju Hyuk inspects the food bowls. Disappointed that the restaurant didn't include any discount coupons, he opens his kitchen drawer, revealing hundreds of unused food coupons that he's too socially anxious to actually use in person. He pulls off the blanket, inviting his summons to come out and feast on the steaming black bean noodles. Go-bang stares at the food with wide, sparkling eyes, drool dripping from his mouth as his stomach rumbles loudly. Go-bang shovels an entire ceramic bowl into his mouth, crunching on the plate itself while Kosak screams at him for eating the dishware. Leaving his chaotic summons to fight over food, Ju Hyuk opens his blue system inventory screen. He looks at his accumulated badge count, realizing he has officially collected 20 platinum badges. Golden light erupts from the system terminal as a glowing mystery cube materializes, granting a special perk called Random Box. Ju Hyuk stares at the mysterious glowing box with wide, excited eyes, wondering what kind of game-changing reward awaits him inside. When you've got the power to rewrite history, every choice feels like a high-stakes gamble. And right now, our boy Ju Hyuk is staring at a system screen stacked with game-changing rewards. He skims through basic materials like mana stones and weapons, knowing none of that generic loot is going to give him the massive power spike he needs. Items like level-up runes or floor-jumping tickets sound shiny, but skipping floors means missing out on sweet, clear rewards, which is an absolute deal-breaker for a guy trying to maximize his gains. Then his eyes lock on to the ultimate jackpot, a grade confirmation summon ticket that guarantees a top-tier SR, SSR, or legendary LSSR entity. He immediately starts daydreaming about pulling an LSSR beast that can solo the entire tower for him while he casually kickbacks and enjoys a luxury carriage ride. A wicked grin spreads across his face because the random box hands him 3 separate items, meaning his odds of pulling something insane just shot through the roof. Throwing his hands out, Ju Hyuk slams the open button, literally praying to whatever universe is listening to throw a cheat code reward his way. A blinding beam of blue light erupts in his living room, swirling into a floating golden cube bursting with mystery energy. His heart pounds against his ribs, wide-eyed with pure anticipation as the very first reward materializes from the light. The system pops up announcing he just received 10 kilograms of mana stones, dropping a heavy crystal right into his inventory. Ju Hyuk collapses onto all fours under a dramatic spotlight of pure despair, realizing he pulled something he could easily farm on any basic floor. Shaking off the disappointment, he opens the second prize and gets rewarded with a brand new skill, the Chaos Lightning Staff. With one last shot at glory, he reaches out to open the third and final mystery box. A shimmering stone engraved with an ancient glowing rune drops into his hands, the rune of Summon Grade Up. Ju Hyuk's eyes go wide in complete shock because he just landed an absolute once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. This single rune has the broken ability to permanently elevate a summon's tier, turning a decent ally into an absolute juggernaut. The real dilemma hits him instantly. Does he give this game-changing power-up to his loyal assassin Kosak or his hulking barbarian meat shield Go-bang? Watching Kosak aggressively shovel food into his mouth, Ju Hyuk remembers everything they've been through together since day one. He figures Kosak is the obvious choice, but since the upgrade process locks the summon away for a bit, he decides to save the rune for later so they don't lose their firepower right now. With the rune put away, our MC turns his attention to his shiny new combat skill. The system confirms Chaos Lightning Staff is a growth-type offensive skill that channels raw lightning right through a blunt weapon. As soon as he clicks Learn, a surge of blue energy hits his forehead, beaming the complex battle technique directly into his brain. Feeling like an absolute boss, Ju Hyuk grabs his mace, strikes a pose, and shouts the skill name right in his living room. Absolutely nothing happens. He stands there in dead silence, instantly remembering that system attack skills don't trigger in reality without a tower core nearby. Kosak stops chewing, looking at his master swinging a blunt weapon around like a complete lunatic. Ju Hyuk proudly flashes a peace sign, bragging about how he finally unlocked a real offensive attack skill that scales over time. Instead of being impressed, Kosak bursts into tears of sheer agony, horrified that his master is getting hooked on frontline combat. While Cossack is having a mental breakdown, Gobang casually picks up a ceramic bowl and chews it down like a crunchy snack. That's the final straw for Cossack, who leaps across the room and starts beating the absolute brakes off Gobang in a massive cloud of dust. By the next morning, Ju-hyuk unsummons the duo to get some peace, but he can't stop thinking about why Cossack was panicking so hard. It all comes back to the core reality of his unique summoner trait. Normally, a summoner is a squishy glass cannon, while their heavy hitters carry all the actual combat power. The master isn't supposed to throw hands directly, especially when they can call forth unstoppable monsters to do the dirty work. Ju-hyuk knows that somewhere in a parallel universe, another player had this exact same trait and summoned Cossack long before him. That ancient summoner was probably 10 times stronger than Ju-hyuk, yet they still ended up dead on the battlefield. Their entire world collapsed right along with them, which explains why Cossack is so deeply traumatized about his master jumping into the meat grinder. Even so, Ju-hyuk pouts like a stubborn kid, determined to test out his badass new attack skill no matter what. He summons both of his loyal guardians back into the room, confident he can just talk them into letting him fight. The moment they materialize, Cossack is radiating such a dark, depressed aura that he looks like he aged an entire decade overnight. Cossack warns him in a cold tone that charging in with offensive skills is a quick ticket to a grave, pointing out floor 20 was a close call. He stresses that weak goblins are one thing, but upcoming threats like heavy orcs won't give him any room for error. Ju-hyuk sweats as he notices Gobang creeping up behind him, wondering if his own summons are about to tie him up in a bow. Cossack's eyes flash with a terrifying red glint as he drops the ultimate hammer. He declares that absolute principle number 3 is officially in full effect. Since principle 1 demands the summoner's safety above all else, it completely overrides any order Ju-hyuk gives, and Gobang instantly locks the MC in a giant unbreakable bear hug. Cossack slaps Gobang across the head for squeezing too tight, making sure their precious master doesn't get crushed by mistake. The plan is set. Gobang will carry Ju-hyuk like a royal baby inside the tower while Cossack single-handedly slaughters every monster in sight. Ju-hyuk sighs dramatically, realizing he has no choice but to pull out his secret weapon. He unleashes the forbidden sad puppy eyes attack, tearing up and begging Cossack to let him fight just a little bit. He swears on his life that he won't run off solo, promising to carefully target just one weak mob at a time. Cossack crosses his arms, visibly sweating as his ruthless assassin heart melts under his master's weaponized cuteness. Unable to resist, Cossack gives in, making Ju-hyuk promise to stay back the second things look remotely dangerous. With the deal locked in, the party teleports onto the dark, foggy pine forests of floor 21. Ju-hyuk notes that forest orcs are brutal and dumb, though Gobang takes offense, insisting he's way smarter than any green skin. Our guy tries to buy time by asking to practice his weapon swings 10 times before engaging. Cossack casually points at Gobang, offering the hulking barbarian up as a living sandbag for Ju-hyuk to beat on. When Gobang happily agrees to be hit, Ju-hyuk snaps, threatening to charge into the horde alone if they don't stop treating him like glass. He ignites his mace with sparking blue lightning, heading toward the objective before his overprotective babysitters can stop him. The system mission drops, eliminate 30 forest orcs within a 4-hour time limit, and a horde of massive axe-wielding monsters emerges from the trees. Before Ju-hyuk can even step forward, Cossack and Gobang launch themselves straight into the enemy lines like twin missiles. Gobang comes crashing down from the sky like a meteor strike, unleashing pure destruction on impact. He lands a devastating ground slam that obliterates the lead orc into red paste, sending shockwaves through the forest. Meanwhile, Cossack turns into a blur of blue light, decapitating multiple orcs before their heads even realize they've been cut. Ju-hyuk stands there, with his jaw on the floor, completely overwhelmed by how absurdly fast his summons operate when they're serious. At this rate, the entire floor will be cleared in 30 seconds, leaving him 0 mobs to test his skill on. Recognizing his master's disappointment, Cossack swoops behind an unsuspecting orc, disarming it and pinning it right in place. Ju-hyuk locks eyes with the target, a confident smirk breaking across his face as he gets the green light. He activates Shadow Step, exploding forward with high-speed blue aura trails wrapping around his body. Cossack glides back to clear the path, giving his master the ultimate stage to flex his growth. Ju-hyuk vaults high into the air, closing the distance from above like a predator closing in on its prey. The orc tries to counter with a brutal axe swing, but Ju-hyuk smoothly weaves through the air using Shadow Walker to dodge the strike completely. Positioning himself perfectly overhead, he locks his hands on his mace for a direct overhead smash. Golden lightning erupts from his hands, coating the adamant mace in pure, crackling destruction. Falling straight down like a golden thunderbolt, he pours every ounce of momentum into the attack. Lightning Soul Chaser First Form detonates directly onto the orc's head with an explosive bang. The sheer force of the strike shatters the ground, popping the monster's eye right out of its socket as Juyik lands the strike with a bright, triumphant smile. Smoke curls off his mace as the defeated forest orc collapses onto the dirt, completely flattened by the raw power of the attack. Ju Hyok brushes a hand through his hair, realizing his new growth skill hits way harder than he ever expected. Feeling himself after that clean kill, he turns around looking for a second target to keep the momentum going. He catches sight of another green skin standing nearby and moves in to take it down. Out of nowhere, Gobang's massive foot comes crashing down, crushing the monster into the dirt before Ju Hyok can even raise his mace. Kosak and Gobang glare at him menacingly, reminding him of the one mob per floor rule, just as the system flashes floor 21 complete with another legendary S++ rating. The next day, they hit floor 22, where Ju Hyok executes another clean, lightning-infused overhead smash onto a desert orc to secure another S++ badge. Day after that, they breeze through floor 23, with Ju Hyok obliterating a cave orc in seconds while his summons clear out the rest of the horde. On floor 24, he takes down a massive volcano orc amidst rivers of lava, complaining about the heat while securing 24 consecutive S++ clears. Back in his apartment the following morning, he looks ahead to the highly anticipated 25th floor. Sitting on his floor in his pajamas, he scratches his back in frustration, annoyed that his overprotective summons only let him kill one mob per run. He realizes that since they've been grinding non-stop, he hasn't had time to give Kosak his reward. Deciding right now is the perfect moment. He calls forth Kosak, who immediately snaps to attention with a sharp, respectful salute. Ju Hyok casually reaches out and tosses him the shimmering blue stone he's been saving. The assassin catches it, his eyes going wide as the system identifies the ultra-rare rune of summon grade increase. Kosak completely loses his mind, shaking with excitement and literally biting the stone to make sure he's not dreaming. Tears of pure joy stream down his face as he realizes this rune will evolve his status straight into an SSR rank entity. He licks the stone like a kid with candy, overcome with gratitude for his master's incredible gift. When Ju Hyok asks if they should trigger the evolution right away, Kosak explains that a rushed grade increase is extremely dangerous. He promises to return to his original dimension to complete the ritual safely, swearing to come back in a glorious new form. Since he has time left on his summon timer, Kosak casually grabs the TV remote to hang out and watch some shows. Ju Hyok lounges beside him, calling him out for complaining about reruns when he could easily buy the streaming replay. Suddenly, Ju Hyok jumps up, shouting at Kosak to pause the TV and rewind the channel immediately. The screen freezes on a live news broadcast, showing a middle-aged woman standing outside a corporate building holding a protest sign, and it's his mom, Hong Jumja. Ju Hyok's mind goes completely blank as he stares in utter disbelief at his mother on national television. The broadcast highlights her solo protest outside Jinsimo Company, fighting against corporate power trips and unfair contract termination. It reveals she was fired from her water purifier job simply because she refused to let rich customers treat her like garbage. An entitled client demanded she take out their personal trash on her way out, and when she stood her ground, management lost their minds. The company ordered her to apologize to the customer, and when she refused to back down, they slammed her with an immediate firing notice. For 10 straight days, she stood in the freezing cold protesting alone, while corporate executives stood in their warm offices laughing at her struggles. Her eyes burn with fierce determination on camera, proving she'd rather fight for her pride than bow down to corrupt bosses. Just as she prepares for another tough day, a high-profile man in a sharp suit named Lee Chang-sok approaches her with a respectful greeting. She stares at him, surprised to learn he's an elite attorney representing Park and Kim law firm. Her guard immediately goes up, assuming the worst from a high-powered lawyer. She assumes the company is sending legal muscle to sue her into silence, puffing up her chest, ready to throw hands. Attorney Lee quickly hands over his business card, revealing he's actually there to sue Jinsimo Company on her behalf. He proudly reveals that Park and Kim, the single most powerful law firm in South Korea, will represent her completely free of charge. He claims the firm randomly selected her case as part of an annual public interest project for vulnerable workers. She finds it wildly suspicious, but knowing she has nothing left to lose, she considers taking the deal. The attorney promises to stake their firm's legendary reputation on winning her full justice. She agrees, handing over her case to the top legal team in the entire nation. Attorney Lee snaps his fingers, launching a massive media campaign to turn the public against the corrupt corporation. Dozens of news cameras and flashbulbs instantly surround her, turning her small protest into the biggest headline in the country. The attorney encourages her to speak her mind, telling her to expose every single detail of unfair treatment on camera. She nods firmly, finally getting the platform she deserves to take down the people who wronged her. Back in the apartment, Ju Hyuk grips his head in intense shame, realizing how much his mother suffered while he was busy clearing floors. He curses himself for being a useless son who couldn't even be there when his own family needed him most. Starting to think rationally, he realizes a powerhouse firm like Park and Kim would never take a case like this for pocket change. Kosak pulls out his twin daggers, offering to pay Jin Semel Company a quiet late-night visit to tie some red ribbons on the executives. He twitches ruthlessly, ready to unleash pure assassin justice on anyone who upset his master's mother. Ju Hyuk quickly tells him to stand down, knowing the high-profile lawyer has the situation completely under control. Our MC calculates his earnings, deciding to sell his magic stones or even his energy barrier kit to cover any hidden legal fees later. Right on cue, his phone buzzes with an incoming call from his father. His dad cheerfully tells him not to worry about money, confirming the law firm is handling everything completely free of charge. Then, his dad drops another bomb, mentioning he received a surprising call from Ilseong Hospital earlier that morning. The top hospital selected him for a fully funded, state-of-the-art hip joint rehabilitation program. Shiek's eyes narrow as he hears that his dad's medical bills and hospital stay are entirely free as well. Hanging up the phone, Shiek feels a cold sweat break out, realizing these impossible coincidences are way too convenient. Suddenly, his phone rings a second time, this time from his younger brother, Min Hyuk. Min Hyuk vents on the line, furious about how unfairly their mother was treated by her former bosses. He offers to return the allowance money Ju Hyuk gave him, bragging that he won't be needing it anymore. Standing inside a government building, Min Hyuk reveals he just landed a massive scholarship that covers his entire college tuition and leaves extra cash for a laptop. When Ju Hyuk asks where this miracle money came from, Min Hyuk confirms it's a national scholarship, granted directly by the Awakened Management Bureau. Everything clicks into place. The top law firm, the free hospital rehab, the full scholarship, none of it was luck. The Awakened Management Bureau has been secretly pulling strings from the shadows, using their vast state power to solve every single problem in Ju Hyuk's life. Ju Hyuk immediately calls agency team leader Jeong Gwang-il, requesting an urgent private meeting to get some real answers. They meet inside a private, high-end Korean barbecue restaurant, sitting across from each other at a grill. Ju Hyuk skips the small talk, directly confronting Gwang-il about why the government is secretly bankrolling his entire family. Gwang-il calmly flips a piece of sizzling meat on the grill, admitting to everything without hesitation. He explains that personal family stress distracts a player, and the nation cannot afford their secret S++ prodigy losing his focus inside the tower. Ju Hyuk points out that VVIP treatment like this is exclusively reserved for official elite team members. Gwang-il slams his hands onto the table with an explosive thud, startling Ju Hyuk right out of his seat. He reaches into his jacket and slams down an official ultra-elite contract directly in front of the MC. With a sharp, confident grin, Gwang-il looks Ju Hyuk in the eyes, telling him it's time to finally discuss joining the elite team. When someone slams an elite contract onto your dinner table, offering total legal immunity and billions of won, most people would sign instantly. But our guy Ju Hyuk knows that taking government money always comes with heavy strings attached. He sweats nervously, seeing that team leader Gwang-il brought the official paperwork fully prepared to lock him in right here, right now. Ju Hyuk tries to dodge the offer by playing modest, claiming he's not nearly talented or confident enough to carry the weight of an elite national player. Gwang-il suddenly stands up from the table, his posture heavy and dead serious. He calls out Ju Hyuk's fake modesty directly, asking how anyone who broke every world record in tower history could possibly claim they lack talent. Ju Hyuk freezes in place, completely caught off guard by the sheer intensity in the agent's eyes. He realizes he doesn't have a single valid comeback, knowing that setting 24 consecutive S++ clear records makes any self-doubt sound like pure humble bragging. Suddenly, Gwang-il lowers his head and bows deeply in a full formal apology, startling Ju Hyuk to his core. Gwang-il brings up the recent home invasion by that psycho item broker Choi Ho-sok, begging Ju Hyuk to accept the elite status he truly deserves so the government can keep him safe. Asking the agent to sit back down, Juhyuk hesitates, admitting that having armed bodyguards following his every move would feel awkward and ruin his private life. His biggest issue is the mandatory video recording requirement, because showing full combat footage would expose Kosak and Gobang to the entire world, dragging his summons into political nightmare scenarios. Reading his concerns instantly, Gwangil promises they can customize the recording rules and adjust security protocols to whatever Juhyuk prefers. He sweetens the deal even further, promising private bodyguard details for Juhyuk's family so he never has to worry about home security ever again. Then Gwangil drops the ultimate hammer: sign right now, and the government will instantly hand over TWO luxury houses, one for his family and one for himself. Juhyuk's heart hammers against his ribs as he visualizes his dream setup, completely overwhelmed by how impossible it is to say no to free real estate. Gwangil points straight to the signature line with a smooth smile, sensing that the young summoner is already hooked. Just as Juhyuk brings the pen to the paper, his hands suddenly stop in midair. Gwangil's smile drops, sweating in panic as Juhyuk pulls the pen back at the very last second. Our MC rubs the back of his neck, explaining that he needs a little time to seek advice before locking himself into a massive national contract. The very next day, back in his rooftop room, a sudden shout echoes as a familiar voice snaps a crisp, energetic salute. A blinding explosion of sparkling rainbow light bursts through the living room, nearly blinding Juhyuk on the spot. The system confirms the grade elevation is complete, and out steps John Kosak, officially promoted from SR to a sparkling SSR rank assassin. Once the blinding aura cools down, Juhyuk looks at Kosak's upgraded armor, admitting his primary summon actually looks pretty badass. Juhyuk explains he summoned Kosak alone because he needs real strategic advice, knowing his barbarian tank Gobang is far too simple-minded for complex business decisions. He lays out the entire situation, asking Kosak whether he should stay on a standard freelancer contract or jump to the elite team. Without skipping a beat, Kosak raises his hand in full approval, insisting that Juhyuk is a national-level powerhouse who deserves absolute luxury treatment. Juhyuk worries that joining the elite roster will force him into high-level raids up on floor 60 and beyond, but Kosak promises to handle all the heavy lifting while Juhyuk stays safe in the back. Kosak stresses that Juhyuk's personal survival is the absolute highest priority, above everything else in the universe. A dark, knowing smirk crosses the assassin's face as he hints at the vast dimension he came from, mentioning legendary LSSR rank entities waiting to be called. He reveals silhouettes of terrifying, god-like monsters, explaining that every single one of them will obey Juhyuk without question as long as he stays alive. Leaning in close with a wicked grin, Kosak whispers that there are even unranked demigod-class beasts that completely transcend human comprehension. Juhyuk swallows hard, his mind blown by the thought of controlling entities that rival literal gods. Kosak admits those demigods are locked for now, but as Juhyuk's summoning proficiency levels up over time, he'll eventually pull them into reality. He places a hand over his chest, begging his master to play it safe, stay alive, and treat his random summons as his ultimate long-term winning move. Juhyuk calculates the numbers in his head. With a 1-month cooldown, he gets at least 12 random pulls a year, and even more if he finds special cooldown items. Of course, he knows all those grand plans mean nothing if his gacha luck turns out to be trash. He checks his system window, seeing that his next random summon is officially locked on a 19-day cooldown. Kosak's face turns deadly serious as he adds one mandatory condition Juhyuk must force into the government contract. He demands a special clause stating that the decision to challenge uncleared upper floors rests solely with Juhyuk, preventing greedy officials from pushing him into danger before he's ready. Kosak winces, adjusting his nose bridge as painful memories of his past life surface, remembering how corrupt leaders pushed warriors to their deaths. Juhyuk smiles warmly, thanking his loyal summon for giving him the exact perspective he needed to make a smart move. Our MC summons Gobang into the room, welcoming the hulking barbarian back to the team. Gobang turns his head with a proud, stubborn scowl, declaring that a true warrior doesn't just greet anybody. That immediately sets off Kosak, who flexes his shiny new armor right in Gobang's face, bragging endlessly about his new SSR rank. Kosak taunts him relentlessly for being a measly R rank, pushing Gobang into an awkward corner where the poor barbarian's sweating profusely. Now that the rank gap is 2 full tiers wide, Kosak leans in, rubbing it in, while Gobang stares straight ahead, pretending he can't hear a word. Watching Gobang get utterly flexed on, Juhyuk feels terrible for his big guy, swearing to give the very next grade increase rune straight to Gobang. Preparing to enter the tower, Juhyuk asks if they can secure another platinum badge, and Cossack proudly boasts that an SSR rank makes victory guaranteed. They teleport onto floor 25, greeted by a massive mission window, defeat 100 orcs of any type, and one orc great chieftain within 10 hours. Standing between his two towering bodyguards, Juhyok secretly hopes he can sneak in a few extra mob kills to test his growing power. Cossack stretches his arms with a sinister grin, ready to show off his newly upgraded SSR combat abilities. He orders Gobang to charge in first and draw all the enemy aggro like a proper meat shield. Gobang roars with pride, stomping forward like a runaway train, shouting at the entire orc army to target him. He raises his colossal foot high into the air, stepping down with insane physical weight. Coating his arms in golden aura, Gobang winds up both fists for a devastating ground strike. The surrounding orcs freeze in sheer confusion, looking up just in time to see a giant shadow fall over them. Gobang slams his massive double fists into the earth, creating a gigantic crater that blasts dozens of orcs straight into the air. With the crowd completely controlled, SSR Cossack smiles wicked, launching himself forward like a blue jet. He streaks across the battlefield as a supersonic shockwave, cutting through distance in a split second. Juhyok covers his face in sheer shock as the pressure wave hits him, feeling like a literal fighter jet just zipped past his ears. Cossack dives straight into the dense horde of monsters, with twin daggers bared. He strikes multiple orcs simultaneously, planting glowing blue mana charges right into their chests. He detonates his signature skill, Blade Explosion, triggering a chain reaction of massive purple energy blasts across the entire field. Juhyok's eyes widen in disbelief as surrounding mobs get swallowed by the blast radius, realizing Cossack's basic skill now hits like a heavy rocket launcher. A squad of archer orcs locks onto Cossack, unleashing a hail of heavy arrows straight at him. The arrows pierce right through his position, but Cossack's body dissolves into blue mist. It was just a speed shadow. The lead archer scowls in confusion, turning around frantically to find where the assassin went. A glowing red eye glints right beside its ear, radiating pure, suffocating killer aura. Cossack's outline materializes out of the darkness like a grim reaper. He whispers a dark greeting right behind the monsters, triggering his upgraded SSR skill, Mean Ambush. A single flash of blue light cuts across the air, decapitating 3 massive orcs before their bodies can even react. Cossack glides through the air with a playful smile, painting the battlefield in sheer speed and precision. Severed axes and weapon fragments drop onto the cracked earth as orc corpses pile up by the dozen. The remaining monsters tremble in complete terror, backing away from the smiling demon in dark armor. Cossack coats his daggers in toxic purple aura, unleashing his high-tier poison dagger technique to finish the job. He grins wickedly, declaring the massacre is just getting started, while Juhyok panics in the back, realizing he needs to move fast before Cossack steals every single kill on the floor. Juhyok triggers Shadow Step, exploding forward as a streak of light to secure a target of his own. He leaps high into the air above a pair of armed orcs, holding his mace ready. In midair, Cossack's earlier words echo in his mind, reminding him that his life is the most precious asset in the world. Juhyok grips his golden weapon tight, golden lightning crackling wildly along the shaft. He resolves to push his limits and grow rapidly, determined to become strong enough so everyone who cares about him can finally rest easy. Juhyok comes crashing down from above, his golden mace radiating pure lightning as an orc frantically swings a rusty curved sword to block him. His gaze turns deadly sharp, knowing deep down that he can't just hide behind Cossack and Gobang forever. The orc lunges forward with a vicious slash, but Juhyok reads the attack trajectory instantly. Our MC uses Shadow Walker to fluidly spin around the blade, landing a brutal back kick right to the monster's chest. The kick impacts with a loud burst of aura, launching the heavy orc backward through the air like a ragdoll. The monster slams violently onto the hard ground, groaning in pain as it tries to push itself back up. Shaking its heavy head, the green skin snarls in pure rage, glaring at the human who dared to mock it. Juhyok raises his glowing mace high, chanting the activation of Chaos Lightning Staff Bolst First Form. Lightning Soul Chaser detonates straight onto the orc's skull, shattering its defense with a blinding golden shockwave. The monster's head gets slammed straight into the dirt, purple liquid spurting out as the lightning fried its brain instantly. Before he can breathe, 2 more heavy orcs rush him from both sides, roaring for blood. Juhyok activates Shadow Walker, turning into an unpredictable blue streak that weaves around incoming axes and smashes through monster heads midair. He leaps off an orc's shoulder, descending with another lightning-infused strike that crushes another brute into the ground. A sudden chime rings in his ears, and a glowing blue system window pops up right in front of his face. The system announces that Chaos Lightning Staff second form, scattered lightning has officially been unlocked. Ju Hyok's eyes shine with pure excitement as the technical knowledge of the new skill floods his brain instantly. He spins his mace in a wide circular arc above his head, channeling massive amounts of golden lightning energy into a floating magic circle. The crackling circle erupts, blasting golden shockwaves across the forest floor. Scattered lightning splits the main electrical strike into 5 independent homing tendrils, slamming straight through 5 orcs at the exact same time. Ju Hyok watches the lightning strike multiple targets, confirming the system description. It's a true multi-target AoE spell. He bursts into a happy laugh, pumped to finally possess a crowd control skill that lets him wipe out entire mobs at once. Across the field, Cossack turns around in shock, spotting golden lightning exploding near his master's position. Panicking, Cossack screams in sheer horror, assuming an elite enemy orc just hit Ju Hyok with a spell. He turns into a dark blur, smashing into the ground beside Ju Hyok in a cloud of dust. Skidding to a halt, Cossack grabs Ju Hyok's shoulders, checking him over for a single scratch. Realizing Ju Hyok used an AoE spell himself, Cossack bursts into tears, scolding his master for breaking their 1 mob per floor rule. Ju Hyok rubs the back of his neck, giving a sheepish apology to his tearful primary summon. Then, Ju Hyok's eyes narrow, a dark vein popping on his forehead. A sudden realization hits him. Why in the world is he bowing down and apologizing to his own summon? He explodes in anger, shouting that he's tired of walking on eggshells, boasting that inside the tower he's a total combat badass. Cossack wipes his tears, begging him to prioritize safety, but Ju Hyok tells safety first to get lost, daring the floor boss to show up right now. He raises his mace, shouting at the top of his lungs that he'll personally crack the boss's skull wide open. The earth violently shakes as heavy footsteps echo, and out steps the Orc Great Chieftain, a towering monster coated in purple aura, wielding a giant battle axe. Ju Hyok's hype instantly vanishes, sweating bullets as the colossal axe swings down straight toward his face, making him scream for Cossack at the top of his lungs. Cossack swoops in like a blue flash, grabbing Ju Hyok mid-air and dodging the giant axe right before it obliterates the ground. Ju Hyok trembles in sheer humiliation, regretting every single word he just shouted a second ago. Hiding behind Cossack, Ju Hyok points a shaky finger at the giant chieftain, begging his summons to get that terrifying monster out of his sight immediately. The Orc Great Chieftain snarls, red eyes glowing as steam pours from its tusks. Gobang steps up front, smashing his giant fists together to draw the boss's total aggro, while Cossack draws his twin daggers with a smirk. Cossack yells at Gobang to move in, and the 2 high-tier summons charge the boss simultaneously. The chieftain swings its massive axe in a devastating arc, but Gobang shoots forward like a battering ram to meet the blow head-on. Gobang coats his massive arms in glowing golden aura, opening his bare palms right in front of the incoming blade. He catches the giant steel axe head with his bare hands. The impact creates a shockwave that cracks the ground beneath them, but Gobang doesn't yield an inch, completely locking the boss's weapon in place. The Orc Great Chieftain drops its jaw in pure disbelief, unable to pull its weapon free from the barbarian's monstrous grip. Gobang leaps into the air, drawing both fists back with heavy aura. He lands a devastating double-fist hammer strike directly onto the chieftain's chest, shattering its armor with an explosive bang. The giant boss staggers backward, groaning in pain as the raw physical impact breaks its ribs. Before the boss can regain its balance, Cossack materializes right behind its neck using despicable ambush. A blinding flash of dual dagger slashes cuts through the air, executing the Orc Great Chieftain instantly. The system windows pop up in rapid succession. Floor 25, mission complete. Level up to 26. 2.5 kg mana stones, and an S++ rank, clear secured. Accumulating 25 platinum badges unlocks an unprecedented milestone, a special encore perk. Ju Hyok looks at the menu, realizing he can freely choose any past privilege reward, including trait enhancement, skill copy, or summon grade up. Without hesitating for a single second, he slams his finger down on trait enhancement, knowing expanding his team capacity is the smartest move. His status window updates instantly. Bong Ju Hyok, level 26. Trait summoning now allows 3 concurrent summons at once. He grins wildly, calculating that bringing 3 summons plus himself turns his team into a stacked 4-man raid party. Back home in his rooftop apartment, Ju Hyok looks at Cossack and Gobang sitting on the floor. Feeling generous after another S++ clear, he offers to buy whatever food his 2 loyal guardians want to eat today. Cossack raises his hand high, happily requesting a giant order of super spicy tteokbokki. Ju Hyok reminds him that he can't handle spice, but Cossack proudly boasts that being an SSR means his spice weakness is officially ancient history. A massive spread of steaming red tteokbokki, boiled eggs, and sweet drinks arrives at the table. Gobang slurps down a bowl in one bite, casually stating that it tastes sweet and completely mild. Reassured by Gobang, Kosak gulps nervously. Picking up a large piece of rice cake, he takes one slurp, and his brain instantly short-circuits, fire spewing from his mouth as the extreme spice melts his soul. Kosak twitches violently on the floor like a dying fish, while Gobang brightly suggests ditching this wimp to summon a new teammate. Ju-hyuk sips his tea with a warm smile, reflecting on his 25 floor clears and deciding it's finally time to reveal his awakened status to his family. That evening, Ju-hyuk arrives at his parents' apartment complex, carrying a heavy package. He walks through the front door with a bright smile, holding up a massive pack of premium high-grade Korean beef. His younger brother Min-hyuk pulls him aside asking where he got the money, while his mom panics over the cost, begging him to return it if he saved the receipt. His dad smiles warmly, telling his wife to let Ju-hyuk spoil them after everything the family has been through recently. As they grill the expensive meat together, Ju-hyuk feels a deep sense of peace, knowing his family's medical and legal troubles are officially behind them. Clearing his throat, Ju-hyuk asks for everyone's attention, dropping the bomb that he has officially awakened as an active tower player. Dead silence fills the dining room as his parents and brothers stare at him in complete shock. Suddenly, his family breaks into loud laughter, with his dad shaking his head and telling him his joke stinks, assuming he's talking about a video game. Ju-hyuk sighs softly, pulling out his phone to call team leader Jeon Gwang-il to handle the proof. The next morning, Ju-hyuk steps out of a high-rise building after making the call. A luxury white stretch limousine pulls up to the curb, and Gwang-il steps out, addressing his family with deep respect as national VIPs. Gwang-il swipes a gold-accented Cartier keycard on a private high-tech door reader. The door glides open to reveal a gigantic, sparkling penthouse luxury residence with floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving Ju-hyuk's family standing there with their jaws wide open in complete, speechless awe. Taking the leap into official national stardom is a terrifying move, but inside the high-tech walls of the awakened management department, Ju-hyuk is finally ready to lock in his future. He puts pen to paper, putting down his official signature to validate the contract. Ju-hyuk stares at the document in sheer disbelief, unable to process that he actually signed an official elite player contract. Just a few weeks ago, he was eating cheap instant ramen in a tiny rooftop studio, proving that life can turn upside down in the blink of an eye. Team leader Gwang-il bows his head in apology, regretting that starting regulations limit Ju-hyuk's initial annual salary to only 2 billion won. Ju-hyuk waves his hands frantically, completely numb to the massive number, emphasizing that his only real condition is keeping his secret S+ identity strictly hidden from the public. He knows that if his face gets splashed across national news, crazy fans and media vultures will swarm his family, making it impossible for them to live normal lives. Gwang-il smiles warmly, pivoting the topic to ask if Ju-hyuk's family is settling nicely into their brand new luxury penthouse. Ju-hyuk checks his phone, reading a heartfelt text from his brother Min-hyuk, revealing their mother cried tears of joy seeing her dream kitchen. Gwang-il pulls out a tablet, showing off the sleek, fully furnished two-room office hotel prepared exclusively for Ju-hyuk in a high-security player building. Ju-hyuk's eyes shine as he looks at the photos, thinking this spotless modern apartment feels just like a luxury suite to a guy used to rooftop living. Meanwhile, across the city, night falls over the single largest and most expensive high-rise penthouse in all of Seoul. Inside a massive private indoor swimming pool overlooking the glittering skyline, splash sounds echo as two attractive women swim around in bikinis. A muscular man emerges from the water, wiping wet hair from his face as the girls giggle and flatter him. One of the women wraps her arms around his shoulder, calling him Appa in a sweet, persuasive tone. This smug powerhouse is none other than Yoo Cheol-min, South Korea's rank 1 player, currently holding the country's highest tower progress on floor 66. Possessing the broken all-weapon warrior trait, Cheol-min holds max proficiency in every weapon imaginable, casually sipping $4,000 whiskey like it's water. As they clink glasses, one of the girls innocently brings up a topic that's been burning on her mind all day. She asks if he knows the identity of the secret prodigy who keeps setting consecutive world record S++ clears up to floor 25. Cheol-min's smirk instantly vanishes, his eyes darkening as he dismisses the secret player as a pathetic low-level punk not worth his time. The girls keep giggling, gushing over how incredible an S++ clear record is, completely oblivious to Cheol-min's surging anger. Without a word of warning, Cheomin grabs his whiskey bottle and pours the dark alcohol straight over the girl's head. He looms over the trembling girl like a demon, cursing at her and demanding to know what will happen to the country if he stops climbing floor 66 right now. Stepping onto his private balcony in a silk robe, Cheomin fumes with pure, toxic jealousy. He grinds his teeth so hard they bleed, enraged that the entire nation is obsessing over a floor 25 rookie instead of praising his high-level struggles. Palming his face in frustration, he recalls the secret international offers sitting in his inbox. China contacted him with a mind-boggling offer of 180 billion won, a private jet, and treatment equivalent to a literal head of state. Japan countered with 200 billion won, a sprawling traditional estate, and 10 personal caretakers ready to obey his every command. Cheomin curses the ungrateful Korean public, furious that he risked his life on floor 66 while everyone cheered for an unknown rookie. A sinister glow fills his eyes as he seriously considers defecting to another country. He recalls the nightmare of the 60s floors, where physical attacks do zero damage against terrifying spectral ghosts called specters. The suffocating dark aura corrupts a player's mind, forcing them to suffer 3 full days of intense mental trauma after every single raid attempt. Even equipped with top-tier light weapons and protective elixirs, Cheomin barely escapes with his life every time he steps onto floor 66. Staring down at Seoul, he decides that defecting isn't just a thought, it's something he needs to lock in immediately. He knows his departure will trigger complete chaos, driving the country straight into a panic. Korea's deadline to clear floor 66 is already half gone, meaning a country-destroying tower collapse countdown will activate in less than 3 months. A twisted, maniacal grin stretches across Cheomin's face. He throws his head back, bursting into a psychotic, villainous laugh. He gloats that when the tower collapses and obliterates the country, he'll be living like a king in Japan while everyone else sinks into complete despair. Meanwhile, totally unaware of the rank 1 player's treason, Ju Hyuk moves into his brand new office hotel, accepting 10 boxes of fried chicken from a delivery guy. He smiles warmly, loving how convenient it is to live in a high-end building designed specifically for elite players. Resident staff handle all his daily chores, from picking up dry cleaning to sending professional cleaners directly to his door. The building directory boasts gyms, coin karaokes, swimming pools, and top-tier restaurants, a total luxury paradise. Carrying the fried chicken inside, Ju Hyuk reflects on how smoothly they just cleared floor 26, easily taking down 20 swamp trolls. The swamp terrain was supposed to be a nightmare, but Ju Hyuk's high-speed shadow step made the hunting grounds feel like a cakewalk. He calls out to his summons, holding up bags of crispy fried chicken to celebrate their victory. Kosak and Gobang don't even look up, staring at the wall with flushed cheeks and hard eyes. Ju Hyuk leans over, wondering what on earth could possibly distract his food-obsessed guardians. He looks at the wall, realizing they have a K-pop girl group performing live on a massive 100-inch television screen. Ju Hyuk blushes brightly, holding his head as he completely excuses their lack of attention toward the chicken. Gobang snaps out of it, grabbing a massive piece of fried chicken in his giant fist. Ju Hyuk pumps his fist, proposing they speed run straight from floor 27 up to floor 29 over the next few days. Kosak tilts his head in confusion, asking why they're stopping short at floor 29 instead of pushing higher. Ju Hyuk holds up 4 fingers with a confident smile, explaining that once his random summon cooldown finishes in 10 days, they'll challenge floor 30 as a stacked 4-man party. Kosak throws his hands up in excitement, hyped to welcome a new teammate to the squad. Gobang roars with hype, though Kosak suddenly panics, realizing that if a legendary LSSR summon comes out, he might lose his status as Ju Hyuk's right-hand man. A doorbell chime rings, and team leader Gwang-il drops off a special request: Volcano Orc leather armor, built to radiate flame aura and block extreme cold. Ju Hyuk thanks him brightly, amazed by how quickly the agency provides custom gear tailored to specific floor environments. He teleports on to floor 27, landing amidst towering, snow-covered Arctic mountain peaks. Known for its bitter, bone-chilling sub-zero weather, floor 27 is usually a nightmare. But Ju Hyuk feels super cozy inside his warm flame aura coat. He looks at Gobang standing completely bare-chested in the snow, but the simple barbarian just tilts his head, declaring that a true warrior feels no cold. Ju Hyuk turns to Kosak, who is literally encased in a block of ice, chattering his teeth violently while stubbornly claiming his magic power can drive the cold away. Ju Hyuk gives a deadpan sigh, realizing that if Gobang had a brain, he'd easily be the team's true SSR tank. Unable to take the freezing cold for another second, Kosak starts jumping up and down frantically to generate body heat. He transforms into a blue blur, sprinting off into the snowstorm to slaughter monsters, just to warm his frozen blood. Gobang and Juhyok watch the assassin go berserk, agreeing that the Arctic cold completely broke Kosak's sanity. Juhyok snuggles into his fluffy hood, feeling like he's under a warm electric blanket. Though he knows he still needs to catch at least one mob kill, he tells Gobang to move out, and the two rush into the blizzard after their crazy assassin. Before Juhyok can even draw his weapon, the system window pops up announcing floor 27 is already cleared. Kosak wiped out every single mob in seconds. Another S++ clear rating and platinum badge flash on screen, leaving Juhyok flabbergasted that he didn't even get to warm up. However, his eyes light up as a glowing drop reward materializes, the Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. He inspects the drop, but his excitement instantly turns to confusion as he stares at a heavy, chipped, worn-out two-handed sword. Juhyok struggles to hold the heavy piece of metal, failing to see how this worn-out blade is better than his trusty mace. Sighing, he drops the heavy sword into his system inventory, making a mental note to sell it at the player shop for extra cash later. He misses the detailed item description below. While its durability is low and useless against normal mobs, the sword grants astronomical holy damage, sacred fire, and massive critical hit boosts when fighting against undead. Back home in his office hotel, Juhyok holds out the worn sword to Gobang, asking if his barbarian tank wants a blade upgrade. Gobang raises a giant wrapped fist, rejecting the sword instantly with a proud declaration that a real warrior only trusts his bare hands. Juhyok turns to Kosak, but the assassin sparkles dramatically, boasting that he only wields high-end dwarf daggers and custom wyvern leather gear. Realizing nobody wants the heavy junk sword, Juhyok sighs, accepting that he'll have to drag himself back to the player shop to sell it off. Before throwing it into storage, he decides to give it a few test swings in his living room, just to see how it feels. He grips the handle with both hands, straining his muscles as he winds up for a heavy overhead swing. He swings the sword through the air with a loud whoosh, nearly losing his balance from the raw weight of the blade. He manages a second desperate swing, stumbling across his living room rug like a drunk sailor. He collapses over the sword handle, panting heavily and sweating like crazy after just two basic swings. Kosak claps wildly with sparkles in his eyes, gushing over his master's incredible physical form, making Juhyok tell him to cut the fake flattery. Juhyok wipes his sweat, asking if there's any way for players to break the real-world stat restriction that keeps them physically weak outside the tower. Kosak's expression drops, giving a heavy, serious confirmation that removing real-world stat limits is entirely possible. He reveals that if a nation fails to clear a tower, the force field breaks, merging the tower's dimension with the real world, lifting all stat limits on players completely. His eyes darken, as he warns that such an event isn't a blessing, it is the absolute sign of the apocalypse. The narrative shifts to the Japanese embassy located in the heart of Seoul. Inside a dark office, Japanese counselor Tomo chuckles evilly on a secure phone call, confirming that the rabbit is officially leaving its old nest. He orders his operative to arrange a personal escort, knowing Korean authorities are keeping a close eye on their rank 1 asset. Tomo hangs up the phone with a sinister grin, gloating that a massive geopolitical typhoon is about to hit South Korea. 2 days later, Juhyok checks the system menu, feeling an uneasy edge after Kosak's warning about tower collapses. He shakes off the anxiety, trusting that high-level powerhouses like rank 1 player Yu Chilman will handle upper-floor clears like they always do. Focusing on his own grind, Juhyok activates his portal, heading out to challenge floor 29. He reflects on floor 28, where giant jungle trolls attacked from massive tree canopies, making an S++ run nearly impossible for Kosak alone. Thankfully, Gobang flexed his barbarian strength, roaring like a demon as he charged into the jungle. Gobang literally ripped a giant ancient tree out of the earth with his bare hands, bringing all the sniping trolls crashing down. Kosak finished off the fallen mobs with high-speed dagger slashes, securing a flawless team clear. However, stepping onto floor 29, Juhyok puts on a heavy yellow gas mask, knowing this run won't end so cleanly. Floor 29 is infested with grotesque plague trolls, dripping with yellow pus and infectious fluids that can sicken players on contact. He summons his guardians into the toxic wasteland, with Kosak saluting as an SSR and Gobang proudly introducing himself as an R-rank meat shield. Juhyok asks if they need gas masks, but Gobang insists a warrior never gets sick, while Kosak boasts that his SSR magic power blocks all bacteria. The duo leaps into action, turning floor 29 into an absolute slaughterhouse. Since neither summon gives a damn about toxic pus, their clearing speed turns out to be twice as fast as the previous floor. The system flashes mission successful. Level up, 2.9 kg mana stones, and another flawless S++ platinum badge earned. With the floor cleared, Kosak and Gobang turn around with sparkly eyes, asking if they can head home for another fried chicken party. Juhyok backs away nervously, looking at his summons covered head to toe in yellow plague slime and toxic pus. He raises his hand without hesitation, shouting the unsummoned command on the spot. Juhyok writes a hilarious mental apology to his guardians, admitting he's a terrible boss, but refusing to let plague pus ruin his brand new luxury apartment floor. The next day, inside the high-tech training gym at Agency HQ, a red-haired woman sweats heavily as she deadlifts colossal weights. She slams the heavy barbell onto the floor, wiping sweat from her brow. This athletic powerhouse is Nam Ga-eun, South Korea's rank 2 player and master swordsman, currently stuck on floor 62 of the Black Tower. Floor 62 is infested with terrifying dark zombies, whose dark aura corrupts and consumes a player's body during battle. Ga-eun sits on the bench in deep frustration, unable to find a single way to bypass the zombies' dark aura defenses. Even so, her eyes burn with resolve, swearing to keep pushing her limits until her body breaks. She downs an entire shaker of protein mix in one massive gulp, fueling up for another intense session. She strikes a muscular pose, shouting gold power to hype herself up for the grind ahead. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echo outside the gym glass doors as agency agents run past in total panic. Ga-eun steps into the hallway, catching sight of agency manager Lee Mina rushing past with a pale face. When Ga-eun asks what caused the chaos, Mina looks at her with trembling eyes, asking if she's seen the breaking news yet. Mina grits her teeth, cursing the name of rank 1 player Yu Cheolmin. Every TV screen in the country flashes a live press conference, showing Yu Cheolmin standing before hundreds of flashing cameras. Reporters scribble frantically as Cheolmin publicly slams the South Korean government, claiming they neglect their elite players for political gain. He drops the ultimate betrayal on live TV, declaring that he is officially abandoning South Korea to naturalize as a Japanese player today. Inside team leader Gwang-il's office, Juhyok's jaw drops to the floor in absolute shock as he watches the live news broadcast. Juhyok screams in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend that their nation's rank 1 player just defected to Japan. Gwang-il turns to Juhyok with sweat dripping down his face, frantically asking how long it would take Juhyok to reach the 60th floors. Juhyok calculates the math, assuming 1 floor a day, it takes 37 days, leaving barely 90 days before the tower collapse countdown wipes out the country. He shakes his head, reminding Gwang-il that his contract explicitly gives him total authority over his climbing pace, refusing to rush blindly into high-level floors. Gwang-il lowers his face in desperation, apologizing for pressuring him, but admitting the agency is desperately grasping at straws. Juhyok turns away with fake tears, standing firm that a no is a no, refusing to make promises he can't keep. Suddenly, the office door gets slammed open as rank 2 player Nam Ga-eun bursts into the room. Still in her workout gear, she frantically asks if the agency managed to secure light attribute anti-undead weapons from the US to fight floor 62 zombies. Gwang-il sighs heavily, revealing that America hasn't responded due to a massive global shortage of light attribute equipment. Ga-eun turns, locking eyes with Juhyok, making our MC's heart jump as he blushes bright red seeing an insanely attractive girl staring right at him. Juhyok stammers nervously, completely flustered under her intense gaze. Trying to sound casual, Juhyok reaches into his system inventory, mentioning he came to sell an item and heard they were short on light attribute gear. He pulls out the heavy, worn-out Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's holy sword, asking if she wants to check it out. Ga-eun steps forward, placing her hand over the chipped blade to run a standard system appraise. The system panel flashes, Holy Sword of Paladin Commander, grants astronomical anti-undead damage, sacred fire, and massive critical hit boosts. Ga-eun's eyes go completely wide in shock, lunging forward and grabbing Juhyok's shoulders so hard he almost drops the blade. She looks straight into his eyes, her voice trembling with intense emotion as she begs him to let her borrow the sword for her raid. Tears of pure hope shimmer in her eyes as she presses close, begging Juhyok and swearing she will do absolutely anything he asks in return. A holy weapon can completely turn the tide of a nationwide apocalypse, but in the hands of a desperate player, it can trigger some wild romantic delusions. The moment Nam Ga-eun takes hold of the paladin's holy sword, her mind immediately drifts off into a full-blown fairy tale fantasy. She pictures herself running along a sun-drenched beach hand in hand with Juhyok, completely swept up in the moment. Fireworks explode in the night sky as she blushes furiously, already imagining their future life together after saving the country. She gets so caught up in her daydreams that she even suggests naming their future kid Bong Holy Sword. Closing her eyes, she leans in close, fully convinced she's about to share a romantic kiss on the beach. Ju-hyuk snaps back to reality, with his mouth puckered up in absolute confusion, having no clue why she's looking at him like that. Realizing she was lost in her own wild imagination, Ga-eun quickly plays it cool, clutching the holy sword with teary, excited eyes. Ju-hyuk just wants to get this over with, telling her to take the blade and give it a test run inside the tower. Fired up and ready to prove herself, Ga-eun slaps on her armor, promising she'll do anything for him if this raid succeeds. As a bright blue light envelops her body, she teleports straight into the high-level portal without missing a beat. The system window pops up as she arrives on the 62nd floor, laying out the objective: defeat 20 dark zombies within 15 hours. She steps into a ruined, dust-covered wasteland where suffocating dark energy hangs thick in the air. Out from the shadows emerges a horrific, bandage-wrapped undead creature, bearing sharp metallic teeth. The monster radiates a crushing dark aura that usually cripples any player who dares to stand near it. Ga-eun grips her hilt as cold sweat pours down her neck, struggling against the familiar dread that always held her back before. Drawing the ancient blade, a faint white light begins to glow along the cracked metal surface. Looking at the dim glow, she hesitates for a second, wondering if this beat-up sword actually has enough holy power to work. Before she can process her doubts, the dark zombie leaps through the air with glowing purple claws raised to kill. Stealing her resolve, Ga-eun bites her lip and decides there's no turning back now. She has to face it head-on. She launches herself straight up into the air, aiming a downward strike as she accepts her duty as Korea's top active player. Their weapons collide in mid-air, sending a shockwave of dark mist crashing against her blade. The thick, corrupting aura immediately sweeps over her body like a heavy tidal wave, trying to paralyze her limbs. Her knees buckle under the intense pressure, and for a split second, it feels like nothing has changed at all. The zombie looms over her with its massive claw extended, ready to end the raid in one brutal strike. Suddenly, a blue system notification flashes across the screen. The Holy Sword's hidden passive trait, Steadfast Mind, officially activates. A blinding column of golden, holy light erupts from the blade, completely stunning the undead monster in its tracks. The dark aura vanishes instantly as sacred flames engulf the sword, delivering a devastating critical hit right across the monster's chest. Realizing the sword completely nullifies the curse, Ga-eun's eyes light up with pure confidence as she swings again. Multiple critical damage notifications flood the air as sacred slashes carve through the monster, causing it to scream in agony as it disintegrates. With one zombie completely wiped out in seconds, Ga-eun catches her breath, completely stunned by the blade's sheer power. She can hardly believe how easily she just crushed a monster that used to be her absolute nightmare. Back at the agency headquarters, team leader Gwang-il checks his watch with a nervous expression on his face. It's already been 2 full hours since Ga-eun entered the 62nd floor, and the waiting is driving him insane. He sits slumped in his chair, knowing she usually retreats right about now whenever a high-floor raid fails. Suddenly, a blue portal flashes open in the middle of the room, snapping both Gwang-il and Ju-hyuk to attention. Ga-eun steps out into the office, chugging a healing potion and unbuckling her chest armor as she gasps for air. Ju-hyuk walks over to greet her, visibly relieved to see that she made it back in one piece. He casually asks if the sword was any help, offering to take it back if the performance wasn't up to standard. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ga-eun throws her arms around his neck, tackling him into a tight, frantic hug. Ju-hyuk turns bright red and completely freezes up, his soul practically escaping his body from sheer embarrassment. With tears streaming down her face, Ga-eun squeezes him tight, thanking him over and over again for saving her raid. She announces that the 62nd floor was a massive success, leaving Gwang-il completely speechless in the background. She confidently declares that with this holy sword in hand, even clearing the dreaded 66th floor is well within her reach, making Gwang-il pump his fist in victory. Gwang-il breaks out in cold sweat thinking about what would have happened if that traitor Yu Cheolmin had gotten his hands on this weapon before defecting to Japan. Looking at Ju-hyuk, Gwang-il can't help but marvel at how one single rookie player is casually saving the entire nation from total collapse. Ga-eun hands the sword back, pointing out that the edge got pretty chipped up during the heavy combat. Gwang-il instantly steps in and promises that the agency's top blacksmiths will repair every single crack completely free of charge. Ju-hyuk tries to offer to sell the sword directly to the agency, hoping for a quick cash payout, but Gwang-il shakes his head. Gwang-il smirks and presents a far better business deal, keeping ownership and renting it out instead. He explains that high-floor towers are opening all over the world, and every major country is going to be desperate for anti-undead gear. Ju-hyuk's eyes go completely wide as Gwang-il drops the magic number, a rental fee of 10 billion won every single time a nation borrows it. Gwang-il notices Ju-hyuk freezing up and nervously asks if the price isn't high enough for him. Ju-hyuk throws up two massive thumbs up, ecstatic at the thought of generating pure, passive billionaire wealth. Gwang-il chuckles, assuring him that the agency will handle all the international contracts and rental paperwork on his behalf. Showing some gratitude, Ju-hyuk offers the Korean government a massive discount, letting them use it for free on the upcoming floors. Later that evening, a massive pot of delicious, seasoned pork belly boils away on the stove in Ju-hyuk's high-end kitchen. Ju-hyuk stirs the food with a giant smile, still unable to wrap his head around turning a junk drop into a multi-million-dollar gold mine. He plates up a towering mountain of piping hot bossum, presenting the feast to his hungry summons. Kosak cheers in excitement while Gobang literally sheds tears of joy, moved to his core by how well his master treats them. Ju-hyuk beams with a greedy capitalist smile, telling them to eat as much as they want since their hard work made him rich. By that night, news stations across Korea blow up with headlining stories about Ga-eun's successful raid, completely erasing the defector Yoo Cheol-min from public memory. Over the next 10 days, Ju-hyuk sticks to a routine, repeatedly speed-running floor 28 while avoiding the messy plague trolls on floor 29. Finally, the moment he's been waiting for arrives, his 30-day random summon cooldown is down to its final minutes. Taking gacha luck to a whole new level, our boy scrubs himself down at the bathhouse, trims his nails, and slips into clean clothes for maximum purity. He even fasts for an entire day to empty his stomach, sitting cross-legged on the floor while his belly growls in agony. For the final touch of his ritual, he pours a bowl of fresh water straight from his kitchen purifier. With less than 30 seconds remaining on the clock, he presses his palms together and begins praying fervently to the gacha gods. Ju-hyuk drops to his knees, begging the system out loud to give him a legendary LSSR rank pull this time. Kosak tries to reassure him, jokingly hoping another low-tier meatball like Gobang doesn't pop out of the portal. Ju-hyuk instantly glares at Kosak, telling him to show some respect to Gobang after everything he's done for the team. He reminds Kosak that Gobang's elite tanking is the main reason they've been speed-running floors with S++ clear times. Gobang breaks into a wholesome, sparkling grin, making Kosak irrationally angry at the barbarian's goofy face. The timer hits the final 3 seconds, and Ju-hyuk locks in his focus as the summoning window turns bright blue. He slams his hands together and shouts the activation command, praying with everything he's got for an elite pull. A massive column of vibrant purple and white light erupts right in the center of his living room floor. As the blinding radiance begins to fade, the elegant silhouette of a woman dressed in traditional royal robes emerges from the light. She kneels politely on the ground, introducing herself as Gyeongdal-rae as her mysterious system window pops up on screen. The summoning light vanishes, leaving Ju-hyuk, Kosak, and Gobang staring in complete silence at the elegant woman kneeling before them. Ju-hyuk and Kosak exchange panicked glances, completely thrown off by the fact that they just pulled a female summon. Floating softly around her shoulders are two divine artifacts, a glowing blue ceremonial blade, and a set of intricate shaman bells. Dal-rae stands up with absolute dignity, drawing her ritual dagger and swearing to devote her entire strength to serving young Master Bong. Looking at her traditional gear, Ju-hyuk immediately realizes that his new summon is an imperial shaman. Out of nowhere, Dal-rae's eyes narrow into a sharp, lethal glare as she turns her head toward Kosak. She points her blade straight at Kosak's face, calling him an insolent cur for daring to stare at her body. She threatens to give him a severe flogging to teach him some manners, leaving Kosak utterly confused since he was just looking out of curiosity. She issues a stern warning that any impure thoughts will be met with swift divine punishment, turning Ju-hyuk into a sweating mess. Ju-hyuk twitches nervously, terrified that he accidentally summoned another unhinged lunatic into his living room. Suddenly, Dal-rae turns back to Ju-hyuk with a soft, sweet smile, telling her young master that he is free to admire her as much as he likes. Ju-hyuk checks her system status and pumps his fist in victory. Her grade is a top-tier S rank, matching Kosak's upgraded status. Her profile reveals her full title, Gyeongdal-rae, head shaman of the Heavenly Empire, strict, solemn, and intensely serious about royalty. Ju-hyuk wonders if setting out a bowl of clean water during his summoning ritual is what actually triggered this exact shaman pull. Activating his skill, Ju-hyuk's consciousness gets drawn directly into Dal-rae's memory vision to view her past life. He materializes in front of a grand, ancient palace floating high above an imperial city. The sound of ceremonial bells echoes through the air as a massive royal ritual takes place inside the grand hall. The vision reveals that Dal-rae was the daughter of Emperor Mujang, who became the state's top shaman due to her deep connection with the gods. When her father passed away, her younger brother inherited the crown, only to be brutally murdered by their power-hungry uncle who stole the throne. Filled with unstoppable rage, Dao Rei vowed bloody vengeance and performed a forbidden death hex ritual to slaughter the traitorous usurper. Even though her uncle placed protective magical barriers and scapegoats around his throne, nothing could stop her curse. As the greatest shaman of her generation, her divine magic cut straight through all defenses. With a tearful cry of vengeance, she unleashed the final phase of her lethal death hex upon the imperial court. Dark, swirling tendrils of deadly curse energy burst into the throne room, striking her traitorous uncle down on the spot. However, casting a lethal hex out of personal hatred went completely against the absolute laws of heaven. Her revenge was successful, but the fatal curse rebounded back onto her own body, bringing an early end to her short life. Snapping out of the vision, Shiik feels a bitter taste in his mouth, finally understanding where her intense, solemn charisma comes from. Wanting to know more, Shiik asks her who originally founded her home nation, the Heavenly Empire. Dao Rei proudly answers that it was Great Emperor Gion Huan, who defeated the rival clans and renamed the nation from Baekje to the Heavenly Empire. Ju Hyuk freezes in place, recognizing that name straight out of Korean history books. A mind-blowing realization hits him. Dao Rei doesn't just come from another world, she comes from a parallel universe timeline. In her timeline, Lauder Baekje unified the three kingdoms instead of Goryeo, confirming that the system pulls entities from across the multiverse. Setting history aside, Ju Hyuk's stomach lets out a massive growl after his full day of gacha fasting. He offers to cook up a giant batch of instant ramen for everyone, and Dao Rei politely agrees to join in. Ju Hyuk steps into the kitchen to grab a large pot, while Kosak and Gobang sit back at the counter, waiting to be served. Seeing them sit idle, Dao Rei's face snaps into pure fury as she screams at the top of her lungs. She berates them for sitting on their rear ends while their noble master prepares a meal with his own hands. Kosak tries to talk back, pointing out that they are both SSR-rank summons, but Dao Rei instantly cuts him down. Her eyes glow with deadly intent as she pulls out her shaman bells, threatening to cast an agonizing Yangbap curse on Kosak's head. Kosak pales in absolute terror, screaming out loud because he genuinely despises magical curses above everything else. Scared out of his mind, Kosak drags Gobang into the kitchen, violently washing dishes and cooking ramen at light speed while Ju Hyuk looks on in awe. After finishing their meal, Ju Hyuk invites Dao Rei into the Black Tower, teleporting the team straight onto floor 30. Walking through the forest, Ju Hyuk realizes having Dao Rei around is actually amazing, since she keeps Kosak completely under control. Dao Rei keeps barking orders at Kosak, telling Ju Hyuk to sit back while her subordinates handle the dirty work. Ju Hyuk chuckles to himself, hoping he can at least steal about 10 monster kills to gain some easy EXP. Kosak and Gobang strike heroic poses, beating their chests and swearing to protect their master's life even if it costs them their own. Nodding in approval, Dao Rei commends them for finally showing proper royal etiquette, making Kosak scratch his head in awkward confusion. The system panel flashes, revealing the Floor 30 mission parameters: defeat 80 trolls and one massive twin-headed troll boss within 13 hours. Ju Hyuk watches closely as green trolls emerge from the trees, wondering how a shaman actually fights in battle. Out of nowhere, Dao Rei manifests a glowing blue object in her palm, a modern, portable Bluetooth speaker. Ju Hyuk's jaw drops in absolute shock as she hangs the glowing speaker around her neck like a sacred talisman. She blushingly admits that since she lacks a master drummer in this world, she prepared this tech as a desperate workaround. As the army of trolls roars and charges forward, Kosak and Gobang leap straight into the front lines. Dao Rei reaches down and presses the play button on her floating speaker interface. A heavy, rhythmic drum beat begins blasting through the forest, echoing deep within the minds of both summons. She begins her sacred shamanic dance, ringing her ritual bells and calling down the divine blessings of heaven. The portable speaker erupts with an overwhelming surge of holy blue light that illuminates the entire forest canopy. A massive pillar of divine energy shoots up into the sky, unleashing an insane AoE domain over the battleground. Ju Hyuk shields his eyes from the blinding flash, feeling the tremendous magical power flowing through the air. To everyone's shock, Gobang's body expands into a gigantic, blue-glowing, colossal giant. Troll blades shatter like glass against Gobang's skin, which is turned completely rock-hard like solid adamantium metal. With surging physical strength, Gobang slams his fists onto the ground, causing shockwaves that pulverize dozens of trolls instantly. Meanwhile, Cossack moves at supersonic speed, leaving behind trails of dark purple lightning as he shreds whole armies to pieces. Cossack laughs like a maniac, loving the absurd stat boosts and heightened senses granted by her ritual. Ju Hyuk stands there completely stunned, realizing she isn't just a support, she's a god-tier buffer. On top of buffing her allies, her ritual simultaneously applies heavy slow and weakness curses to all surrounding trolls. Feeling his own body supercharged by the divine aura, Ju Hyuk draws his weapon, eager to jump into the action and steal some kills. Before he can even take a single step, Dalray grabs him firmly by his hoodie from behind, stopping him in his tracks. She sternly scolds him, telling him that a noble master should never stand shoulder to shoulder with lowly creatures. Ju Hyuk desperately pulls against her grip, begging her to let him get just one kill, but her grip remains rock solid. Before he can escape, a blue system window flashes. 80 trolls and the twin-headed boss have already been completely wiped out by Cossack and Gobang. The mission clear screen pops up, and Ju Hyuk buries his face in his hands, crying out in frustration because he got 0 EXP again. Dalray looks down at her crying master, her calm face instantly melting into total panic. She bursts into tears of guilt, fully convinced she committed a grave sin by making her beloved young master upset. When absolute loyalty and emotional trauma collide inside a summon's heart, even a top-tier SSR warrior can end up breaking down in tears. Dalray wipes her eyes, sobbing softly as she confesses that she was terrified of losing Ju Hyuk, just like she lost her family in her past life. Ju Hyuk stares at her in dawning realization, her words striking a deep chord inside him. Looking at her small, trembling shoulders in the quiet forest, our boy feels an overwhelming wave of guilt for being so careless. He remembers her tragic memory vision, a young princess who lost her father, watched her brother get murdered, and died casting a vengeful death curse in absolute isolation. Tears stream down her cheeks as Ju Hyuk realizes his summons aren't just high-stat battle tools, but real human beings carrying heavy emotional scars. He gently places his hand on her head, comforting her with a warm smile as he promises never to put himself in danger again. Suddenly, Cossack and Gobang come sprinting through the trees, loudly celebrating their flawless floor clear. Cossack stops dead in his tracks, utterly baffled to see the princess crying and assuming Ju Hyuk must have scolded her for being bossy. Dalray instantly snaps back to her stern self, pointing her finger and yelling at Cossack for approaching their master while covered in filthy monster blood. With the raid wrapped up, a blue system portal flashes as the party exits the Black Tower. They materialize back inside Ju Hyuk's luxury apartment, and our boy tells everyone to take a well-deserved rest. A blue system notification pops up in front of Ju Hyuk, celebrating his milestone of accumulating 30 platinum badges. The system awards him an ultimate jackpot item, a skill cooldown reset ticket stored directly in his inventory. Ju Hyuk's eyes light up with pure excitement, realizing this ticket can instantly reset his 30-day random summon cooldown. He considers using it right away, but decides to hold on to it as a secret trump card for a truly hopeless crisis. Meanwhile, across the city, evening news broadcasts report that Nam Ga-eun has successfully cleared the 63rd floor. Director Park Kyung-soo stands at a press conference podium, presenting live body cam footage of the raid to the public. He highlights the Holy Sword, explaining how its sacred light completely neutralizes dark energy and turns terrifying undead into easy targets. Watching the broadcast from a luxury Japanese estate, defector Yu Chiomin sips his drink with a bitter expression on his face. Director Park confidently promises the nation that Korea will clear the impending 66th floor within a single month. He then drops a massive bombshell, announcing that Korea will lease the Holy Sword globally, but explicitly banning any country housing trader, Yu Chiomin. Yo Chiomin loses his mind in pure rage, hurling his glass and smashing the television screen into a million pieces. A Japanese agency official opens the door, asking if something happened after hearing the violent crash. Chiomin tries to keep his composure, brushing off the broken TV while demanding to know why the official interrupted his rest. The official nervously asks when Chiomin plans to tackle Japan's 57th floor tower raid. He explains that because of Korea's rental ban, Japanese higher-ups are in a massive panic and need Chiomin to clear a floor immediately to calm public anxiety. Chiomin arrogantly smirks, agreeing to clear the 57th floor tomorrow to show off his power. The official bows, suggesting a live TV broadcast of the raid to completely restore the Japanese cabinet's approval ratings. As the official leaves to arrange a replacement TV, Chiomin grinds his teeth in utter frustration. He seethes with burning hatred, furious at both Korea and Japan for treating him like a political tool. He punches the wall, swearing to crush whoever originally found that holy sword if he ever catches them. Back at his apartment, Ju Hyuk scrolls through online news forums on his smartphone. Articles are buzzing with high-definition clips of Gayun effortlessly swinging the holy sword through hordes of undead. Media outlets are obsessing over the mysterious origin of the world's first holy attribute weapon, wondering who the secret owner actually is. Netizens flood the comment section, praising Gayun's 2-hour clear record while openly mocking Cheomin's pathetic 12-hour record. Comments celebrate Floor 30's sudden S++ rating, throwing a massive online party over Korea's rising glory. Ju Hyuk blushes with a goofy grin, feeling embarrassingly proud that his secret runs are driving the whole nation crazy. The doorbell chimes, and a delivery driver hands over 2 massive insulated cooler boxes stacked to the brim. Ju Hyuk opens the boxes to reveal 10 full tubs of luxury, premium Sweet Crown ice cream. He stacks them into his freezer, tearing up tears of joy over finally being rich enough to buy expensive treats without checking his bank account. Popping open a lid, he pats himself on the back for coming such a long way from his broke part-time days. He takes the first bite, triggering a hilarious new rule. Because of Dao Rei's royal etiquette, his summons refuse to eat until their master eats first. With the green light given, Gobang and Kosak instantly dig in like starved wild beasts, scooping massive spoonfuls into their mouths. Dao Rei sits with perfect posture, lecturing them about self-restraint and proper imperial decorum while holding her tiny spoon. Kosak tells her to stop being so stiff, and Dao Rei slowly places a delicate bite of ice cream onto her tongue. The moment the sweet flavor hits her taste buds, her eyes sparkle with pure, unfiltered heavenly bliss. Kosak catches her breaking character and instantly points his finger, calling her out for being a total hypocrite. Blushing furiously, Dao Rei coughs and quickly changes the subject, claiming her mouth is being pampered like royalty. She bows her head politely, thanking Ju Hyuk deeply for bestowing such an exquisite delicacy upon her. Wanting to repay his kindness before she gets unsummoned, Dao Rei offers to perform a blessing ritual to ward off bad luck, asking if anything is troubling him. Kosak brings up the traitor Yu Cheomin, and the moment Dao Rei hears about a noble abandoning his homeland for money, her aura explodes in burning rage. She stomps her foot, declaring that such a scoundrel deserves absolute punishment, while Kosak enthusiastically applauds her anger. She asks Ju Hyuk for an item used by Cheomin so she can cast a curse, but Ju Hyuk hesitates, trying to keep the peace. Ju Hyuk firmly rejects the idea, reminding her that casting a death curse causes a fatal rebound, and he refuses to let her get hurt. Kosak instantly flips sides, clapping and praising Ju Hyuk for his incredible wisdom and compassion, making our boy look at him like he's a total traitor. Dao Rei smiles warmly at his concern, clarifying that she won't be casting a dangerous death hex this time. Her eyes glow with divine authority as she announces that she will simply send karma. Ju Hyuk tilts his head, completely confused as to what a karma spell actually does. She explains that karmic retribution simply accelerates heavenly justice. If Cheomin did good deeds, he gets good luck, but if he committed evil, disaster will strike him immediately. Since it relies entirely on the target's own actions, casting karma carries 0 rebound backlash or harm for the shaman. Realizing it's a completely safe way to punish a traitor, Ju Hyuk gives her the full go-ahead. A blue portal flashes, and Kosak steps back into the room holding a black object with a proud smirk. He presents Cheomin's old TV remote control, pulled directly from the traitor's abandoned Korean apartment using agency files. Ju Hyuk asks if he got caught, and Kosak puffs out his chest, reminding his master that he's an elite SSR rank assassin. Placing the remote on the wooden table, the team prepares for the ancient ritual. Dao Rei draws her ceremonial dagger with absolute focus, her demeanor shifting into total seriousness. She slices the tip of her finger, letting a single drop of blood fall as Ju Hyuk gasps in concern. Smearing her blood across the remote buttons, she begins chanting an incantation to the gods of heaven and earth. She raises her hands, calling upon the universe to crumble Cheomin's mountain of pride and flood his path with misfortune. Red and green glowing runes etch themselves into the plastic casing of the remote control. A blinding wave of crimson curse energy explodes from the object, surging directly through the airwaves. The remote cracks under the intense pressure as the divine scales of heaven weigh Cheomin's sins. The spell condenses into a massive black pillar of dark karmic energy right in the middle of the living room floor. Dao Rei bows politely, announcing that the ritual is complete and Cheomin's fate is now entirely in the hands of heaven. The scene cuts to a flashy TV studio stage in Japan, where crowd cheers echo through a roaring stadium, Yuchiomin steps onto the stage under flashing spotlights, wearing a cocky smirk as Japan's newest star player. Camera crews film from every angle as Chiomin takes a seat for his live televised interview. The Japanese host bows deeply, thanking him for taking time out of his schedule to do this exclusive broadcast. The host asks why he's rushing to clear floor 57 today when there's still plenty of time left on the clock. Chiomin flashes a fake, charming smile for the cameras, claiming he wants to give hope to the disheartened Japanese public, making the female crowd cheer in adoration. The host praises his thoughtfulness, bringing up how Japan recently lost their top player and desperately needs a savior. Chiomin boasts about his past records, reminding everyone that he cleared floor 57 in just 8 hours back when he was only level 57. He raises 5 fingers into the air under the studio lights, making a massive public promise. He smugly declares that at level 66, he will shatter his old record and beat the floor in under 5 hours flat. He stands up, telling the entire nation that Japan is completely safe as long as he's around, before stepping into the portal. A blue flash envelops his body as he teleports straight into floor 57 of the Japanese Black Tower. The system panel initializes his level stats as he materializes on a desolate cliffside beneath a stormy sky. Chiomin stretches his arms, confident that this routine raid will be an absolute walk in the park. The mission objective pops up: hunt 15 fire wyverns within 14 hours, highlighting the fiery aerial beasts soaring above. He scoffs, bragging that he knows their attack patterns inside out and couldn't fail, even if he tried. Suddenly, an icy, terrifying chill runs straight down his spine, making his eyes widen in unexplainable dread. Shaking off the eerie feeling, he summons a glowing magical crossbow to snipe the flying beasts from a distance. He recalls standard solo raid strategy, isolating targets one by one to avoid getting swarmed by multiple giant mobs. He pulls back the string and fires a high-speed energy bolt straight up into the clouds. The bolt strikes a flying fire wyvern right in the leg, drawing its aggro away from the flock. The enraged wyvern dives down with flaming jaws open, but Chiomin readies a follow-up shot without panicking. Relying on his all-weapon warrior trait, he plans to pour out ranged arrows before swapping to melee weapons for the finish. To his absolute disbelief, his second arrow bounces right off the wyvern's scales, without dealing a single point of damage. Coursing under his breath, Chiomin quickly summons a sword and energy shield, barely dodging the monster's crashing dive. 2 more wyverns get drawn into the commotion, forcing Chiomin to take on multiple giant beasts at the exact same time. A massive explosion rocks the cliffside as Chiomin barely manages to slay 2 wyverns after a brutal struggle. Gasping for air, Chiomin curses in shock. His critical hit chance completely broke, meaning not a single critical strike landed during the entire fight. Refusing to look bad on live TV, he loads another energy bolt into his crossbow with a serious expression. He lines up his shot with mathematical precision, taking a deep breath to lock onto his target. Right as his finger pulls the trigger, an uncontrollable itch hits his nose, and he sneezes violently out loud. Chow! The stray arrow flies completely off target, striking a distant wyvern nest and drawing a massive swarm of furious monsters. 3 giant wyverns descend upon him at once, driving Chiomin into absolute panic as flames circle his position. Sweat pours down his face as he grips his spear, knowing that surrendering on a live broadcast will ruin his entire career. All 3 wyverns open their jaws simultaneously, unleashing a devastating triple fire breath attack directly onto his location. Chiomin gets blasted back through the fiery storm, screaming as intense heat singes his armor. Realizing he's on the verge of dying, he blows through all his ultimate skills and high cooldown finishers in pure desperation. A chaotic explosion of purple energy tears through the sky as he fights for his absolute life. After a grueling hour of non-stop combat, Chiomin stands panting over 5 dead wyverns, his stamina completely drained. He spots one last weakened wyvern on the ground, smirking as he prepares to land an easy finish to boost his time record. The wyvern opens its jaws for a desperate last-ditch attack, but Chiomin scoffs, stepping back to execute a textbook counterstrike. As he hops backward onto a patch of high grass, a sharp crunch echoes under his boot heel. His eyes shrink in utter terror as he realizes he just stepped on something fragile. He looks down to see 3 fresh wyvern hatchlings breaking out of ground-nested eggs right under his boots. The baby wyverns screech at the top of their lungs, sending a high-pitched distress signal echoing across the entire mountain range. A statistical nightmare unfolds. A rare ground egg, stepping on it at the exact moment of hatching, and an entire roaming flock hovering directly overhead. Dozens of enraged wyverns dive down like a meteor shower, and Chiomin completely breaks down, screaming profanities at the top of his lungs. Realizing he's about to be torn to shreds, Chiomin abandons all pride and hits the emergency mission forfeit button. Back on the live Japanese TV stage, idol cheerleaders are mid-dance, chanting praises for their hero Mr. Ryu. Suddenly, a blue portal flashes overhead, and Chiomin crashes face first onto the stage floor in front of millions of live viewers. Battered, burned, and covered in dirt, Chiomin frantically chugs a health potion while laying on the ground. The flustered TV host stammers into his microphone, trying to save face by asking for a round of applause. Chiomin slowly stands up with his head bowed in absolute humiliation as the host awkwardly asks for the raid result. Chiomin snaps. Screaming profanities live on air before storming off the stage in a violent rage. Breaking news banners flash across Japanese television screens, reporting his humiliating raid failure and causing the cabinet's approval ratings to crash through the floor. 2 days later, Chiomin attempts a secret second raid, only to fail again, breaking down in tears inside his locker room. Japanese internet forums explode with furious comments calling Chiomin a fraud, while Korean netizens laugh hysterically at Japan's utter failure. Meanwhile, a national notice announces that South Korea's Black Tower has been cleared with an S++ rating for the 31st consecutive time. At Agency HQ, Nam Ga-eun rests on the couch after successfully clearing floor 64 in under 3 hours using Ju Hyok's holy sword. The scene shifts to the United States Department of Homeland Security headquarters in Washington. Raid Director Antonio reports to Secretary Macmillan that America's rank 1 player, Gerald, is desperate to rent Korea's holy sword. Secretary Macmillan sits back in his leather chair, granting permission to officially request the holy sword through diplomatic channels. Director Antonio adds that the Japanese Prime Minister's office secretly contacted them, begging for an emergency player transfer. He explains that Japan's defected player failed miserably, leaving their nation facing an imminent tower collapse countdown. Director Antonio asks what conditions they should demand before sending an American player to bail out Japan. Secretary Macmillan breaks into a cold, greedy smirk, sharpening his pen under the window light. He instructs his director to drag out negotiations until Japan is on the absolute brink of destruction, wringing out every single penny from their desperate government. When karma comes knocking for a traitor, even the best PR team in the world can't cover up the total public embarrassment. Ju Hyok and his summons gather around the television, watching news reports of Chiomin's catastrophic raid failures across Japan. Dalray explains that the karma spell won't last forever, but Ju Hyok shrugs it off, knowing Chiomin brought this humiliation entirely upon himself. Gearing up for their next raid, Ju Hyok announces it's time to tackle the 32nd floor of the Korean Black Tower. Before entering the portal, our boy pulls Princess Dalray aside for a quick private negotiation. He pulls out a spoon and pops open a tub of Sweet Crown Mix ice cream, making Dalray's eyes sparkle with pure, irresistible sweet-tooth desire. Kosak and Gobong catch them in the act, complaining loudly about being excluded from the luxury dessert party. Gobong puts on his saddest pouting face, while Kosak dramatically clutches his heart, forcing Ju Hyok to negotiate with the whole squad. Ju Hyok strikes a deal, 3 tubs of ice cream in exchange for letting him hunt a monster solo without anyone interfering. The system panel initializes as they step onto floor 32, laying out the target: defeat 20 Stage 2 Minotaurs. Ju Hyok reviews the tower data, noting that the bull monsters grow significantly larger with every single floor they climb. A massive, 4-meter-tall Minotaur emerges from the stone corridor, radiating a crushing aura that makes Ju Hyok sweat profusely. Looking at the giant beast looming over him, our boy realizes that backing out now after making such a big deal would be utterly embarrassing. Dalray steps up, ringing her shaman bells to instantly cast high-level stat buffs on Ju Hyok while weakening the monster. Gobang charges through the hall like a runaway freight train, crushing surrounding minotaurs with raw physical strength. Kosak stands by in high-speed stealth mode, ready to instantly intervene if anything goes wrong. Fueled by his team's absurd buff stack support, Yushiek's eyes glow with total combat focus. He dashes forward with lightning speed, channeling his Chaos Lightning Staff into a lethal vertical strike. Electric shocks surge through the air as his staff shatters the Minotaur's skull, sending a thrilling rush of adrenaline straight through his veins. After taking down 3 Minotaurs himself, his team wipes out the rest, securing another flawless S++ clear rank and a platinum badge. The scene shifts to the Korean Awaken Management Department building early the next morning. A blue portal flashes inside the training facility as Nam Ga-eun teleports back from her latest upper-floor raid. Gasping for air, she chugs a health potion while admitting that floor 65 put up a surprisingly tough fight. She flashes a confident victory sign, announcing that she cleared the entire floor in just 6 hours flat. Manager Lee Minna cheers her on as Ga-eun vows to tackle the long-awaited 66th floor raid in 3 days as scheduled. Team leader Gwang-il walks into the room with a proud smirk, comparing Ga-eun's growth to Joo Hae-ok's monstrous potential. He calls Joo Hae-ok a walking anomaly, boasting about his unprecedented streak of 32 consecutive S++ clears. Minna looks at her tablet screen and interrupts him with a stunned expression. A system notification reveals that Joo Hae-ok just cleared floor 33, updating his record to 33 consecutive S++ clears in real time. Looking out over the city skyline, Gwang-il shakes his head in disbelief at how fast our boy is rewriting tower history. Back at the apartment, Dao-rae hands Joo Hae-ok a mysterious paper amulet known as a perception-blocking talisman. She explains that this ancient charm prevents normal humans from perceiving their true identities, making them look like ordinary passers-by. Joo Hae-ok slips the paper into his pocket, thrilled that he can finally take his summons out into the city without causing a public riot. A bank notification pings his phone. 1,750 KU from the Holy Sword rental fee has officially landed in his account. Joo Hae-ok kicks his feet up on the lounge chair, imagining himself living like an absolute billionaire playboy. Dressed in casual street clothes, Joo Hae-ok leads Kosak, Gobang, and Dao-rae out onto the bustling streets of Seoul. A high school girl walking past suddenly stops, staring wide-eyed directly at the 3-meter-tall barbarian giant. Instead of screaming in terror, she giggles with a bright smile, calling Gobang super cute. Joo Hae-ok squints in confusion, realizing the talisman makes the terrifying 3-meter barbarian look like a giant stuffed mascot cow to normal people. Seeing pedestrians walk past without panicking, Joo Hae-ok confirms the illusion. Talisman works like a charm. Our boy throws his arm into the air, celebrating their hard work on floor 33 by taking the squad out to destroy some high-end Korean beef. After dropping a staggering 12 million won $9,000 UDs on luxury Hanwoo beef, they head into floor 34 to hunt stage 4 minotaurs. Ground-shaking footsteps echo through the stone maze as a colossal 6-meter-tall bull monster steps into view. Joo Hae-ok grips his weapon as the gigantic creature looms over him like a walking skyscraper. He leaps forward, trying to aim a staff strike at its lower body to trip it up, but the monster's sheer scale makes his attacks bounce right off. Kosak swoops in with a cocky grin, offering to handle the heavy lifting if Joo Hae-ok promises to only take down one target. Joo Hae-ok quickly agrees to the deal, and Kosak turns to Gobang to set up an insane team combo. Kosak instructs Gobang to crouch down and interlock his massive fingers to create a launching pad. Gobang squats into position with a glowing flower on his head, ready to act as a human catapult. Joo Hae-ok sprints forward at full speed, placing his boot directly into Gobang's massive palms. With a roar of raw physical power, Gobang hurls his arms upward with rocket-like force. Joo Hae-ok gets launched into the sky like a missile, shooting straight above the clouds in a split second. Arcing high over the arena, our boy looks down and realizes Gobang threw him away too high. He falls like a crashing meteor from hundreds of feet up, watching the tiny ground specks get closer at terrifying speed. Panicking midair, he grits his teeth and tells himself that his high-level stats will protect him from splatter damage. Instinctively triggering Shadow Step mid-fall, he visualizes thruster rockets attached to his soles. A surge of bright blue mana condenses beneath his shoe soles, creating solid energy platforms in empty space. He plants his boot onto the air platform, feeling the blue mana ignite beneath his feet, zipping across the sky in a zigzag trail of blue light. A system window confirms his achievement. Joo Hae-ok laughs out loud in pure thrill. Bright blue energy trails crisscross through the sky as Joo Hae-ok effortlessly dances across mid-air steps high above the arena. Down below, Dao-rae looks up in admiration, recognizing the legendary imperial technique known as cloud walking. Kosak drops his jaw in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes as he watches his master step on thin air. He recalls his old guild captain telling him that mastering Shadow Step allows a warrior to walk on the sky. A story Kosak always thought was a total lie. He wipes a tear of pride, marveling at how Joo Hae-ok casually pulls off legendary feats that top-ranked players can only dream of. Riding the insane momentum, Joo Hae-ok dives straight down from the clouds toward the 6-meter minotaur below. He raises his staff high into the air, channeling his newest skill form, Primal Lightning Staff 3rd Form. Golden, roaring lightning coils around his staff as the Minotaur looks up in utter terror. Joo Hae-ok unleashes Falling Thunder Flash, driving a massive pillar of divine thunder straight down onto the monster's head. The ground shatters into a massive crater, and Joo Hae-ok lands smoothly using the attack's explosive recoil. Catching his breath as dust settles, our boy wipes his brow, admitting to himself that he almost wet his pants from the height rush. His summons gather around him, showering their master with endless applause and admiration for his insane aerial kill. Cossack and Gobang quickly mop up the remaining minotaurs, securing another floor 34 S++ clear and a level up. Along with 3.4 kg of mana stones, a glowing blue stone drops as a clear reward, a summon grade up rune. Juhawk's eyes pop out of his head, realizing an ultra-rare grade upgrade rune just dropped as a regular mob reward. Returning to their apartment, Juhawk pulls Cossack aside to ask a crucial question about the rune's limits. He asks if using the rune on an SSR summon can elevate them to LSSR rank, but Cossack shakes his head, explaining LSSR is an exception. Gobang wanders over with a wholesome grin, asking if they can go out to eat delicious Korean beef again. Cossack instantly turns around and scolds Gobang, lecturing him about how much money he ate and telling him to exercise self-restraint. Cossack chops Gobang over the head, making the poor gentle giant sulk in sadness with tears in his eyes. Feeling terrible for his loyal tank, Juhyuk walks over and holds out the glowing summon grade up rune. Juhyuk smiles warmly, presenting the rare rune directly to Gobang so his giant friend can rank up. Tears fall onto the wooden floor as Gobang stares at the glowing rune in complete disbelief. Overcome with emotion, Gobang cries tears of absolute joy, thanking his master from the bottom of his heart. The giant barbarian tackles Juhyuk into a massive bear hug, smothering our boy in chest hair while Juhyuk screams for mercy. The scene cuts to the high-security headquarters of the Chinese Special Information Department. Inside a dark office, Deputy Director Xiao Jun smokes a cigarette while demanding answers about their stalled 59th floor tower raid. An officer nervously reports that over half of the players they forcibly naturalized have died or taken their own lives inside the tower. Xiao Jun slams a confidential folder onto the desk, a leaked list of South Korea's elite contracted players. Xiao Jun leans forward with a cold, ruthless expression, reviewing the top rookie talents on the list. The officer apologizes nervously, asking what the deputy director plans to do with Korean player data. Xiao Jun orders his officer to select an unknown, recently contracted Korean rookie and bring them to China in secret. He crushes his cigarette out in the ashtray, instructing his operative to leave zero evidence behind so Korea can't prove anything. The officer snaps a military salute, swearing to execute the covert kidnapping mission for the great nation. Xiao Jun smirks in the shadows, mocking Japan for publicly forcing player naturalization and humiliating themselves on live television. He laughs like a villain, deciding that quietly kidnapping a top player is far more efficient than public political deals. 2 days later, the sun rises over Juhyuk's apartment building in Seoul. Inside the kitchen, Cossack boils a large pot of instant ramen with extra eggs, insisting they eat simple food for 5 days straight. Juhyuk sits on the couch checking his blue system window, declining the ramen after eating it 3 days in a row. Looking at his catalog, Gobang's profile is grayed out with the red status tag. Cossack casually mentions that ranking up strengthens the soul, and if the upgrade fails, the summon suffers permanent deletion. Juhyuk screams in utter panic, but Dao Rei instantly slaps Cossack over the head for terrifying their master with fake news. Dao Rei reassures Juhyuk, explaining that if Gobang were deleted, his name would have vanished from the list completely. She reveals that when a summon possesses a pure soul and leaps Toa or more ranks at once, the evolution state takes several days to complete. Cossack rubs his head, chuckling nervously as he agrees that Gobang's pure soul makes a double rank jump very likely. Juhyuk realizes that if Gobang leaps 2 ranks, he'll evolve straight into an SSR grade summon, making Cossack freeze in horror. Cossack turns dark with jealousy at the thought of the meatball matching his rank, while Juhyuk laughs out loud and suggests going out for coffee. Juhyuk sits on the sofa, worrying that an SSR Gobang might come back even bigger than his current 3-meter size. Looking around his living room, our boy realizes that with Dao Rei and a giant SSR Gobang, they desperately need a bigger place to live. Shortly after, Juhyuk, Cossack, and Dao Rei arrive at a cozy, quiet neighborhood cafe. At a nearby table, pedestrians chat excitedly about Nam Gayun's scheduled 66th floor raid happening tomorrow. One guy dreamily sighs about holding Gayun's hand, making Cossack glare at him like a hawk because our boy hugged her first. The cafe server brings a towering tray of iced lattes, fresh pastries, and colorful cakes to their table. Cossack presents the tray with a proud smile, making Dao Rei's eyes sparkle with pure excitement over the sweet cakes. Juhyuk sips his iced coffee when his phone suddenly vibrates with an incoming call from team leader Jian Guangil. Guangil greets him warmly, congratulating Juhyuk on his record-breaking 34th consecutive S++ clear. Guangil then brings up Yu Chiomin's abandoned luxury penthouse, making Ju Hyuk panic thinking the agency found out Kosak broke into it. To his absolute shock, Guangil offers to transfer the legal title of Chiomin's ultra-luxury penthouse directly to Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk stammers in disbelief, asking if it's really free, and Guangil confirms it's a token of appreciation for renting out the holy sword. Ju Hyuk thanks him and promises to think it over before hanging up the phone. Dao Rei and Kosak lean in close, asking what the agency handler wanted on the call. Kosak gushes about the penthouse, mentioning its magnificent rooftop garden where they could grow fresh lettuce for their beef dinners. Ju Hyuk asks for their opinion, but Kosak strongly advises against accepting freebies, warning that cold-blooded capitalism always demands a favor in return. Dao Rei disagrees, believing her young master's benevolence deserves a royal palace as a simple reward. Ju Hyuk worries that if he accepts a free 2 billion won house, he won't be able to say no when the government asks for dangerous raid favors later. He slams his hand onto the table, making a firm executive decision to protect his absolute freedom. He declares that he will BUY the penthouse with his own hard-earned cash so his mind can stay completely at ease. His summons applaud his sharp, independent mindset as Ju Hyuk laughs victoriously about being a self-made billionaire. He pulls out his smartphone to look up the market listing for Chiomin's ultra-luxury penthouse, expecting it to cost around 2 billion won. The real estate page loads, displaying the official market price of the 5-star penthouse complex. Ju Hyuk counts the zeros on his screen and turns completely into white ash upon seeing the real price. 20 million won, 20 billion won, slash Nister $15 million UD. Kosak notices his master turning pale, asking if he feels sick, but Ju Hyuk quickly plays it cool and stammers that they should go home. Walking down the street, Ju Hyuk nervously backtracks, loudly questioning if they even need such a massive apartment in the first place. Our boy lists dozens of silly excuses. Cleaning a big house is a chore, maintenance fees are crazy high, gardens attract bugs, and the bathroom is too far at night. Kosak smiles awkwardly at his master's excuses, when suddenly 2 men in dark jackets brush past them on the sidewalk. Kosak's eyes narrow into lethal assassin slits as his hyper-trained hitman senses instantly trigger. He detects the thick scent of blood on their skin, deep scars across their hands, and the unmistakable smell of concealed gunpowder. Recognizing them as professional hitmen who have killed dozens, Kosak realizes it's no coincidence they're lurking around Ju Hyuk's location. Silently activating his skill, 2 glowing blue energy arrows form in Kosak's palms, mark of tracking. He covertly places the invisible tracking marks directly onto the backs of the 2 Chinese operatives' heads. Ju Hyuk calls out to him from ahead, and Kosak skips over with a playful smile, deciding to handle these secret hitmen in private without worrying his master. Korea's national survival hangs on a razor's edge, and inside the Awakener Bureau, one warrior is gearing up to take on the impossible. Nam Ga-eun sits in complete silence, focusing every ounce of her mind before jumping into the high-floor nightmare. She knows the Holy Sword is her best shot at wiping out the undead's dark aura, but she reminds herself that relying on a borrowed weapon isn't enough. She has to push past her own limits. Plunging straight into her mental image training, she visualizes the floor's brutal layout. She pictures herself leaping from ruined skyscrapers into hordes of dark monstrosities, slicing through waves of dark mummies and dark zombies in a single flash, shattering dark skeletons and dark ghouls into dust, and cutting down an entire undead legion without backing down for a single second. Her eyes snap open, mental warm-up complete, and her mind is locked in. She stands up in front of the agency officials, ready to put her life on the line. With quick well wishes from the staff, the teleportation circle blazes to life beneath her feet. She lands right on floor 66 of the Black Tower, immediately face to face with a towering dark spirit. The monster lets out an eerie, demonic screech as dark aura floods the entire arena, but Gaeun roars back, swinging the holy sword with pure, unyielding force. 10 grueling hours pass back at headquarters, until the gate finally flashes blue and Gaeun collapses to her knees, breathless. Covered in scratches and exhausted to her core, she looks up with a confident grin and gives a thumbs up. The system screen lights up with a massive notice. Floor 66 cleared, buying the country another 71 days. The control room erupts in wild cheers. News networks broadcast the breakthrough instantly across the entire nation. Citizens everywhere breathe a massive sigh of relief after 6 agonizing months of fear, praising Gaeun for pulling off a miracle. The comment sections blow up, calling her the true national hero while clowning on the traitor who ran away to Japan. Confetti rains down in city streets as people celebrate nationwide. During her live press interview, Gayun stays humble, publicly thanking the secret player who rented her the holy sword. Watching the broadcast from his apartment, Joo-hyuk grins, relieved that the country is safe and that he can take his time grinding the tower now. Seeing her succeed gets his own blood pumping. He's itching to jump back into action himself. He pulls up his summon catalog to check on Gobang and notices the red unavailable sign has completely disappeared. His eyes light up as he realizes Gobang's evolution process is finally finished. Without hesitating, Joo-hyuk reaches out and activates designated summon. Blinding golden light bursts into the room, revealing the outline of an insanely massive spirit. Joo-hyuk gets hyped, wondering if he hit SR or SSR rank, but as the light fades, his jaw hits the floor. Standing before him isn't a 3-meter monster, but a sharp, muscular, handsome warrior. The system panel confirms it. Gobang hit the jackpot, pulling a double-rank jump straight to SSR rank. Next, Joo-hyuk summons Dalray, who steps out politely before spotting the newcomer, and right after, Kosak manifests with a flashy salute, only to instantly freeze in confusion. Kosak freaks out, asking Joo-hyuk if he brought a random stranger into their secret house. Joo-hyuk casually points out that this handsome guy is Gobang, leaving Kosak completely speechless. To prove his identity, Joo-hyuk asks Gobang if he remembers the 3 absolute laws of the summoned. Gobang proudly counts on his fingers, smoothly reciting law number 1 about protecting the master's life, but gets stuck immediately on law number 2, making Joo-hyuk laugh. Yep, that's definitely their meatball. With the squad back together, it's time to raid the tower. They warp onto floor 34, coming face to face with a herd of giant minotaurs. Gobang immediately steps up front, telling the rest of the crew to guard Joo-hyuk while he takes the lead. Joo-hyuk glances at Gobang's new slimmed-down body, secretly worrying if he can still tank big hits like before. He offers to have Dalray cast her shaman buffs on him first, but Gobang politely waves it off, wanting to test his evolved body's raw power entirely on his own. He kneels respectfully, asking his master to place total faith in his new SSR form. Joo-hyuk smiles and agrees to let him take the spotlight, though just to be safe, he whispers to Kosak to keep his daggers ready for a sudden backup intervention. Gobang marches right into the middle of the arena, surrounded by giant bull monsters on all sides. He lets out a massive battle cry that rattles the entire dungeon floor. The minotaurs flinch in surprise before getting completely enraged by the taunt. Shiek sweats heavily, wondering why Gobang decided to draw all the aggro at once instead of taking them one by one. Suddenly, golden energy surges out of Gobang's body as his muscles expand at ridiculous speed. Joo-hyuk and Kosak watch in shock as Gobang morphs back into a massive juggernaut. Standing at nearly 5 meters tall, he's now even bigger and beefier than the minotaurs themselves. Gobang launches himself into the air, driving a brutal flying knee directly into a minotaur's face. He dodges a sideswipe with insane agility for his size, spinning around to counterattack. He throws a straight punch that shatters the monster's defense and blows it across the room. Another minotaur slams a full-power fist into Gobang's chest, but Gobang doesn't even flinch, he just tanks it like a solid steel wall. Kosak admits that Gobang's new fighting style actually looks pretty awesome, while Joo-hyuk jokes that he should have brought popcorn for the show, completely satisfied with giving Gobang the upgrade rune. Hearing that, Kosak grit his teeth in pure jealousy, throwing a dramatic tantrum about how Gobang getting a double-rank leap is totally broken and unfair to his own assassin pride. Dalray immediately points her finger, scolding Kosak for speaking so disrespectfully in front of the young master. Joo-hyuk steps in to calm her down, asking her gently not to be so harsh on Kosak since they're all teammates. Dalray turns bright red, feeling embarrassed for disturbing her master's peace. Joo-hyuk tells her to just make up with Kosak politely, leaving her stammering in confusion. She softly apologizes to Kosak and shakes his hand, restoring peace to the team as Joo-hyuk breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, back in the fight, Gobang grabs 2 minotaurs by their horns, locking them in a brutal contest of strength. Joo-hyuk snaps back to reality, realizing he completely forgot about the battle while mediating the argument. Gobang roars with absolute fury, unleashing his full SSR aura. He slams the 2 giant beasts together, obliterating them with raw, unstoppable brawn. He follows up with a crushing downward strike that shatters the dungeon floor. The remaining monsters get wiped out instantly, triggering the floor clear notification. Gobang shrinks back to his handsome human form, declaring floor 34 was way too easy and demanding tougher opponents. Joo-hyuk gives a confident smirk. With a tank like this, speedrunning S++ ranks is going to be a walk in the park. Back at the apartment, the squad relaxes on the couch with a mountain of tub ice cream. Joo-hyuk admires Gobang's upgrade, satisfied with his stats, though something feels a bit off. Gobang opens his mouth, his tongue moving like a weird fleshy creature, and starts gobbling down the ice cream like a ravenous beast, splashing it everywhere. Joo-hyuk sighs. SSR rank or not, he's still a wild barbarian inside. Kosak twirls his dagger near the window, complaining about the mess while sulking in the corner. Joo-hyuk asks why he isn't joining in on the ice cream feast. Dao-rae teasingly calls Kosak out, saying his jealousy toward Gobang is way too obvious. Kosak frantically denies it, hiding behind the curtains while sulking in complete defeat. Joo-hyuk chuckles and hands him a tub of his favorite flavor that he saved just for him. Kosak's eyes fill with tears of pure gratitude as he takes a bite, completely moved by his master's kindness. He asks Joo-hyuk to resummon him around midnight after his cooldown resets, pointing at the clock. When Joo-hyuk asks why, Kosak nervously claims he desperately wants to watch a live international soccer match on TV. Joo-hyuk agrees without suspicion and mentions he's heading out to the Awakener Bureau to sell his accumulated mana stones. All three summons instantly panic, begging to tag along to protect him from real-world danger. Joo-hyuk hilariously drags them backward, reminding them that non-registered players aren't allowed inside secure government buildings anyway. Shortly after, Joo-hyuk arrives at the Awakener Management Department headquarters. A sleek luxury white sedan pulls up to escort him inside. Team leader Gwang-il personally greets him with a warm smile at the entrance. Joo-hyuk steps out, scratching his head, telling Gwang-il that sending fancy limousines every time makes him feel super awkward. Gwang-il laughs it off, assuring him that a national treasure like him deserves top-tier treatment. Inside the office, Gwang-il confirms that Joo-hyuk's 54 kilograms of mana stones yielded a sweet 27 million won payout. Joo-hyuk praises Gayun's floor 66 clear, but Gwang-il gives full credit to Joo-hyuk for providing the holy sword. Gwang-il brings up the free 20 billion won luxury penthouse deed again, but Joo-hyuk declines, wanting to earn his own money to buy it properly. Gwang-il sparkles with determination, swearing to keep the penthouse vacant until Joo-hyuk changes his mind, leaving Joo-hyuk feeling slightly guilty. Shifting to serious business, Gwang-il mentions an urgent matter regarding an international player. He reveals that America's top player, Gerald Watson, is scheduling an emergency visit to South Korea in a few days. Gerald Watson is world famous, the highest-level magic swordsman alive. When Joo-hyuk asks why he's coming, Gwang-il reveals Gerald wants to rent the holy sword to clear a dark dungeon. Gwang-il states the standard rental fee is 10 million, and Joo-hyuk instantly assumes it's 10 million won. Gwang-il corrects him, it's 10 million US dollars, which converts to roughly 13 billion won per use. Joo-hyuk's brain completely short-circuits. Noticing Joo-hyuk's dark, frozen face, Gwang-il misunderstands, thinking Joo-hyuk feels offended by such a low offer and promises to stall the Americans for more cash. Joo-hyuk freaks out internally, terrified that if Gwang-il gets too greedy, the deal will fall apart and he'll lose 13 billion won. He grabs Gwang-il's hands, desperately begging him to accept the 13 billion won immediately before the Americans change their minds. Later that evening, Joo-hyuk returns to his apartment building. He opens the door and steps inside the quiet living room. He drops to his knees in overwhelming joy, repeating the figure, 13 billion won. Tears of happiness stream down his face as he imagines showering his family with money, realizing his days of struggling with debt are officially over. Hyped up, he considers ordering luxury food like raw beef or tuna sashimi, but decides to settle on a humble bowl of instant ramen. Slurping his noodles with a huge smile, he decides to save the high-end seafood to enjoy together with his summons later. Midnight arrives, and the clock ticks right on schedule. Joo-hyuk uses designated summon, bringing Kosak back into the living room with a crisp salute. Yawning from an exhausting day, Joo-hyuk tells Kosak he's heading to bed and won't be awake to send him back when his time expires. He tells Kosak to enjoy his soccer game on TV, and Kosak happily nods as Joo-hyuk retreats to his room. Kosak sits on the couch, smiling cheerfully as he listens to the TV sound effects. He keeps up the act until he hears steady breathing coming from the bedroom. Once he confirms Joo-hyuk is fast asleep, the TV turns off, and Kosak's playful expression turns cold as ice. He slips out onto the rooftop balcony, looking out over the glowing Seoul skyline with deadly intent. He recalls the microscopic, undetectable magic tracking shards he secretly planted yesterday. He had marked 2 suspicious men who were covertly watching Joo-hyuk's apartment complex. Knowing those spies were actively monitoring his master's home, Kosak's hitman instincts locked onto their signal. His blue eyes flash with murderous intent as he tracks the signal straight to a sketchy massage parlor in the city. Deep inside the building's hidden basement office, dark operations are underway. A spy stands in the hallway, making an encrypted phone call about target lists. Inside the command center, Chinese intelligence officers review dossiers on Korean elites, including Floor 30 players. They flip through profiles, methodically selecting targets for an upcoming covert kidnapping operation. The officer slams down a photo of Bong Joo-hyuk, noting his rapid growth as an elite player. Captain Deng Guanlin, a scarred military operative, sternly commands his team to execute the kidnapping plan tonight, since they only get one shot. Suddenly, two severed heads roll across the floor, bouncing right into the middle of the room. The bloody heads belong to their outer hallway guards, leaving the entire room in absolute shock. The agents scramble in panic, grabbing guns and axes as they shout about an intruder. The armed squad rushes into the hallway, leaving Captain Deng alone in the room. Suddenly, Cossack is sitting right in the captain's chair, casually holding Joo-hyuk's photo and admiring how handsome his master looks. Deng's heart drops into his stomach, horrified that an assassin snuck behind him completely undetected. In a desperate panic, Deng pulls a massive combat knife and slashes wildly at Cossack's neck. Cossack effortlessly catches the razor-sharp blade between two fingers, snapping the steel like toothpicks. With a bored expression, Cossack slashes Deng's arm with a mana blade, telling the captain not to interrupt him while he's admiring his master's picture. Deng screams in pain as his guards burst back into the room, horrified to find their captain wounded. Clutching his bleeding wrist, Deng roars at his men to open fire and kill the intruder instantly. The guards raise their handguns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire straight at Cossack. Cossack weaves through the hail of bullets at supersonic speed, a lethal blur of shadow and steel gliding across the room. His blue eyes glow with absolute lethality. These foolish spies targeted the wrong master, and tonight, none of them are leaving this room alive. When enemy assassins target the person you care about most, mercy isn't just off the table, it's completely destroyed. Cossack dives through a hail of gunfire like an invisible shadow, completely unbothered by the bullets flying past his face. Before the Chinese operatives can even react, he flashes behind them, slicing through two guards in a single fluid strike. Panicking, another guard screams at his crew to grab Cossack's arms, but Cossack just smirks as he swings his daggers upward. In a flash of light, severed hands fly into the air as agonizing screams echo through the room. Cossack casually lands on a couch, teasing them that they don't even have hands left to grab him with. Captain Deng watches in utter disbelief as Cossack toys with elite military operatives like they're helpless children. Deng breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this guy isn't a secret special forces agent or government hitman, but a high-tier monster straight out of a Black Tower raid video. Panic sets in as Deng tries to comprehend how a player is using superhuman tower abilities right here in the real world. Before Deng can finish his thought, Cossack slams the last guard's face straight into the wall, clearing the entire room. He casually rolls his shoulders and turns his deadly gaze toward Captain Deng. Zipping right into Deng's face, Cossack grins wickedly and tells him to apologize in Korean if he wants to live. Deng freezes with a dagger pressed against his forehead, terror completely paralyzing his body. Deng stammers out a desperate apology, but before the words even leave his mouth, Cossack's blade flashes. Cossack's expression turns ice cold as he whispers that he was never going to forgive anyone who dared mess with his master. And just like that, Deng's severed head rests on the table, decorated with Cossack's signature cute red gift ribbon. Cossack hums a cheerful tune as he walks out of the hideout, completely satisfied with a job well done. He takes one last look back at his masterpiece, and suddenly, sheer panic instantly hits him. He freaks out, realizing that if Joo-hyuk finds out he went on another unauthorized killing spree, he might actually get kicked out. He imagines Joo-hyuk angrily firing him for being an uncontrollable party member, leaving him begging on his knees. Terrified of that happening, he rushes back inside and frantically rips off his signature red ribbon to cover up his tracks. The next morning, sun shines over Joo-hyuk's apartment as if nothing chaotic happened at all. Cossack gives a bright salute, acting completely innocent and reporting that he had an awesome night. Joo-hyuk notices the fridge is still packed with snacks and asks why Cossack didn't eat anything while watching the soccer match. Cossack sweats nervously, making up a lame lie that he was so focused on the game he totally forgot to eat. Joo-hyuk shrugs it off and rallies the squad. It's time to hit floor 35 and finish off the Minotaur section. They warp onto floor 35, where the mission requires wiping out 80 Minotaurs, plus their massive Minotaur king. Dao Rei immediately rings her shaman bells, channeling glowing divine energy to buff her teammates. Gobang expands his chest, roaring with hype as his golden muscle form activates. Gobang dashes forward to grab all the aggro, but Cossack suddenly zips past him like a supersonic streak of light. Salty about Gobang stealing the spotlight yesterday, Cossack is determined to show everyone what a true SSR assassin can do. He leaps high into the air above a giant bull monster, slashing his twin daggers at blinding speed, shredding the monster before it can even swing its club. Ju Hyuk watches from behind, thoroughly confused as to why Kosak is suddenly fighting so hyper-aggressively today. Gobang kindly offers to let Kosak fight safely behind his massive tank body, but Kosak yells back that he can carry his own weight just fine. Seeing both of them speed clearing at insane rates, Ju Hyuk decides to jump in and grab a few kills for himself. Our boy activates Shadow Step mid-air, using his newly mastered airwalking technique to step on empty air like invisible stairs. Feeling like an absolute prodigy, he drops down with his thunder staff charged up, blasting a lone minotaur with a bolt of lightning, while the system subtly mocks him for only picking off the weakest monster. Suddenly, a massive roar shakes the entire dungeon as the colossal minotaur king enters the battlefield. Ju Hyuk's eyes go wide in total shock. He wasn't expecting the main boss to show up this early in the raid. Before he can even formulate a battle plan, a massive golden streak blurs past him. It's Gobang. He grabs the giant Minotaur King barehanded, tearing through its defense with raw, unbelievable brawn. With one final explosive uppercut, Gobang launches the boss monster flying into the sky like a rocket. Jushik shields his eyes, utterly amazed by Gobang's game-breaking strength. Meanwhile, Kosak collapses onto his knees in dramatic despair, crying because Gobang stole the boss kill again, while the system awards them another S++ clear rank. Back in Seoul, police barricades line the street outside the Chinese hideout massage parlor. Forensic teams photograph the crime scene, taking pictures of blood-soaked floors, abandoned axes, and silenced handguns. Team leader Gwang-il ducks under the police tape, entering the basement with a serious expression. Accompanied by Chief Lee Minna, they flash their government badges to take full control of the investigation. The lead detective bows politely and escorts them directly to the main evidence room. He points to a stack of scattered documents, revealing that the victims were actually registered foreign operatives. Gwang-il kneels down, his eyes widening in anger as he examines the leaked intelligence files. He gasps in shock, realizing someone inside the agency leaked classified player profiles to foreign spies. And right at the top of the target list is a photo of Bong Ju-hyuk himself. Realizing the extreme danger, Gwang-il orders Chief Lee to immediately summon an emergency assembly of all high-ranking executive personnel. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Ju-hyuk opens his system window to claim his 35th Platinum Badge perk. Excited to see what he gets, he considers grabbing a cup of water from the dispenser to offer a quick prayer for good RNG. Dao Rei immediately warns him that dispenser water isn't proper purified ritual water and might actually curse his luck. Ju-hyuk freezes with a deadpan face, secretly remembering that he used that exact dispenser water right before summoning Dao Rei herself. He decides to keep that secret to himself and snaps his fingers to draw the perk rewards. The screen flashes blue, granting him 2 item rewards, the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn and the Golden Mace of Cold Twilight. Ju Hyuk's eyes glow with excitement. Double item drops in a single perk pull. The system details reveal both weapons are indestructible, packed with reflection barriers, freeze effects, and massive stat boosts. Ju Hyuk cheers with pure joy, thrilled with his overpowered new gear. While Ju Hyuk dances around in happiness, Kosak and Dao Rei whisper nervously in the background, plotting how to cling to his legs if a new summon arrives. Kosak sighs in regret, wishing they held a proper prayer ritual so they could have gotten a trait enhancement instead. Gobang casually reminds them that when Ju-hyuk prayed with dispenser water last time, Princess Dao Rei was the one who got summoned. Dao Rei's jaw drops in pure shock as the entire room goes dead silent. She awkwardly laughs it off, stubbornly claiming that dispenser must have been a sacred dispenser if it was worthy enough to bring her forth. Gobang turns serious, calculating that if another random summon happens soon, a 4th entity will join them. Since trait enhancement didn't drop today, their party limit remains strictly locked at 3 concurrent summons. A heavy tension fills the room as they realize what that actually means. Gobang is a god-tier tank and damage dealer, while Dao Rei provides irreplaceable mass buffs, leaving Kosak swallowing hard in complete terror. He realizes with horror that if a more useful summon arrives, HE is going to be the one kicked off the team. Kosak sits in dark despair, listening to Dao Rei and Gobang discuss party efficiency. Dao Rei calmly states that whoever becomes unnecessary should bow out gracefully for the master's sake, and Gobang nods in agreement. Kosak curls into a ball on the couch, cursing his luck internally because he can't even argue with their logic. Desperate to save his skin, Kosak jumps up and suggests speed running to floor 40 to unlock another trait enhancement perk. Dao Rei immediately scolds him, asking if he's really selfish enough to force the young master into danger just to keep his own job. Kosak lowers his head in total defeat, offering to pack his bags and leave peacefully before he causes any trouble. Suddenly, Jushiek steps out of his room and firmly asks who said Kosak had to leave. Gobang and Daorei panic, frantically waving their hands and claiming it was just a hypothetical conversation. Jushiek turns the tables on them, asking Gobang if he'd step aside if a perfectly geared shield knight was summoned. Then he asks Daorei if she'd step down if a full-fledged saint or priest appeared, leaving her completely speechless and teary-eyed. Ju Hyok places his hands on his hips and confidently declares that he will never cut anyone from this squad, even if it means quitting the tower entirely. Kosak bursts into huge comical tears, overwhelmed by his master's unconditional loyalty. Ju Hyok announces they will push through tower floors together until they unlock 4 summon slots. But Kosak tearfully begs him not to overexert himself. Ju Hyok grins and offers a clever deal. He won't attack a single monster and will let his summons handle 100% of the combat while he watches safely from behind. Thrilled with the plan, Daorei promises to ring her bells till they break, Gobang promises total protection, and Kosak shouts with hyped zeal that he's all in. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Awakener agency, a top-secret briefing is underway in a secure subterranean room. Team leader Gwang-il presents the evidence from the massage parlor massacre to government executives. Director Park Il-jun of the National Intelligence Service reviews the autopsy reports, confirming all 8 dead men were foreign Special Forces soldiers. Director Park points out that Ju Hyok was among their primary kidnapping targets, and losing him would have destroyed the nation's future. Gwang-il slams his hands on the table, explicitly naming Chinese intelligence as the perpetrators behind the global player abductions. He insists on a full-scale investigation, calling the mission's failure nothing short of divine intervention. Gwang-il mutters under his breath that he almost wants to send a thank you gift to the mysterious vigilante who slaughtered those spies. The next day, Ju Hyok's team enters Floor 36. Ju Hyok hypes up his squad as they prepare to conquer the large humanoid monster section. Floor 36 is swarming with ferocious ogres, sniffing out human scent and charging forward. These ogres are faster than minotaurs, but Gobang blurs past them before they can even blink. In his compact SSR form, Gobang pummels 2 ogres at once, smashing their faces into the dirt with ridiculous power. Daorei unleashes a wide-area binding curse, locking a whole cluster of ogres in place with glowing magical chains. Kosak goes absolutely hyper-bloodthirsty, diving in with a crazy maniacal grin to slice through the frozen targets. The system screen pops up, Floor 36 cleared with an S++ rating, and Ju Hyok grabs his platinum badge on the fly. On Floor 37, light-speed green ogres charge at them, but Gobang crushes them just as fast. On Floor 38, blue ogres rain down from the sky in surprise jump attacks, trying to ambush Ju Hyok. Gobang spins through the air like a tornado, kicking 4 ogres in the face simultaneously. On Floor 39, massive red ogres try hit-and-run tactics, but Gobang grabs one by the neck like a ragdoll. The red ogres laugh maliciously, thinking they can stall for time by running in circles, only for Gobang to manifest right behind them with a terrifying death glare. Gobang spins like a human buzzsaw, blowing the entire red ogre squad into orbit in a single magnificent combo strike. System notices flood the screen in a rapid sequence. Floors 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39, all cleared, with S++ ratings. The internet goes wild over the mystery player pulling off 5 consecutive ultra-fast clears in 5 days, debating if they're even stronger than Nam Ga-eun. The next morning, Ju Hyok notes that security around his office-hotel building has increased tenfold due to the government leak. He tries sneaking out at 4 in the morning, trembling nervously as the lobby security guard stares right at him. He checks his backpack, remembering he's wearing Daorei's identity-obscuring talisman, which makes him look completely ordinary and uninteresting to bystanders. Waving down a taxi at dawn, Ju Hyok steps onto the street without raising a single suspicion. He asks the cab driver to take him all the way to Gongju Traditional Market in Cheongnam, but the driver groans that it's way too far. Ju Hyok pulls out a 50,000 won cash bill, and the driver's eyes turn into cash symbols as he slams the gas pedal, nearly giving Ju Hyok motion sickness. They arrive at Gongju Traditional Market in record time, with Ju Hyok stumbling out clutching his nauseous stomach. Ju Hyok summons Kosak, handing him a stealth charm so they can walk through the market together. The duo marches into the crowded market stalls, ready to buy ritual supplies. They inspect rows of golden apples, fresh pears, and traditional Korean ceremonial pancakes. Shiik points out items to the vendor, while Kosak carries the heavy grocery bags behind him. Next, they travel deep into Gyeongsan National Park, standing before the mountain entrance. She summons Gobang and Dao Rei, and Gobang instantly offers to carry all the heavy supplies. Dao Rei looks around the mountain landscape, recognizing the spiritual terrain from her old imperial world. She leads the group up a hidden forest trail, with Gobang effortlessly carrying Juhyok on his massive shoulders. They arrive at a breathtaking, sunlit clearing hidden just off the main path, leaving Juhyok awestruck. Dao Rei politely asks Gobang to push aside a massive boulder in the center of the clearing. Gobang grabs the multi-ton rock with one hand, lifting it up like a pebble. Beneath the rock lies an ancient hidden stone altar, and Dao Rei orders the squad to wash it clean with pure mountain stream water. Dao Rei kneels down, carefully sharpening her ceremonial shaman blade against the stone. Watching a woman in white robes sharpen a knife in the woods gives Ju Hyok spooky ghost story vibes, making him sweat nervously. They set up a full traditional shamanic ritual table, complete with fruit towers, rice cakes, and a grand pig's head in the center. Dressed in her full ritual attire, Dao Rei rings her sacred bells to initiate the prayer ceremony. She levitates slightly off the ground as a pillar of divine light shines down through the forest canopy. She prays to the spirits of heaven and earth to grant young Master Bong absolute fortune on his journey. Juhyok bows his head deeply on his knees, chanting frantically over and over to grant them a trait enhancement. With their spiritual meters fully charged, Juhyok's eyes flash blue. It's time to tackle floor 40. They warp onto floor 40, where the mission requires slaughtering 80 ogres and a deadly twin-head ogre boss. Gobang and Cossack turn into a dual storm of destruction, wiping out the boss in seconds and securing their 40th platinum badge perk. Back in the apartment, Cossack frantically tells Juhyok not to say the words trait enhancement out loud so he doesn't jinx their RNG. Ju Hyok opens the perk reward and gets a one-use roulette spinning ticket, revealing a glowing wheel filled with items, potions, and monsters. Ju Hyok frantically searches the wheel for trait enhancement and spots it on the upper right side. His face pales as he sees the trait enhancement slot is literally as thin as a single sewing needle. Cossack asks in panic if they're completely screwed, staring at the near-impossible RNG odds on the spinning wheel. Juhyok slumps over crying comically, explaining just how insanely narrow that needle-thin winning slot really is. Juhyok nervously asks if anyone else wants to tear the ticket, but Gobang pretends he needs the bathroom, while Dao Rei and Cossack suddenly pretend their charms are loose. Juhyok calls them out for making fake excuses, so he takes a deep breath, trusting in their sacred mountain ritual. He tears the glowing ticket in half, sending the roulette wheel spinning at hyperspeed as everyone prays desperately for 4 simultaneous summon slots. When the fate of your whole team rests on a single spin, every second feels like an eternity. Ju Hyok stares at the glowing screen as the needle-thin roulette wheel spins endlessly, making his head swirl. He clenches his fists, praying with every cell in his body that their mountain ritual paid off. The wheel begins to slow down, inching closer and closer to the impossibly narrow trait enhancement slot. Panicking, Ju Hyok literally blows on the screen to nudge it just a millimeter further, and against all astronomical odds, the pointer clicks right into place. IT actually landed on IT. Ju Hyok and Cossack scream in pure victory as the system confirms the perk, trait enhanced to 4 simultaneous summons. The squad cheers, relieved that nobody has to leave the team, and decides to celebrate with fried chicken. Meanwhile, a jet touches down at Incheon International Airport. American officials sprint through the terminal, trying to keep up with their star player. It's Gerald Watson, the world's #1 player, pumped up to finally get his hands on the Holy Sword. Director Antonio pants behind him, begging Gerald to calm down since he already cleared the specters before. Gerald grins, stating he has to match Nam Ga-eun's 10-hour clear time for it to count as a proper victory. Antonio sighs, endlessly stressed by Gerald's hyper-competitive personality. The U.S. team rushes through the lobby to finalize the deal. Team leader Gwang-il personally greets them outside Awakener Bureau HQ. Gerald cuts straight to the point, demanding to see the Holy Sword immediately. Gwang-il flashes his palm on the scanner, opening the high-security underground vault. The massive blast doors slide open, revealing the secure holding chamber. Gerald's eyes sparkle as he catches his first glimpse of the legendary blade. Gwang-il insists on receiving the $10 million rental fee first, which Antonio wire transfers without a second thought. Handing over the blade, Gwang-il reminds Gerald to adhere strictly to the contract terms, and Gerald swears he won't lose it. Gerald enters floor 66 of the U.S. Tower, holding the glowing Holy Sword high. Facing the demonic dark specters, he marvels at how the holy radiance completely strips away the monster's dark auras. Just 20 minutes later, Gerald obliterates the entire floor, thoroughly blown away by the weapon's power. Holding the blade, he laughs out loud, declaring that spending $20 million to test this bad boy was worth every single penny. 5 days pass back in Seoul, with a strict do not disturb sign taped to Ju Hyuk's apartment door. Ju Hyuk lies flat on his bed like a corpse, completely motionless. Today is the day his 30-day random summon cooldown finally resets. Following Dalrei's shamanic advice to cleanse his mind of all greed and desire before summoning, Ju Hyuk went off the grid, rolling around his apartment in complete mental fasting. Despite having billions in his bank account, he forced himself to eat plain cup ramen just to achieve total spiritual purity. He summons Kosak, Gobang, and Dalrei to join him for the big moment. The three summons stand stiff with nervous faces, terrified about what kind of new companion is about to appear. Ju Hyuk raises his hand, channeling his mana to trigger random summon. System lights flash, but the summon portal is surprisingly tiny compared to usual. With a tiny smoke pop, a small fuzzy ear pokes out of the light. Out steps Razix, a tiny chubby hamster beastkin wearing a construction hard hat and blue overalls. Ju Hyuk drops to his knees. It's an R-rank labyrinth worker hamster holding sunflower seeds. Our boy sweats heavily, feeling like he completely whiffed his gacha pull. Meanwhile, the three SSR summons secretly smile, relieved that this tiny hamster won't steal any of their combat roles. Razix tearfully asks if he should go back, sensing his low rank disappointed his new master. Ju Hyuk apologizes and unsummons him for now, planning his next move. Ju Hyuk pulls out his stored item skill cooldown reset ticket and tears it in half. Refusing to give up, he activates random summon a second time. Suddenly, the entire apartment lights up with an blinding, overwhelming cosmic aura. System screens explode with notifications. Achievement unlocked. First LSSR Legend Special Super Rare Grade Summon. Ju Hyuk shields his eyes, screaming in utter disbelief as he hits the ultimate gacha jackpot. A dramatic red martial cape flutters in the blinding light as a figure steps forward. Standing before him is an ancient, majestic Taoist immortal with long flowing white hair and beard, Guangma, the Mad Demon. The catalog description reads, the greatest of all time, public enemy of Miram, perpetrator of a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Guangma bows politely, expressing it's an honor to meet his noble summoner, making Ju Hyuk think he's a nice guy, despite the scary title. Ju Hyuk's mind gets pulled into Guangma's memory vision, witnessing the bloody history of his past life. In a time of ancient chaotic Miram, a strict taboo existed where martial artists and the government never interfered with each other. But Guangma broke that taboo completely. He strode into the imperial palace, decapitated the emperor, and hung his severed head in the city square. Declared public enemy #1, Guangma fought every Miram faction for 7 days straight before dying on his throne, pinned by dozens of swords. Snapping back to reality, Ju Hyuk sweats, realizing this old man is an absolute psycho, but undeniably god-tier at fighting. Guangma turns toward the other summons, while Kosak, Gobang, and Dalrai freeze in absolute horror from his overwhelming aura. Guangma scoffs arrogantly, refusing to even speak to such lowly creatures. He turns to Ju Hyuk, asking how many towers have collapsed in this world so far. Ju Hyuk answers only one, and Guangma notes that once floors pass floor 70, collapsing towers will threaten the entire planet. He explains that collapsed towers act like giant stakes driven into the earth, permanently twisting reality. He calls the nationality restrictions on tower entries a cunning trick designed to isolate nations. Guangma tells Ju Hyuk that with his LSSR power, Korea will stay safe, so he can throw away his existing party members. He points out that if the rest of the world falls, humanity perishes anyway. Guangma gives a dark, terrifying smirk, offering to help Ju Hyuk solve the problem personally. He madly declares his plan for world conquest, promising to assassinate all world leaders, conquer the planet, and place Ju Hyuk on the throne as the sole emperor of Earth. Ju Hyuk's brain melts in sheer terror as he frantically orders Guangma to stop. Guangma steps toward the window, refusing the order by citing principle #3, that saving the master takes absolute precedence. He prepares to leap out to start assassinating Korean politicians first, while Ju Hyuk screams at him to halt. Kosak, Gobang, and Dalrei draw their weapons to block the window, calling the old man totally crazy. Guangma's eyes flare with demonic killing intent, outraged that weaklings dare direct steel at him. He raises his fingers, threatening to slice one of them up as a bloody warning. Ju Hyuk steps up behind him, realizing this guy is a walking apocalypse. Our boy screams, "Unsummon Guangma!" banishing the unhinged tyrant back into the void before he starts World War III. 3 hours later, the squad throws a joyful party, tossing tiny Rozix into the air like a cute mascot. Rozix blushes happily with sunflower seeds floating around his head, thrilled to be welcomed by everyone. The scene shifts to Incheon International Airport under a clear blue sky. Team leader Gwang-il escorts the American delegation to their departure gate. Director Antonio complains that Gwang-il didn't give him a discount after renting the sword twice, while Gwang-il internally scoffs at his cheapness. Antonio grins, changing the subject to congratulate Gwang-il on some insider news. He reveals Gwang-il is up for a massive promotion, leaving Gwang-il amazed by U.S. intelligence speed. They shake hands, with Antonio calling him the future deputy commissioner. Antonio subtly tries to fish for info on who owns the holy sword, but Gwang-il smoothly dodges the question. Antonio waves goodbye, hinting they'll be back to do business again soon. As the Americans board their flight, Gwang-il notes that the U.S. is tackling Floor 67 next. Knowing they'll need the holy sword again, Gwang-il counts up their total earnings, a staggering 26 billion won, $20 million, deposited straight into Ju Hyok's account. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Rozix zooms across the room like a tiny cleaning tornado. He tells the squad to lift their feet while he zips under the couch with a dusting cloth. Kosak jumps in surprise as the tiny hamster glides past his boots. Rozix cleans every hidden speck of dust under the furniture, organizing trash, wiping counters, and making the kitchen sparkle like a five-star hotel. Ju Hyok watches with wide eyes as items fly into their proper places like magic. Rozix gathers dirty clothes, loads the washing machine, and washes every dish, leaving 0 water stains on the silverware. Ju Hyok claps in awe, praising Rozix for his unbelievable domestic skills. Dalray scoops Rozix up in a tight hug, crowning him the chief housekeeper of the household. Ju Hyok hands him a giant jar of premium mixed nuts, making Rozix's heart melt with joy. Ju Hyok huddles with his squad, whispering that Rozix is surprisingly helpful around the house. The squad agrees he's cute and great at chores, but note that since he's a weak R rank, he can't help in tower raids and should be swapped out in 30 days. Suddenly, Rozix squeaks in shock, having gobbled through the entire jar of nuts in seconds. Ju Hyok quickly changes the topic, proposing they head into the tower to clear Floor 41. They warp onto Floor 41, entering a dense, sunlit ancient forest. Floor 41 introduces giant land beasts, specifically the fearsome ironclad basilisk. Measuring 8 meters long, these reptilian monsters shoot a paralysis beam from their eyes that freezes targets instantly. Normal players need special countermeasure items to avoid gaze contact, but Ju Hyok doesn't need any of that because his 3 SSR warriors brutalize the basilisks barehanded. Ju Hyok cracks his knuckles, offering to help hunt 3 basilisks so they can wrap up early for dinner. Kosak suddenly leaps in front of him, spreading his arms to block Ju Hyok. Kosak insists that Ju Hyok's sole job right now is to guard little Rozix from danger. Ju Hyok glances at Rozix, remembering the heartbreaking memory vision from when he first summoned him. In his past life, Rozix was the top-tier worker for Labyrinth adventurers, doing cooking, laundry, mining, and weapon repairs. Having Rozix on a team cut the difficulty of dungeon exploration in half, but the selfish adventurers treated him as nothing more than replaceable labor. During a dangerous gathering mission, they abandoned him, and Rozix was eaten alive by Apophis, the giant snake boss of the labyrinth. Determined not to let history repeat itself, Ju Hyok vows to keep the little guy safe, while Dalray uses her bells to bind the basilisks. Gobang slams a giant basilisk into the dirt with an explosive power strike. Kosak slashes through another lizard, leaving Ju Hyok to play babysitter. Shayok turns around to tell Rozix to stay close, only to find empty air. Shayok freaks out in total panic, realizing the hamster disappeared right from beside him. He hears a quiet squeak coming from deep inside the bushes. He spots Rozix's cute little tail wiggling under the belly of a slain basilisk. Ju Hyok sprints forward, shouting that he's coming to save him. He slides to a stop beside the dead monster, but Rozix vanishes again. Ju Hyok spots a tiny yellow hard hat rolling under a tree like a lightning bolt. Rozix rolls past rocks and bushes at ridiculous speed with his short little legs. Ju Hyok watches in awe as Rozix curls into a ball, zooming around like a cute Sonic the Hedgehog. Suddenly, the system window pops up, all 15 ironclad basilisks defeated. Floor 41 cleared with an S++ rating, earning Ju Hyok a level up and another platinum badge. They warp back to the apartment, with Ju Hyok sweating because the raid ended while he was just chasing Rozix around. Suddenly, Rozix plops down on his butt in the middle of the carpet and starts sobbing uncontrollably with big tears streaming down his face. Ju Hyok panics, asking if he's hurt, but Rozix cries that he's sad because the raid ended too quickly. Rozix opens his tiny backpack, tearfully apologizing that he could only gather a little bit of loot. He dumps his bag and outpours bundles of extremely rare high-tier herbs, followed by sheets of high-grade basilisk leather and a massive pile of 20 kilograms of mana stones. Kosak and Juhyok stare at the mountain of treasure dumped on the carpet in complete shock. Juhyok's jaw hits the floor. How on earth did a hamster bring raw tower materials out into reality? Juhyok swallows hard, knowing that taking unrefined materials out of the tower is supposed to be impossible. Since the early days of the Black Tower, players tried bringing out rocks, branches, and herbs in their inventories, but every attempt failed as the system stripped unrefined items upon exit. Yet Razix's magic backpack completely bypassed system logic, carrying raw tower resources effortlessly. Dalray squishes Razix's chubby cheeks in delight, asking if he really gathered all this by himself. Razix snattles, apologizing again because the raid was so fast he couldn't gather more. Shashik's eyes light up, asking if hunting slower would allow him to bring back even more loot. Razix raises his tiny paw, proudly claiming he can bring back 10 times more. Jushik's eyes turn into pure cash symbols as he hears his bank account balance ascending to astronomical heights. Jushik eagerly asks if Razix wants to jump right back into the tower again today. Razix is confused since players can only enter once a day, but Juhyok reveals his LSSR achievement perk, 2 tower entries per day. Juhyok laughs like a villain, realizing the reward he got from summoning the Mad Demon was an absolute cheat code. Juhyok realizes Razix's economic value utterly outclasses even an LSSR, feeling crazy for ever thinking about replacing him. The squad forms a human palanquin with Gobang carrying everyone on his back, charging right back into floor 41 to escort Lord Razix on a massive gold mining spree. Turning dungeon monster drops into real-world billions sounds like a dream, but one wrong move in combat can instantly turn top-tier leather into complete trash. Our guy Juhyok lays out the ultimate hunting strategy for his squad, reminding everyone that their main goal today is to keep the monster intact so little Razix can harvest without a single scratch. Dressed in his tiny yellow hard hat decorated with Princess Dalrai's shaman charms, Razix steps forward with pure determination in his eyes. The squad marches deeper into the lush green forest of the 41st floor, with the entire squad acting as a literal shield force to make way for their tiny worker. Suddenly, a massive reptilian claw smashes into the ground, violently shaking the tree canopy. A giant ironclad basilisk bursts through the foliage, letting out a deafening roar that echoes across the entire battlefield. But before the beast can even process what is happening, Gobang steps up, pumping his muscles as glowing aura flares around his body. With absolute brute force, Gobang grabs the massive basilisk by its neck, crushing its momentum into the dirt. He brutally slams the monster back and forth into the earth, creating massive shockwaves and turning the ground to rubble. Gobang stands tall over the unconscious beast with a proud smile, presenting the defeated lizard to Razix like a trophy. But the moment Razix sees the heavily battered monster, tears stream down his face as he collapses to his knees in sheer heartbreak. Kosak and Dalray immediately lose their minds, furiously scolding Gobang for acting like an unrefined meathead and terrifying their precious hamster. Razix gently pats the mangled basilisk, crying over the fact that Gobang's relentless beating completely shredded the ultra-rare hide. Wanting to show off his new toy, Juhyok raises his golden mace of cold twilight, sparking with brilliant divine magic. He confidently steps up, promising the team he'll hunt the next monster cleanly without causing a single tear. But Razix frantically waves his arms, warning Juhyok that his freeze skill will shatter the hide like glass, effectively banning the MC from touching the monsters. Left with no choice, Juhyok devises a flawless 3-step hunting routine, starting with Princess Dalray casting a confusion spell on the next basilisk. Next, Gobang rushes in and precisely breaks the monster's legs, completely immobilizing it without touching its body. And finally, Kosak swoops in like a shadow, delivering a single, lethal throat cut to finish it instantly. The result is an absolute masterpiece, one perfectly preserved, pristine basilisk carcass ready for harvesting. Wondering how a tiny hamster can skin a giant monster, Juhyok watches in awe as Razix zips around the body at blinding speed. Glowing golden energy threads spring from Razix's hands, wrapping tightly around the scales of the carcass. With a single swift pull, the glowing threads cut cleanly through the skin boundaries with surgical precision. The graphic process is so fast and clean that Juhyok stands there in deadpan disbelief at how terrifyingly efficient his cute hamster worker really is. Within seconds, an entire flawless basilisk hide is peeled off in one continuous piece, completely intact. The entire squad bursts into cheers and applause, showering little Razix with compliments while he beams with pride. The tactical pipeline works like a charm as Razix peels a second hide off another monster, followed by a third, and eventually collecting a total of 7 whole, flawless hides. Razix wiped his brow and announced his magic backpack was completely full, surprising Ju Hyuk with its capacity limits. Ju Hyuk looks down at his own boots made of basilisk leather, realizing just how astronomically expensive high-tier monster leather is on Earth. Because monster hides are almost impossible to extract whole, world leaders and ultra-wealthy elites spend fortunes just to own a single genuine leather accessory. A wild idea flashes across Ju Hyuk's mind. If he feeds a summon-grade-up rune to Razix, he might literally create the most overpowered economic engine in human history. Back in reality, the squad returns to their apartment building. With Ju Hyuk asking his summons to clear the living room floor, Ju Hyuk dumps out the insane haul: 7 whole basilisk hides, 50 kilograms of high-grade mana stones worth 25 million won, and bundles of rare raw herbs. Razix proudly explains that if they hunt slowly, his backpack can bring back 10 times more loot every single run. Staring at his screen, Ju Hyuk transfers the mountain of materials into his inventory, filling up half his space in one go. But looking around his living room, the real issue becomes obvious. 4 high-tier summons, eating, lounging, and fighting in a small apartment is complete chaos. Realizing he can no longer delay moving, Ju Hyuk browses luxury real estate listings on his phone, cringing at the multi-billion won price tags. He remembers the top-floor penthouse team leader Jian showed him before, weeping internally over how impossible it seems to afford it. He sends a quick text to check on the Holy Sword rental fees, and his jaw hits the floor when the instant reply states America rented it twice for 26 billion won total. Ju Hyuk's hands tremble uncontrollably as he realizes he now has more than enough cash to buy the luxury penthouse outright. Visualizing a serene, heavenly beach, tears of pure, unadulterated economic joy stream down his face. He drops to his knees in solemn prayer, thanking the United States and officially declaring America's top player, Gerald, as his brother for life. Ju Hyuk claps his hands loudly, commanding everyone's attention for a massive announcement. Kosak, Gobang, and Dao Rei instantly snap into respectful bows, ready to receive their master's orders. He flashes his laptop screen, showing the massive luxury palace penthouse, triggering cheers of absolute awe from the entire squad. When Kosak worries about who will clean such a massive castle, Razix zooms across the floor at light speed with his tiny cleaning rag, watching the floor sparkle instantly behind the hamster. Ju Hyuk and Kosak share a confident laugh, realizing cleaning will never be an issue again. Ju Hyuk kneels down and warmly asks Razix if there's any special treat he wants to eat as a reward. Dao Rei happily offers to feed the tiny worker carrots, while Ju Hyuk reflects on how crazy today was. Unsummoning the tyrant Guang Ma was definitely the best choice he ever made. Who needs an unhinged LSSR warlord when you have a tiny, carrot-munching hamster generating infinite wealth? The next morning, Ju Hyuk arrives at his parents' new high-rise apartment complex to check in on his family. The moment he steps through the door, his father excitedly waves him over, eager to flex his recent accomplishments. His father shows off a photo holding an unbelievable 80-centimeter red sea bream fish caught on his recent fishing trip. Ju Hyuk smiles bright, realizing his father's severe hip joint issues are completely healed if he can pull in a monster fish like that. He glances at the shaman health and luck talismans Princess Dao Rei gave his family, realizing their divine magic is working beyond expectations. Ju Hyuk notices a brand new high-end air purifier in the living room and asks if his parents went overboard spending money. His father proudly reveals he won both the air purifier and a luxury massage chair in back-to-back local raffle draws. Just then, his younger brother Min Hyuk walks into the room, asking Ju Hyuk why he suddenly dropped by. Min Hyuk brags about his insane luck lately, claiming he's hitting impossible headshots in FPS games and climbing the ranked leaderboards. He hypes up finding a random 501 coin near a library trash can when he was short on change for coffee, as if it were a miracle. Ju Hyuk stares at his brother with completely dead eyes, internally laughing at how trivial a 501 coin is compared to his 26 billion won bank balance. Excusing himself for an upcoming appointment, Ju Hyuk heads outside while his brother tags along to go to the convenience store. Walking down the sidewalk, Min Hyuk asks if Ju Hyuk called a taxi to pick him up. A sleek, ultra-luxury limousine pulls up to the curb with a sharp screech, leaving Min Hyuk completely frozen in shock as Ju Hyuk casually steps inside. Watching the limousine speed away, Min Hyuk scratches his head in total disbelief at the ridiculous treatment elite players get. Inside the vehicle, Deputy Commissioner Jian Guang-il smiles, thanking Ju Hyuk for meeting him on short notice. Guang-il remembers the recent bloodbath where Cossack wiped out the Chinese hit squad, relieved to see Ju Hyuk completely unharmed. He asks about the bulky materials Ju Hyuk mentioned over the phone, wondering what kind of items require so much space. The limousine drives down an underground highway, heading straight into the Awaken Management Department's high-security special material warehouse. Standing inside the massive, cavernous vault, Ju Hyuk opens his system screen and politely warns Guang-il to brace himself. Guang-il chuckles confidently, boasting that he's seen every rare material in existence, right as a massive dark spatial rift tears open above them. A monstrous reptilian head drops out of the portal, causing Guang-il's eyes to burst out of his head in utter terror. Believing a wild dungeon boss is attacking, Guang-il screams at the top of his lungs, falling backward into a pile of storage boxes. The massive, snake-like hide thuds heavily onto the reinforced concrete floor, glowing with residual mana. Ju Hyuk awkwardly scratches his head, apologizing for terrifying his handler despite giving him a fair warning. Scrambling to his feet, Guang-il recognizes the specimen as an ironclad basilisk. Absolutely stunned to see an entire hide peeled off whole like a coat, Ju Hyuk casually taps his screen, offering to pull out the rest of the batch, leaving Guang-il trembling as he asks what he means by the rest. Our guy nonchalantly turns to his inventory interface, revealing he has 6 more identical whole hides ready to unload. Guang-il's mind completely shatters as he stares at Ju Hyuk in sheer awe, wondering what kind of monster player he's actually dealing with. The sheer scale of the haul leaves Guang-il completely speechless as he stares at the massive intact basilisk hide spread across the warehouse floor alongside piles of raw herbs and mana stones. Examining the freshly skinned leather, Guang-il calculates that the raw material in this single piece is worth more than his entire department's monthly operational budget. He looks up at Ju Hyuk in total disbelief, unable to fathom how a player could possibly bypass tower rules and extract unrefined raw materials from a single clear. Ju Hyuk rubs his neck awkwardly, asking how much cash he can get for the entire lot, while praying he doesn't come off as too greedy. Kneeling down to examine the texture, Guang-il asks for a moment to properly inspect the unprecedented quality of the specimen. Running his hand across the scales, Guang-il realizes this hide far surpasses standard market leather because it wasn't damaged during combat. He asks if obtaining these items was just a lucky one-time fluke from his recent raid. Expecting a nod, Guang-il looks up, assuming this supply will immediately dry up. But Ju Hyuk casually drops a bombshell, declaring he can bring back even larger quantities whenever he wants. Guang-il snaps his head up with a wide-eyed gasp, completely overwhelmed by the prospect of a continuous supply of impossible raw drops. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Guang-il reminds himself that Ju Hyuk is an S++ rank miracle worker, deciding it's better not to ask unnecessary questions. He immediately proposes purchasing all the raw herbs at double the market price to fuel state medical research. Next, he suggests releasing the whole basilisk hides directly to the civilian luxury market to maximize profit. Ju Hyuk's eyes light up with dollar signs, loving the idea of selling to wealthy elites who will buy them up instantly. He asks if the management department can handle the civilian auction sales, and Guang-il happily agrees to manage everything. Ju Hyuk generously offers 1 whole hide as a commission fee, but Guang-il politely declines, refusing to take advantage of his top player. Shifting topics, Ju Hyuk asks Guang-il to broker the luxury penthouse purchase, but firmly insists on paying for it himself when Guang-il offers to transfer ownership for free. Guang-il insists the state can cover the full cost as a perk, eager to keep Ju Hyuk tied to the agency. But Ju Hyuk smiles brightly and declines, preferring clear financial boundaries so he never owes political favors to the government. Back at the apartment, Cossack takes center stage in front of a digital presentation board, proudly introducing himself as the master's trusted right-hand man to the rest of the squad. Swiping through digital slides like a corporate executive, Cossack kicks off a detailed strategic briefing for their upcoming raids on floors 42 through 45. Little Razix enthusiastically raises his tiny hand in the air, eager to participate in the tactical meeting. Cossack commends the hamster's passion, explaining that they will focus on clearing floor 42 first for speed records before harvesting hides on repeat runs. Moving to the next slide, Cossack details the iron jaw basilisk on floor 43 and the thorn scale basilisk on floor 44, noting they will skip skinning the spiky ones to save time. Cossack clicks his remote control, pausing to ask if anyone has questions regarding the floor progression. He brings up a glowing image of the floor 45 boss, the rainbow basilisk, identifying it as their primary target for repeated farming. Princess Dalray instantly speaks up, asking why they should park their operations on floor 45 instead of climbing higher. Cossack gets an irk mark on his forehead, sternly reminding the princess that she must request permission before speaking during his briefing. Striking a dramatic pose, Cossack flexes that he was granted full operational authority over this presentation by Summoner Bong himself. Deflated by the corporate bureaucracy, Dalray reluctantly raises her hand, making Ju Hyuk sweat nervously at his squad's hilarious dynamics. Once permission is granted, Dalray rephrases her question, asking why high-floor climbing isn't more efficient for collecting materials. Cossack pulls up a slide of a giant scorpion, explaining that floor 46-plus monsters have rock-hard exoskeletons that take far too long for Razix to dismantle. He flashes a sparkling image of the rainbow basilisk, enthusiastically guaranteeing that its magnificent multicolored hide will generate unbelievable profits. Cossack dramatically claims their master is living like an impoverished pauper after buying his penthouse, making Ju Hyuk deadpan at how dramatic his assassin is being. Pointing to a diagram of the boss room, Cossack stresses that once the boss dies, the exit gate opens quickly, meaning Razix must skin the beast at blinding speed before getting forced out. Razix raises his tiny fist, cheering with boosted morale, while Jishyok admires how thoroughly Cossack prepared the operational plan. Jishyok flashes a confident smirk, rallying his squad with a simple command: "Let's go sweep up those hides and make some real money." The next morning, the sun shines bright over the towering corporate headquarters of HG Fashion in downtown Seoul. Inside her executive office, CEO Go Yeonha slams down a dismal sales report for her flagship clothing line, Wildflower. Clutching her head in extreme stress, Yeonha despairs over the terrible market reception despite staking her entire career on the line. Slumped over her desk, she groans over how her fashion branch is already the lowest performing entity inside the massive HG corporate group. Her assistant enters the office, delivering an official document regarding a public-private joint project initiated by the Awaken Management Department. Initially uninterested, Yeonha tells him to send a lower-level executive, but the assistant reveals the government specifically requested the CEO's personal attendance. Still dismissive, Yeonha coldly tells him to forward the invitation to the vice president instead. The secretary bows respectfully, agreeing to pass the meeting request down the corporate chain. As he turns to leave, Yeonha pauses in silence, a sudden gut feeling stirring inside her chest. She calls her assistant back just before he exits the room. Apologizing for her short temper, she asks him to leave the official government documents on her desk. She decides to attend the government meeting personally to get a breath of fresh air, unaware that this decision is about to change her entire life forever. Meanwhile, the system announcement flares as Ju Hyuk's squad enters floor 42 of the Black Tower, tasked with defeating 15 long-tailed basilisks. Ju Hyuk equips his indestructible gear set, the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn and Golden Mace of Cold Twilight, glowing with intense magical power. Overflowing with confidence, Ju Hyuk flares with fiery energy, declaring himself an alpha male who refuses to sit back today. He charges straight into the monster horde like a runaway wild horse, leaving his summons frantically screaming for him to stay safe in the back. A giant basilisk whips its razor-sharp tail blade through the air, sending a lethal slicing aura straight at Ju Hyuk's head. But Ju Hyuk executes his newly evolved shadow step, ducking under the lethal strike with blinding agility. His speed reaches such insane levels that multiple lightning afterimages split across the battlefield, making it look like he cloned himself. Soaring high above the monster's head, Ju Hyuk channels surging thunder through his golden mace. He unleashes Primal Lightning Staff third form, Falling Thunder Flash, slamming down with the apocalyptic force of a localized meteor strike. The system instantly awards an S++ clear rating, leaving Ju Hyuk completely confused as to why the mission ended after killing only one monster. He looks over his shoulder to find Gobang and Cossack standing over a pile of 14 obliterated basilisks. The squad slaughtered the entire horde in seconds, just to keep Ju Hyuk from putting himself in danger. Laughing off the absurd overprotectiveness of his team, Ju Hyuk enjoys a bowl of hot noodles back home during a quick rest break. The squad shares a cozy meal around the kitchen island, fueling up before diving right back into the tower. Re-entering floor 42, the squad focuses entirely on hide gathering, filling Razix's backpack with 7 complete pristine skins to finish the mission. The next day, they speed-run floor 43, harvesting the massive iron-jaw basilisks without taking a single hit. On floor 44, they skip skinning the thorn-scale basilisks due to their spiky hides, opting to use their repeat entry ticket to farm floor 43 again for maximum efficiency. Finally, The party steps onto floor 45, facing a massive war against 60 basilisks and the legendary Rainbow Basilisk boss within a 13-hour time limit. Knowing the Rainbow Boss hide is worth an absolute fortune, Ju-hyuk plans to farm it twice across both daily clears to secure massive cash flow. Dalray casts team-wide speed buffs, Gobang draws all monster aggro, and Cossack shreds through the ranks, pushing the kill counter to 60 in record time. A massive multicolored light erupts as the Rainbow Basilisk boss manifests, letting out a roar that shakes the very cavern. Gobang leaps onto the giant boss, wrestling its slippery tail while Cossack targets its vital points. Watching from the sidelines, Ju-hyuk knows killing the boss is easy, but taking it down without scratching the rainbow hide requires godly precision. Standing by in the bushes, little Razix readies his harvesting tools, fully prepared for the high-speed skinning trial. Cossack glides across the boss's neck like a phantom, delivering a single, surgical lethal strike that ends the beast instantly. The moment the boss collapses, Razix launches forward like a golden cannonball. Spinning through the air, Razix deploys his glowing golden thread cutters, zipping along the contours of the giant monster. With a brilliant flash of light, the golden threads pull back, cleanly separating the rainbow scales from the flesh in less than 3 seconds. The entire, shimmering rainbow basilisk hide peels off whole, floating gracefully in mid-air. Razix opens his magic backpack, sucking the massive legendary hide inside just as the system clear banner confirms absolute success. The entire squad erupts into wild cheers, tossing little Razix into the air in triumph as they celebrate the single most profitable dungeon raid in human history. Turning dungeon monster drops into real-world billions is an absolute game-changer, but staying on top means constantly grinding before the window closes. After successfully peeling off 2 whole rainbow basilisk hides in a single day, Ju-hyuk warmly pats little Razix on the head, praising him for mastering the high-speed harvesting technique. Staring at the glowing, multicolored hides floating out of his inventory, Ju-hyuk realizes that their practice runs paid off, making their second attempt even smoother than the first. Seeing his summons huddle up and create their own cute team cheer puts a proud smile on Ju-hyuk's face, proving their bond is getting stronger with every raid. Back in his living room, Ju-hyuk swaths his hand through the air, summoning his system interface to check his latest achievement rewards. Hitting the 45 platinum badge milestone, he braces himself, nervously wondering if the system is going to drop another crazy gamble on him. Seeing Ju-hyuk cowering before the glowing screen, his summons gather around with concerned expressions, asking if something is troubling their master. Princess Dalray gently reassures him that even an unexpected result can become a blessing, while Gobang and Razix cheer him on with pure enthusiasm. Ju-hyuk wipes a tear from his eye, moved by their wholesome support, right before looking over at Cossack, who is casually lounging on the couch, sipping juice without a care in the world. Powered up by his squad's encouragement buff, Ju-hyuk taps the system screen as a brilliant blue light flashes across the room. The system prompt triggers, officially awarding his special perk for accumulating 45 platinum badges. Praying he doesn't get sucked into another high-stakes roulette wheel, Ju-hyuk closes his eyes and begs the gacha gods for a straightforward reward. The light fades to reveal a single-use multinational tower access ticket, allowing him to enter any black tower across the globe, regardless of nationality. Ju-hyuk stares at the pass in complete confusion, while Cossack leaps over the couch in excitement, asking if they unlocked another stat enhancement or giga weapon. Ju-hyuk sighs in disappointment, waving the ticket around and wishing he had gotten another summon grade-up rune for his squad instead. Resolving not to leave his luck to chance next time, Ju-hyuk asks Dalray to perform a full traditional shamanic luck ritual before he opens his 50th badge reward. Shrugging off the draw outcome, Ju-hyuk decides it's time to celebrate their successful floor clears with a massive feast. Within an hour, the dining table is completely buried under a mouth-watering spread of pizza, fried chicken, fresh sushi, and traditional Korean stews. Ju-hyuk cracks open a cold beverage, ready to drown out his draw frustration with endless food. He hands a canned drink to Cossack, tempting the assassin to break duty protocol and join the party while the rest of the squad vacuums up the feast at light speed. Meanwhile, across town at the Awaken Management Department, CEO Go Yeon-ha of HG Fashion steps out of the elevator, led by a staff member toward the main conference room. Stepping inside, she is greeted by high-ranking executives from rival apparel giants, immediately noticing that other corporate heads sent lower directors instead of coming personally. As executive directors from competing brands introduce themselves, Yeon-ha realizes she is the only actual CEO who showed up to the meeting. She swallows her pride with a nervous smile, feeling slightly embarrassed and wondering if she should make up an excuse to leave. Suddenly, the conference room doors swing open with a heavy thud, commanding everyone's immediate attention. Deputy Commissioner Jeon Gwang-il walks into the room with a commanding presence, instantly catching Yeon-ha by surprise. Recognizing him as the mastermind behind Korea's elite player project, Yeon-ha realizes the true weight of the government official standing before them. Gwang-il is the legendary figure credited with backing star player Nam Ga-eun and elevating South Korea to an international tower-climbing power. Seeing the predicted future commissioner appear in person, Yeon-ha gives a subtle sigh of relief, realizing her decision to attend was a massive winning play. Gwang-il offers a polite apology to the room, then bluntly tells the representatives from the rival apparel companies to leave. The rival directors freeze in utter shock as Gwang-il sternly reminds them that his official document explicitly demanded the presence of the CEOs. Panicking, the rival executives frantically offer to call their bosses on the spot, begging for a second chance to stay in the meeting. But Gwang-il shuts them down without hesitation, enforcing strict policy and declaring he will only speak with CEO Go Yan-ha. As the humiliated rival directors rush out into the hallway, frantically screaming into their phones, Yeon-ha stands tall, left alone in the room with the deputy commissioner. Flashing a charming smile, Yeon-ha asks if she just caught the luckiest break of her corporate career. Gwang-il chuckles, suggesting she's gotten closer to it as Yeon-ha reaches into her designer bag to pull out her secret weapon. She presents a stunning set of custom armor blueprints designed around star player Nam Ga-eun, pitching her brand Wildflower as the ultimate partner for any fashion venture. Reviewing the detailed sketches, Gwang-il is thoroughly impressed by Yeon-ha's proactive drive and sharp preparation. Setting the papers down, Gwang-il offers a warm smile and asks her to follow him to another location so he can show her something incredible. Taking a private elevator down to basement level 8, Yeon-ha steps out into a heavily guarded underground bunker, amazed by the extreme security surrounding the perimeter. Gwang-il hands her a heavy winter coat, warning her that the temperature inside the deep storage vault drops below freezing. The massive, blast-proof vault doors slide open with a loud mechanical hiss, revealing a brightly lit corridor shrouded in dense frost. Pulling their hoods over their heads, the two walk deeper into the freezing vault, their breath forming thick clouds in the cold air. Reaching the center of the hall, Gwang-il pauses near a control console and asks her not to be alarmed when he flips the lights on. The overhead floodlights flare to life, illuminating the central display and making Yeon-ha gasp in absolute, breathless horror. Mounted inside a massive stasis frame is an entire flawlessly preserved basilisk hide, glowing with magnificent reptilian aura. Gwang-il proudly reveals that their department has secured a total of 36 whole hides, with 34 of them currently stored right before her eyes. Yeon-ha swallows hard, staring at the flawless scales and realizing these ultra-rare tower materials are a dream concept that could revolutionize the global fashion industry. Shivering in shock, she asks if the government is truly planning to supply these impossible drops to private civilian companies, and Gwang-il confirms HG Fashion is their top candidate. Visualizing high-end coats, luxury handbags, and custom accessories stamped with her Wildflower logo, a wave of ecstatic chills rushes down Yeon-ha's spine. Noticing 2 items missing from the count, Yeon-ha asks where the remaining hides are, prompting Gwang-il to smirk like a man holding the ultimate winning hand. He hits a switch, illuminating a separate containment glass that holds the legendary shimmering rainbow basilisk hide. Yeon-ha stumbles backward in sheer awe, clutching her face as the iridescent aura radiates off the scales like a living creature. Blushing with excitement, she declares that the hide transcends simple raw material. It is a pure, divine work of high art fashion. Overcome with passion, Yeon-ha grabs Gwang-il's hands and desperately begs for priority rights to purchase every future batch they extract. Gwang-il agrees in principle, but sets a strict condition, requiring absolute non-disclosure secrecy until the luxury brand officially launches to the public. Stepping into business mode, Yeon-ha gets serious, asking what kind of price tag the government is placing on these whole hides. Gwang-il admits pricing is tricky, noting that even tiny, damaged scrap hides currently sell to collectors for 10 million won apiece. He pulls out a faded scrap piece for comparison, showing how crushed and dull the lower-grade drops look compared to their pristine whole hides. Handing her a small sample piece, Gwang-il asks Yeon-ha to have her company's top leather master craftsmen evaluate its value themselves. As Gwang-il smiles warmly, Yeon-ha smiles back, thoroughly impressed by the deputy commissioner's sharp intelligence and incredible vision. Meanwhile, the sun sets over the ultra-exclusive Ark Hill apartment complex in Cheongdam, Seoul. Ju Hyuk rides a private glass elevator ascending the side of the skyscraper, pressing his face against the glass in childlike excitement. Staring out at the dazzling city lights, a system notification pops up, confirming the official property registration of his brand new penthouse is complete. The elevator doors slide open, and a personal concierge welcomes Ju Hyuk into the very first home registered under his own name. Confetti bursts as the staff welcomes him, while Ju Hyuk gasps in deadpan shock at the grand red carpet entrance inside his own private foyer. The staff hands him his VIP key card and exits, leaving Ju Hyuk to sprint across his massive, gleaming living room like an ecstatic kid who just won the lottery. He summons his squad into the living room, and every single one of them loses their minds at the sheer scale and luxury of their new palace. Kosak marvels at the ultra-modern bathroom setup, dramatically declaring that using such a pristine toilet feels like an actual sin. Princess Dalray rides the private two-story interior elevator, amazed that a home could span 300 peong across 10 massive rooms. Gobang expands into his giant form, sprinting through the high-ceiling corridors, while Kosak screams at him not to wreck their master's hard-earned castle. Ju Hyuk explores the private home theater room, geeking out over the massive projection screen and latest gaming console setups. The team discovers 8 full-sized refrigerators and 11 luxurious bathrooms, leaving them completely speechless at the sheer extravagance. Ju Hyuk presses a remote button, causing the massive automated window drapes to slide back with a smooth hum. The entire squad gathers before the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, looking out at the breathless, sparkling panoramic night view of Seoul. Looking at the peaceful city below, Kosak, Gobang, and Dalray soft-spokenly vow to protect Ju Hyuk's world with their very lives. Tears well up in Ju Hyuk's eyes as a warm smile spreads across his face, deeply moved by the incredible family he has built. Moving into a multi-billion-won penthouse is a massive flex, but making sure it's completely sanitized of any past history is even more satisfying. Deputy Commissioner Jian gives a thumbs up, confirming the government completely gutted and remodeled the entire penthouse so not a single trace of traitor Yu Cheo-min remains. And just like that, the moving process is officially complete, opening up a breathtaking view of the blue Seoul sky. Upgrading from a cramped rooftop studio to a 300 peong luxury palace feels surreal, especially with the squad enjoying their private rooftop swimming pool. Soaking in the warm, heated water, Ju Hyuk relaxes with a blissed-out smile, declaring that living like this is the absolute ultimate dream. Over by the poolside lounge chairs, Kosak gets a mischievous grin on his face, nudging Gobang as they look over at Princess Dalray reading a book. The two muscleheads pick up Dalray's entire lounger chair, ignoring her terrified screams as they tease her about needing some pool exercise. With a dramatic heave-ho, they toss her chair directly into the air, sending the Imperial Princess flying straight into the water with a loud splash. Dalray emerges from the water soaked and furious, her eyes flashing purple as she mutters a dark, terrifying shamanic spell under her breath. Seconds later, Kosak and Gobang clutch their stomachs in absolute agony as a sudden, violent curse hits their digestive systems. The two sprint across the terrace at light speed, screaming at each other to get out of the way as they race toward the 11 private bathrooms. Ju Hyuk takes a mental note never to mess with Princess Dalray, then looks around the pool deck, suddenly noticing that little Razix is nowhere to be seen. Inside the penthouse kitchen, a strange mechanical whirring sound echoes near the floorboards. Razix lets out a dramatic war cry, puffing his cheeks with intense fury. Standing before the tiny hamster is a high-tech robotic AI vacuum cleaner, spinning its automatic cleaning brushes in an epic showdown of electronic servant versus chief servant. The robot vacuum flashes a cute digital smile on its screen, activating Pro AI cleaning mode to sweep the floor. Believing the electronic intruder is trying to steal his job, Razix charges forward with his rag, determined to defend his title as the houseworker. Ju Hyuk peeks around the corner with teary eyes, moved to the core by how hard his tiny hamster is fighting just to stay useful. Just then, Gobang staggers out of the bathroom looking completely pale and drained, muttering that his soul briefly visited heaven. Ju Hyuk quickly pulls Gobang aside, whispering a secret tactical mission into the giant's ear. Gobang's eyes flash purple as he lifts the robotic vacuum high above his head, ignoring the device's robotic pleas to be set down. With a single, devastating overhead slam, Gobang shatters the robotic vacuum into pieces, executing the electronic servant while Razix cheers in pure victory. Shrouded in sparkling light, Razix beams with pride, relieved that his position as chief household worker is officially secure. By day 4 of living in the penthouse, Ju Hyuk keeps up a relentless pace, clearing floor 45 twice every single day to farm whole basilisk hides. Extracting 6 normal hides plus 1 boss hide per run, His daily yield hits an insane total of 14 whole, flawless hides every 24 hours. Agency Chief Lee Minna visits the penthouse every 2 days to collect the materials, amazed every single time by the mountain of loot Ju-hyuk hands over. As she loads the hides into her stasis window, Minna pauses, turning to Ju-hyuk with a serious expression. She delivers an urgent directive directly from Deputy Commissioner Jian, instructing Ju-hyuk to immediately stop gathering hides. Ju-hyuk reels back in shock, asking why the government wants to shut down their infinite money glitch. Minna explains that processing facilities need time to catch up, and flooding the market with too many hides at once will crash the luxury valuation. The next morning, Princess Dalray corners Kosak in the living room, furiously scolding him for giving bad business advice during his presentation. She points a finger at his face, berating him for making Razix work tirelessly on floor 45 for hides that can't even be cashed in yet. Sweat drops down Kosak's face as Dalray fumes over his lack of supply chain knowledge, wishing they had just mined mana stones instead. Ju-hyuk chuckles in deadpan amusement, watching Kosak suffer karma for being so bossy during his slide deck briefing. Stepping in to save his assassin, Ju-hyuk raises his hands and proposes they pivot their focus toward speed climbing to floor 50. The entire squad instantly cheers in agreement, fully backing their master's decision to push higher up the tower. The next morning, the system banner flashes as the party enters floor 46, tasking them with defeating 15 paralysis scorpions. A massive, glowing purple scorpion emerges from the rocky terrain, wielding razor-sharp pincers and a stinger dripping with neurotoxin. Floors 46 through 50 are notorious for bleeding, hallucination, and paralysis poisons, making this section the highest consumer of expensive healing potions in the entire tower. For ordinary player guilds, clearing this sector requires endless potion supplies, but Gobang steps up and shatters a scorpion's claw with a single bare-handed punch. Gobang catches the incoming sting with his palms, completely ignoring the poison thanks to his insane high-rank defense stats. He uses the scorpion's own claws to mirror-treat the horde, drawing massive aggro while smashing monsters left and right. Kosak swoops down from above to execute the stunned targets, while Princess Dalray provides massive AoE stat buffs from the backline. Seeing his squad handle everything effortlessly, Ju-hyuk rubs his hands together with a mischievous grin, wanting to sneak into the battle to steal a kill. Suddenly, a loud metallic clinking sound echoes from the nearby mountain cliffs, catching Ju-hyuk by surprise. Up on the rocky cliffside, little Razix is furiously swinging a tiny pickaxe, digging into the rock face with frantic energy. The moment they entered floor 46, Razix caught the strong scent of metallic ore and immediately went to work, wiping sweat from his forehead. Razix tells himself that if he mines high-grade metal ore for his master, Ju-hyuk will stay happy with him. Dark memories flash through the hamster's mind, remembering how selfish adventurer parties in his past life yelled at him and forced him to dig faster. Looking over at Ju-hyuk's warm, smiling face, Razix feels a deep warmth in his chest, desperate to stay with this wholesome family forever. Hearing that hide gathering was paused, Razix panicked internally, terrified that if he stops bringing in profits, he will eventually be abandoned just like before. Swinging his pickaxe at light speed, Razix frantically shoves chunks of glowing metal ore into his magic backpack. Suddenly, the system banner flashes, confirming an S++, clear rating on floor 46, and forcing an instant exit before Razix can fill his bag. Back in the penthouse, Razix flails around on the floor crying hysterically, apologizing to Ju-hyuk for failing to max out his backpack space. Dalray and Kosak quickly kneel down, gently reassuring their chief servant that nobody can fill a bag during a speedrun clear. Ju-hyuk kneels down and softly tells Razix to rest for the day without worrying about cleaning, causing the hamster to freeze in utter horror, thinking he's being fired. Dalray and Gobang immediately jump in, assuring Razix that the household would collapse without him, unlike Kosak, who is completely useless. While Kosak and Gobang get into a comical brawl in the background, Ju-hyuk gently places a hand on Razix, assuring him that he is the most essential member of their team. Sparkles erupt around Razix as tears of pure happiness fill his eyes, feeling loved and validated like never before. Over the next few repeat runs on floor 46, the squad helps Razix mine high-grade metal ore, filling his backpack to the brim while the hamster beams with joy. 10 days later, at the Awaken Management Department headquarters in Seoul, top-level government officials gather for an emergency meeting. Deputy Commissioner Jian reviews top-secret NIS intelligence, shocked to learn that a massive terrorist bombing occurred in Abu Dhabi 3 days ago. Reading the casualty report, Gwang-il gasps as he sees that Karim Jahid, The UAE's #1 state-nurtured star player was killed in the explosion. NIS director Park Kyung reveals that over 10 high-ranked players above level 50 died, leaving the UAE's floor 60 tower with only 20 days before a catastrophic tower collapse. Since the UAE tower is located near major oil fields, a collapse would trigger a global economic disaster, prompting the Crown Prince to urgently fly to Korea for emergency talks. Meanwhile, back at the penthouse, Razix dumps a massive pile of sparkling metal ore directly onto the living room floor. Realizing the mountain of ore weighs several hundred kilograms, Ju-hyuk asks Go-bang to expand his body and help scoop the rocks up. Because system inventory requires touching items manually to store them, Ju-hyuk and Go-bang sweat profusely during backbreaking labor, shoving rocks into the UI window one by one. Massaging his sore arms, Ju-hyuk heads out to sell the ore to the agency, while his summons stand at attention and wish him success. Riding in Gwang-il's luxury limousine, Ju-hyuk chuckles, feeling like he's treating the deputy commissioner like his personal chauffeur. Gwang-il laughs it off, assuring Ju-hyuk that meeting Korea's star player is his top priority, before turning serious to share critical global news. He notes that Norway submitted a formal request to rent the Holy Sword for $10 million USD to attempt floor 66. Gwang-il reassures Ju-hyuk that while lower floors can be cleared with standard light attribute gear, high floor demand for his Holy Sword will surge very soon. Ju-hyuk grins, calculating another 15 billion won payout and daydreaming about buying a peaceful countryside farm for his future retirement. He visualizes his ultimate farming dream team, Cossack chasing away wild boars with daggers, Daorei praying for bountiful harvests, Razix sowing seeds, and giant Go-bang pulling the plow. Shiok giggles to himself, realizing his summons are literally the most optimized farming crew on the planet. Gwang-il breaks his daydream, dropping his tone to warn Ju-hyuk that the international situation surrounding the Black Towers has become extremely chaotic. He reveals that trader Yu Cheo-min completely broke down in Japan following his live TV failure, becoming a paranoid wreck who trembles in fear. Stripped of all naturalization benefits and kicked out to a rural village, Cheo-min was abandoned by Japan, forcing the Japanese government to sign an emergency contract with the U.S. Meanwhile, China suffered catastrophic losses on floor 59, forcing them to cede parts of Heilongjiang province to Russia in exchange for emergency high-rank player support. Turning to Ju-hyuk, Gwang-il reveals that Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah of the UAE just landed in Korea, requesting the temporary naturalization of one of Korea's top 2 players. Ju-hyuk assumes the UAE is asking for Nam Ga-un or trader Yu Cheo-min, but Gwang-il looks Ju-hyuk directly in the eyes, revealing that the Crown Prince specifically demanded player Bong Ju-hyuk. Standing at the peak of global power means everyone wants a piece of you, but keeping your identity hidden is the only thing standing between freedom and total government control. Deputy Commissioner Jian shakes his head, revealing to Ju-hyuk that the foreign nations aren't asking for traitor Yu Cheo-min. He looks Ju-hyuk dead in the eyes, confirming that the UAE Crown Prince is desperately searching for the mysterious S++ record holder himself. Ju-hyuk practically jumps out of his seat in total panic, asking how foreign royalty even knows he exists. But Gwang-il reassures him that the UAE is simply guessing based on Korea's sudden surge in tower clear speed. Gwang-il offers a warm smile, promising that the agency will play completely dumb and protect Ju-hyuk's identity at all costs. Relief washes over Ju-hyuk, who then asks why the UAE isn't asking their wealthy neighbor, Saudi Arabia, for help instead of flying halfway across the world. Gwang-il explains that while both are Middle Eastern oil powers, the relationship between the two nations completely soured years ago. Shiok's ears perk up instantly as Gwang-il reveals the conflict was caused by trait enhancement runes. When the towers first appeared, a fierce bidding war broke out over rare slot expansion runes, with the UAE securing the majority and sparking a bitter diplomatic feud. Smelling a massive opportunity, Ju-hyuk asks if he can demand a trait enhancement rune as payment for helping them. But Gwang-il warns that the UAE is stubborn and prefers solving everything with raw cash. Ju-hyuk strokes his chin, deciding that unless a trait enhancement rune is put on the table, he'll just let the UAE handle their own problems. The limousine arrives at the special material warehouse, where Ju-hyuk admires the high-tech stasis frames, storing his whole basilisk hides like literal stacks of liquid cash. Stepping into the freezing storage vault, Ju-hyuk notifies Gwang-il that he brought another batch of raw materials to sell. Gwang-il sweats nervously, hoping Ju-hyuk brought metal ingots this time since their processing facilities are short on leather-working gear. Ju-hyuk taps his system window, pulling out a glowing, dense chunk of dark mineral ore. Disappointed to see unrefined rocks instead of processed ingots, Guang-il asks if he can inspect the sample closer. The moment Guang-il takes the rock, its immense weight nearly pulls his arm down, leaving him stunned that unrefined mineral ore fits into system inventory. Realizing it's raw, high-grade ore, Guang-il looks at Ju-hyuk in absolute shock, confirming his suspicion that the S++ prodigy is directly mining resources inside the tower. Ju-hyuk flashes a wholesome thumbs up, blissfully unaware that Guang-il is losing his mind over how broken his tower abilities really are. Guang-il sighs, noting that raw ore requires refining costs compared to standard ingot rewards dropped by the tower. Ju-hyuk asks if he should unload the rest of the batch, surprising Guang-il, who didn't expect him to carry more. Explaining that his arms would fall off if he took them out one by one, Ju-hyuk opens his inventory portal and dumps a massive, crashing avalanche of glowing ores onto the floor. The sheer volume of high-grade minerals creates a literal mountain of wealth, leaving Guang-il completely frozen in shock. Staring at the massive heap, Guang-il realizes Ju-hyuk completely defies common sense, shattering every known rule of tower progression. Agency workers rush in with scales and containers, thoroughly amazed to witness raw, unrefined minerals extracted directly from a black tower for the first time in history. Guang-il breaks down the international purchase standards. Adamant ingots sell for 5 million won per kilo, orichalcum for 10 million, and sectonium for 20 million won per kilo. Hearing those insane market rates, Ju-hyuk gets a greedy, capitalist grin across his face, suspecting this single haul might top 1 billion won. The appraisers run the math: 3.7 billion for adamant, 2.6 billion for orichalcum, and 3 billion for sectonium, leaving Ju-hyuk's eyes popping out of his skull. Guang-il turns around with a warm smile, announcing the total payout comes out to an astounding 9,427,500,000 won. Ju-hyuk shrieks in disbelief, asking if the math is wrong, but Guang-il confirms the total weight of 2,342 kilograms is 100% accurate. Guang-il promises to adjust the payout higher if refining yields more pure metal, assuring him that the agency will cover any loss if it yields less. Ju-hyuk slaps his hand into Guang-il's, sealing the deal with the fastest, most enthusiastic handshake in human history. Guang-il bows deeply in gratitude for receiving such game-changing raw materials, making Ju-hyuk panic over why the government handler is bowing again. Overcome with economic bliss, Ju-hyuk drops to his knees and prostrates on the floor, shouting that he's the one who should be bowing for receiving 9 billion won. Floating in a sea of cash symbols, Ju-hyuk giggles uncontrollably, wondering what in the world he's going to do with all this insane wealth. Meanwhile, back at the penthouse, Kosak casually munches on potato chips while lounging on the sofa. Suddenly, a shiny golden coin rolls across the polished floorboards with a soft metallic sound. Little Razik zooms across the room like a tiny fluffy lightning bolt, chasing after the rolling coin. Razik scoops up the coin, leaving the floorboards sparkling like brand new, while Princess Dalray shakes her head in complete exasperation at Kosak's laziness. Kosak spins the coin on the table, challenging Gobang to name a guess for how much money Ju-hyuk will make from selling the ore. Setting the penalty as a full-power forehead flick, Kosak bets 500 million won, while Princess Dalray steps up and proudly bets 1 billion won. Kosak locks in Dalray's 1 billion guess with a confident smirk, warning her that he won't hold back his SSR physical power just because she's a princess. Raising both his giant hands, Gobang declares his official estimate with absolute confidence: 10 billion won. Kosak and Dalray burst into hysterical laughter, mocking Gobang for having zero sense of real-world money, while Kosak orders him not to use his giant transformation when taking the forehead flick. Suddenly, Kosak's assassin ears twitch as he hears the front door unlock down the hallway. Moving with supersonic speed, Kosak blurs across the living room like a shadow. Ju-hyuk steps through the door, greeting his squad with a bright smile as Dalray and Gobang welcome him home. Ju-hyuk spots Kosak vigorously pushing a vacuum cleaner around the foyer, sweat dripping down his face as he pretends to be working hard. Ju-hyuk pats Kosak on the shoulder, praising him as his most reliable right-hand man, while Dalray glares at the sly assassin in deadpan disbelief. The squad gathers around the living room coffee table, eager to hear the results of the ore transaction. Ju-hyuk smiles, casually dropping the number 9.4 billion won, making Kosak freeze in sudden, horrifying realization. Ju-hyuk announces the exact payout was 9,427,500,000 won, making Kosak's face go pale as he realizes Gobang's 10 billion guess was practically a direct hit. Ju-hyuk and Dalray cheer for Razik, tossing the adorable hamster in the air to celebrate his hard work. Sweating profusely, Kosak desperately begs Juhayak to unsummon him immediately, claiming he suddenly feels violently ill. Juhayak tilts his head in confusion, refusing to dismiss him before dinner, as Gobang's massive shadow looms over the terrified assassin. Reminding Kosak that a true warrior never lies, Gobang cracks his knuckles, refusing to let the assassin escape his penalty. Gobang lifts Kosak by his collar like a tiny action figure, ignoring his frantic screams for mercy. With the force of a localized hydraulic press, Gobang snaps his middle finger, delivering an atomic forehead flick that blasts Kosak straight through the air. Kosak gets slammed face first into the reinforced wall, leaving a human-shaped crater in the plaster, with smoke rising from his forehead. The next morning, Gwangil calls Juhyok with great news, announcing an additional bonus payout because the ore's metal purity exceeded all government expectations. Meanwhile, news broadcasts break the story of UAE Crown Prince bin Salah's arrival, showing public outrage on social media over foreign elites seeking Korea's top players. Watching the news in his penthouse, Juhyok sees Prince bin Salah making a desperate public plea, guaranteeing complete anonymity for the S+ record holder if they help clear floor 60. Online comment sections explode with speculation, wondering if the secret S+ prodigy will take the bait and make bank. Juhyok switches off the TV, muttering that if the crown prince wants his help, he needs to offer a trait enhancement rune instead of useless press appeals. Kosak walks by wearing giant bandages stacked over his swollen, bruised forehead. Kosak proudly flexes that as an SSR rank, his skull is indestructible, though Juhyok laughs knowing he almost died from Gobang's lethal flick. Setting their sights on their next milestone, Juhyok announces it's time to clear floor 50 and claim his 50th platinum badge perk. Entering floor 50 of the Black Tower, the party is swarmed by a massive horde of 60 venomous scorpions, led by a giant king scorpion. Juhyok stays in the backline with Razix, letting Gobang, Kosak, and Dalray handle the frontline combat to protect their flawless S++ streak. Juhyok calculates that if he draws a 5th summon without unlocking a slot expansion, someone on his current team will have to be benched. On the battlefield, the massive king scorpion lunges forward, but Gobang catches its giant pincers with his bare hands. Holding the colossal monster in place, Gobang flexes his muscles, completely overpowering the boss. Kosak glides across the boss's tail like a crimson shadow, severing the stinger with a single glowing strike. Watching the boss crumble, Juhyok swallows hard, praying to the gacha gods that his upcoming 50th badge perk delivers a slot upgrade. Sensing his master's intense anxiety, little Razix gently tugs on Juhyok's sleeve with a wholesome, comforting look. Juhyok relaxes his shoulders, giving Razix a warm smile and resolving not to get consumed by worry. The system banner flashes, confirming an S++ clear rating on floor 50 and awarding his 50th platinum badge. Back at the Cheongdam penthouse, the sun beams brightly through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire squad gathers around nervously, sweating as Juhyok prepares to open his 50th badge reward. Juhyok takes a deep breath, deciding to act as an unwavering anchor for his team. Looking at Kosak, Gobang, Dalray, and Razix, Juhyok speaks from the bottom of his heart, admitting how much he has changed since meeting them. He reflects on how he went from a lonely, broke coward working brutal part-time jobs to a confident hero living in a palace with true friends. Tears fill Dalray's eyes as Juhyok warmly thanks his squad, attributing his entire success to the trust they share. Raising his fist, Juhyok passionately swears that he will continue to fight and protect them forever, prompting Kosak and Gobang to weep tears of pure loyalty. Fired up with absolute conviction, Juhyok swipes his hand across the glowing system interface. A brilliant beam of rainbow light surges from the screen, officially awarding his 50th platinum badge perk. The light settles, revealing a single-use multinational tower access ticket fluttering down into his inventory. Juhyok stands completely frozen in silence, staring at the duplicate pass with dead, hollow eyes. He completely loses his mind, letting out a blood-curdling shriek of pure rage as tears stream down his face over getting scammed by the system again. Getting scammed by gacha rank twice in a row is enough to break any man's spirit. Juhyok collapses onto the floor, throwing a hysterical temper tantrum and screaming at the top of his lungs that he quits climbing the tower forever. Princess Dalray prostrates on the floor crying hysterically, begging for forgiveness and blaming herself because her shamanic luck ritual failed to secure good fortune. Kosak points out that floor 51 plus features flying monsters, meaning they desperately need a 5th member, which requires benching someone until floor 55 unless they get a slot expansion. The entire squad awkwardly turns their heads, staring down at little Razix as the prime candidate to be benched. Juhyok snaps his head up in shock, sternly warning them that cutting Razix is strictly off the table. Frustrated, Hayek sarcastically suggests benching Ivrion and just summoning the tyrant Mad Demon to solos the tower by himself. Realizing their mistake, Kosak and Gobang apologize to Razix, while Dalray mentions that trait enhancement runes can also drop as rare physical items in reality. Shiek's eyes widen as a sudden spark of dawning realization flashes in his mind. He remembers that UAE Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah is currently in Seoul holding a massive stash of rare trait enhancement runes. Cut to the ultra-luxury Seoul Ilseong Hotel, glowing under the night sky. Inside his VIP suite, Crown Prince bin Salah sits slumped in a chair, deeply depressed after spending 5 days in Korea with zero progress. With only 15 days left before the UAE's Black Tower collapses, the prince despairs over whether he must give in to Saudi Arabia's extortionate demands. Saudi Arabia demanded a trait enhancement rune, $1 billion in cash, border oil fields, 10 tons of mana stones, and 10,000 tower leathers, a deal worse than actual robbery. Clenching his fists in anger, bin Salah realizes he has no choice but to sign the humiliating contract to save his nation from destruction. He sighs bitterly, deciding that staying in Korea any longer is a waste of time and preparing to fly back tomorrow. Suddenly, the suite door locks click open, making the prince freeze in confusion since he didn't call for security. The corridor lights dim as a tall, shadowy figure slowly walks into the room, dragging 2 heavy black body bags behind him. The shadow steps into the moonlight, revealing John Kosak carrying Juhyok's golden mace on his shoulder. Recognizing an intruder, Prince bin Salah panics, sweating profusely as he tries to scramble toward his emergency panic room, but Kosak flares his SSR assassin bloodlust, unleashing an invisible pressure that completely paralyzes the prince's body in sheer terror. Kosak casually kicks his leg up, flopping onto a luxury velvet armchair like he owns the place. He tosses Juhyok's golden mace and Aegis shield onto the table with a heavy thud, giving the prince a cold, simple command: sit. The oppressive aura lifts, leaving Prince bin Salah collapsing onto the floor, gasping for air like a drowning man. Kosak holds up a written note that reads, "Translator Korean," making the prince realize this terrifying assassin wants to communicate. Bin Salah nervously reaches for his phone, asking for permission to call his translator, which Kosak grants with a casual nod. Heavy footsteps echo down the hotel hallway as armed guards sprint toward the suite. 6 elite royal bodyguards burst through the door with silenced pistols drawn, screaming at Kosak to put his hands up. The head bodyguard shouts, asking who sent him, but before anyone can react, Kosak's daggers flash like lightning. In less than a single second, all 6 handguns are sliced into pieces, clattering uselessly onto the floor. Still lounging casually on the armchair with his daggers spinning on his fingertips, Kosak coldly orders them to bring the translator. The head bodyguard trembles violently, his mind completely shattered by the realization that a man disarmed 6 trained operatives with a single dagger strike. Dark demonic shadows erupt behind Kosak, manifesting a terrifying phantom aura that promises instant death if anyone makes a single movement. The terrified translator steps forward with hands raised, nervously asking what the assassin wants from Crown Prince bin Salah. Kosak gets straight to the point, demanding the rune of trait enhancement, making Prince bin Salah shout that he cannot hand over his nation's treasure even if he dies. Kosak calmly drops his counteroffer, promising to clear the UAE's floor 60 within 15 days and push all the way to floor 61 within 6 months. Bin Salah asks if the player will naturalize, but Kosak bluntly states there will be no naturalization, making the prince feel like he's being mocked. Kosak tilts his head, casually asking if there is an actual tower player hiding in the room. Standing in the corner is level 27 prospect player Omar Hassan, who brought himself along thinking being next to the prince was the safest place in Korea. Kosak waves Omar over, assuring them he won't hurt him since he merely knocked the bodyguards unconscious, but warns that if they keep wasting his time, everyone in the room dies. Kosak's eyes flash with pure, lethal killer intent, proving his threat is 100% serious. Swallowing his fear, Omar steps forward, stepping between the assassin and his royal prince. Kosak tosses the multinational tower access ticket across the table, telling Omar to check its system properties and explain it to the prince. Omar inspects the glowing card, his eyes widening in complete shock as the system text registers in his view. Omar stammers, explaining to Prince bin Salah that this legendary pass allows any player to enter any Black Tower on Earth without naturalization. Next, Kosak gestures to the golden mace and Aegis shield on the table, offering them as a permanent gift of friendship. Omar picks up the golden mace, his mind completely blown as he reads the stacked legendary stats, ice field effects, and reflection barriers. Omar passionately tells the prince that these items are impossible divine artifacts, proving the man sitting before them represents an unfathomable entity. Bin Salah stammers, asking if this truly guarantees floor 60 will be cleared in exchange for the rune. Cossack swears it on his name, but when the prince asks for his name, Cossack hilariously gives his master's barbarian name, Gobang. Leaning forward with a sinister smirk, Cossack reminding the prince that he could easily torture him into handing over the rune right now, but is offering a peaceful deal out of respect. Feeling the overwhelming, godlike pressure radiating off the assassin, Prince Bin Salah realizes with dawning certainty that this man belongs to the legendary S++ record holder. Giving in to the deal, Prince Bin Salah unlocks a high-tech metallic briefcase on his desk. He hands over the glowing blue rune of trait enhancement, as Cossack smiles, congratulating the prince on saving his nation. Cossack walks over to the balcony window, confirming both parties are satisfied with the trade. The prince confirms his complete satisfaction, prompting Cossack to flash a mischievous grin under the moonlight. With a dramatic leap, Cossack jumps backward off the high-rise balcony, shouting that they'll be even more satisfied 15 days from now as he vanishes into the night sky. Prince Bin Salah rushes to the balcony railing, looking down into the dark city and praying that Gobang successfully clears his tower. Meanwhile, back at the penthouse, Juhyuk paces nervously, deeply regretting letting his unhinged assassin handle high-stakes negotiations alone. Worried that Cossack failed, Juhyuk realizes he needs a powerful backup card just in case his upcoming summon yields a non-combatant. Juhyuk raises his hand, activating his designated summon skill to recall Guangma, the mad demon. In a swirl of dark ancient aura, the white-bearded Muram tyrant manifests inside the living room. Guangma bows politely, admitting that during his time in the void, he reflected deeply on his past actions and realized what he did wrong. Surprised, Juhyuk listens as Guangma calmly admits that killing all world leaders was too extreme, slow, and messy for this modern world. Overjoyed that his LSSR entity reformed, Juhyuk hands him a canned soda, which Guangma drinks respectfully despite suspecting it might be poison. Taking a sip of carbonated soda, Guangma reflects on how it has been nearly 1,000 years since he tasted the food of the mortal realm. Juhyuk chuckles, glad that the mad demon realized slaughtering politicians was a foolish idea. Guangma sets his soda down, asking which nation holds the strongest military power on Earth, to which Juhyuk casually replies, the USA. Guangma nods wisely, casually declaring that he just needs to turn the President of the United States into a soulless puppet, making Juhyuk's heart instantly stop. Guangma explains his secret technique, soul-stealing great art, which destroys a human's mind and turns them into a mind-controlled puppet. Evil red energy surges around Guangma as he passionately describes controlling the U.S. president like a wooden marionette. He excitedly plans to force the U.S. military to wage a global nuclear war of conquest, wiping out all opposition to achieve total world unification under Juhyuk's banner. Guangma urges Juhyuk to pack their bags immediately so they can fly to Washington, D.C. and start World War III. Juhyuk's face turns into a mask of pure, horrified deadpan, realizing this absolute psycho is even more unhinged than before. Screaming, "Unsuman!" Juhyuk slaps his hand forward, banishing the mad demon back into the void as Guangma shrieks in protest. Seconds later, the penthouse front door bursts open, and Cossack steps inside with a triumphant salute. Juhyuk nervously asks if the negotiations went well, and Cossack giggles like a proud kid holding a secret surprise. Juhyuk's eyes light up with pure, ecstatic hope, asking if he actually managed to secure the item. Cossack strikes a dramatic pose, opening his hands to reveal the glowing blue rune of trait enhancement resting in his palms. The ultimate victory is secured. When you're racing against a 2-week clock to save an entire nation from total destruction, every single second counts, and our boy Juhyuk isn't wasting a moment. The next morning inside his luxury penthouse, Juhyuk goes through an entire spiritual cleansing routine, hitting the bathroom, taking a fresh shower, trimming his nails, and meditating to stack his real-life luck stat. His eyes snap open with pure focus, knowing this next move is going to change everything for his squad. Holding the glowing rune of trait enhancement in his palm, Juhyuk admits he's a little nervous since he's never actually eaten a system item directly before. There's no point overthinking it though, so he opens wide and drops the glowing stone right in. He swallows it down in one gulp, waiting for the system power to kick in. A bright blue window flashes to life, confirming his trait is enhanced and pushing his simultaneous active summon limit up to 5 members. Hyped up by the result, Ju-hyuk immediately re-summons his original crew, Kosak, Gobang, Daore, and Little Razix, to spread the good news. Kosak strikes a proud pose, gloating about how his master-level negotiation skills brought home the prize, while the rest of the squad praises their master's hard work. Razix cutely asks if he gets to stick around permanently now, and Kosak chuckles, telling the little hamster he can cling to them like bubblegum. Shifting straight into business, Kosak pulls up his phone to brief everyone on Floor 51 monsters, giant winged griffins, explaining that they'll mine ore here and save skinning for higher floor wyverns. Joyek gives him props for the sharp briefing, reminding the team they only have 14 days left to level up and reach the UAE's 60th floor. With 4 active members ready, Joyek decides to fill that brand new 5th slot right now, making the entire squad tense up in anticipation. Reaching his hand out into the empty air, Ju-hyuk prays silently for a solid frontline combatant and activates his random summon skill. A blinding surge of radiant purple energy bursts through the room, outlining the distinct silhouette of a new hero. Sparkles settle to reveal tight military leather gear, high-heeled combat boots, and a neat blue beret. The catalog screen reveals SR rank Veronica Caliber, a sharpshooting magic gunner from the Magic Empire's Ranger unit, and Ju-hyuk's eyes widen when he realizes she's a woman. Daore looks intrigued seeing another female around, but when Kosak makes a slick comment comparing their figures, Daore gets totally furious at his disrespect. Ju-hyuk is just relieved he pulled a powerful long-range combatant, stepping forward to welcome her, until he notices floating bubbles coming from her face. She is literally standing completely passed out on her feet, blowing a massive snot bubble without a single care in the world. Kosak winces in pure disgust as the bubble slurps right back into her nose while she snores away. Ju-hyuk asks awkwardly if she's done sleeping, and the sudden voice snaps her instantly back to reality. She snaps into a crisp military salute, loudly reporting for duty as Sergeant Veronica Caliber of the Ranger unit. Ju-hyuk chuckles awkwardly, welcoming her on board and trying to start squad introductions. Right in the middle of his sentence, her eyes roll back and she passes out cold again, while still holding that perfect salute, driving Ju-hyuk into a complete comic panic. Daore thinks she's just weird, but Kosak gets all dramatic, declaring that he absolutely despises this new girl. He grabs his head in utter distress, whining that she completely stole his signature saluting gimmick and ruined his unique character identity. When Ju-hyuk asks if Kosak ever served in the military himself, the assassin casually claims he was exempt for flat feet, which makes no sense given how he flies through the air with shadow step. Ju-hyuk looks at Veronica's sleeping face, wondering if she was just a chronic sleepyhead or if there's a tragic backstory behind her extreme narcolepsy. The system screen reveals her past life. Sergeant Veronica was a veteran sniper stationed on the Magic Empire's frozen northern frontier. Surviving sub-zero temperatures and constant monster raids, she carved out a legendary reputation as their deadliest sharpshooter. Then one nightmare day, an overwhelming monster wave swarmed the border fortress with endless hordes of flying beasts. Fighting non-stop day and night, a terrifying wave of exhaustion washed over her, but she kept dragging her broken body up because she was the last line of defense. Pushing past all human physical limits, she single-handedly held off the horde for 100 straight days until reinforcements finally arrived. The moment support troops breached the walls, Veronica finally lowered her rifle on the snow-covered ledge. With her duty complete, she collapsed and passed away right there from sheer, absolute sleep deprivation, meaning her endless sleeping now is just her body making up for a century of exhaustion. Back in the real world, Kosak gets annoyed by her sleeping on the job and decides to wake her up to teach her some proper military discipline. He walks over and whacks the back of her head, knocking her beret flying across the room. Veronica staggers forward, her long blonde hair falling over her face as she slowly bends over. She turns around with a dark, murderous death glare, radiating a terrifying aura that completely paralyzes Kosak on the spot. Without a second thought, she jams her massive sniper rifle straight into Kosak's gut, threatening to put a hole through him if he touches her again. Kosak sweats bullets, swallowing hard as he realizes this sleep-deprived sniper isn't someone you mess with. Ju-hyuk quickly steps in to diffuse the tension, handing back her hat and redirecting her energy toward their immediate Floor 51 Griffin hunt operation. They teleport into Floor 51 of the Black Tower, but Veronica is already sleepwalking behind Ju-hyuk like a total zombie. Ju-hyuk taps her shoulder gently, asking if she's ready to lock in for the battle ahead. The system mission pops up. Defeat 15 Eagle Claw Griffins within 14 hours as giant beast birds soar across the open sky. Daore casts her team-wide battle buffs, and Veronica suddenly steps forward, requesting tactical command of the fight. Ju-hyuk gives her the green light, impressed by her military mindset as she gears up her heavy rifle. She barks out orders like a hardened commander, instructing Gobang and Kosak to charge down the ridge and take position. Veronica locks her scope onto the clouds, tracking the high-speed aerial targets with razor-sharp precision. She pulls the trigger, firing a massive wave of blue energy that cuts clean through the sky. The energetic sniper shot clips the wings of multiple griffins at once, sending them spiraling helplessly down toward the mountain slope. She systematically shoots the beasts out of the clouds, dropping them right into the exact kill zones of Gobang and Kosak waiting below. Her firing speed is insane, racking up precision headshots without taking a single step back. Gobang catches a falling griffin midair and obliterates it with a glowing golden fist smash. Kosak follows right up, daggers flashing as he decapitates another falling beast before it even hits the dirt. Ju-hyuk watches in absolute awe, laughing at how her sniper cover turns the entire battle into an ultra-fast express delivery service. Kosak zooms across the field with a massive grin, totally loving how effortless this new tactical setup feels. With a tank, melee DPS, ranged sniper, and shaman buffs all firing on all cylinders, the team wipes the floor in record time, earning another flawless S++ clear rating. Back at the penthouse, Ju-hyuk hangs up a cute welcome banner and throws a massive welcome party for Veronica. He grabs high-grade Hanwoo beef from the fridge, but turns around to see Veronica already face down on the living room floor, out like a light. Kosak rubs his head nervously, warning Ju-hyuk that waking her up without a plan is basically a death wish. Deciding to let her rest, the rest of the squad gathers around the tabletop grill as juicy steaks sizzle over the heat. Gobang, Kosak, Daorei, and Razix dig in like starved wolves, devouring the top-tier Korean beef. Ju-hyuk watches them with a gentle smile, feeling genuine warmth knowing these noisy summons have become his real family. He turns around to check on Veronica to make sure she's comfortable sleeping on the couch. His jaw drops in instant shock. The sofa is completely empty and she's totally gone. Gobang casually points his massive finger straight down beneath the dining table. Veronica had literally army-crawled under the table in her sleep, drawn entirely by the aroma of fresh grilled meat. Kosak gets a wicked idea, picking up a steaming piece of steak with his chopsticks with a sneaky smirk. He dangles the meat right above her sleeping nose, testing her instincts. Without even opening her eyes, her tongue shoots out like a chameleon and snatches the beef clean off the sticks. Kosak bursts out cracking up as she chews happily while remaining 100% asleep, wondering if this is some legendary secret military skill. Gobang leans down with a smile, feeding her another big piece under the table so she keeps her energy up. Little Razix walks over with a carrot slice, insisting she needs a balanced diet with some veggies too. The hamster gently pushes the carrot into her mouth while she snores away. The moment the carrot touches her tongue, she instantly snorts and spits it straight back out right into Razix's face. The whole room breaks into warm laughter as Razix rubs his snout, seeing that their weird new sniper fits into the family perfectly. But there's no time to get cozy. The system red alert flashes, reminding them that only 13 days remain before the UAE Black Tower collapses into world-ending chaos. The system rules are crystal clear. To use the multinational access ticket and clear the UAE's floor 60, Ju-hyuk's personal level must hit level 60 first. Stepping straight onto floor 52, a bright light surges through Ju-hyuk as his level instantly updates to level 52. Ju-hyuk flexes his arms in excitement, feeling the insane stat boost and a massive pool of mana pumping through his veins. He gets a little bummed out holding his starter staff since Kosak traded away his golden gear set, while Kosak asks who's running point today. Veronica throws up a sharp salute, taking military command, until she suddenly gasps in shock. Her rifle magazine pops open completely empty, and she embarrassingly admits she forgot to harvest monster mana stones to craft live ammo. Ju-hyuk realizes her magical sniper runs purely on raw mana stones as direct ammunition. The moment the word mana stones leaves her mouth, little Razix's eyes turn into literal glowing stars. The hamster dumps his magic leather backpack upside down, raining down a colossal pile of high-grade mined mana stones onto the grass. Veronica's eyes sparkle with pure joy as she scoops up armfuls of glowing crystals like found treasure. She snaps into a sharp salute to the hamster, officially appointing Razix as the unit's chief supply officer, making Razix puff his chest out with pride. Ju-hyuk smiles, assigning Razix to keep her fully loaded with ammo whenever she needs it during combat. The Floor 52 quest pops up. Defeat 15 steel-beaked pitch-black griffins within 14 hours as flock shadows pass overhead. Veronica activates her high-tech eyepiece scope, locking blue targeting reticles onto the distant aerial beasts. Blue plasma thrusters ignite on her boots and shoulder armor with a roar. Ju-hyuk loves her futuristic steampunk aesthetic as she casually asks the frontline brawlers how many targets they want to handle. Go-bang chuckles, telling her to bring all 15 at once, while Veronica cautions Princess Dalray about keeping her distance from incoming aggro. Dalray gives a calm, confident nod, readying her shaman bells to lock down the battlefield. Veronica fires off rapid blue tracer rounds into the sky as Go-bang and Cossack charge down the hill under her cover fire. Go-bang prepares to brawl, but Veronica warns them to step back because she's loading a heavy, large shell spell first. Ju-hyuk gets hyped up and tries to run forward to get a taste of the action, but Veronica instantly halts him, warning him it's far too dangerous. Her heavy rifle glows with terrifying, overflowing magic power as the system locks in the large shell attack. She pulls the trigger, unleashing an absolute massive beam of destruction that tears through the sky. Ju-hyuk's eyes almost pop out of his head as the blast vaporizes the entire sky grid, realizing he would have been reduced to dust if he walked out there. Veronica coolly glances back, reminding him that on real battlefields, more soldiers get wiped out by friendly fire than enemy attacks. With her firepower carrying the team, Floor 52 drops with S++ rank, followed instantly by Floor 53 the very next day. By day 3, Floor 54 falls just as easily, and the squad pushes forward at absolute maximum speed toward Floor 60. Meanwhile, in the United Arab Emirates, Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah sits anxiously in his palace under strict house arrest, facing total loss of his royal title. Rival elders and government ministers slam the tables, screaming at him for giving away their national trade enhancement rune to an unknown foreign player. The prince sweats nervously, knowing that if he loses his title, political rivals will have him exiled and assassinated in no time. Suddenly, breaking news flashes across his tablet. South Korea's Black Tower just registered another S++ clear on Floor 54. Bin Salah gasps in disbelief, counting 4 consecutive floor clears in just 4 short days. He realizes that Ju-hyuk and his squad are literally speed-running the tower around the clock just to honor their promise and save his country. Overcome with hope, the prince vows that as soon as Floor 60 opens, he'll fly straight to Korea with a massive bag of gifts to thank them personally. With only 10 days left before UAE tower collapse, the squad reaches Floor 55, tasking them to kill 50 griffins and 1 peacock featherstorm griffin boss. They stand on a high cliff overlooking a massive valley teeming with hundreds of flying monsters. Ju-hyuk cautions the team to pull small groups carefully so they don't draw the entire swarm at once. Veronica completely ignores his caution, opening full automatic rapid fire right into the center of the swarm, making Ju-hyuk freak out. She glides across the terrain with her thrusters, spraying blue laser fire in every direction. The entire swarm of hundreds of furious griffins turns as one and dives straight down like a wave of death. Dalray calmly steps forward, ringing her divine shaman bells with an ancient rhythmic pulse. A sudden wave of electric debuff curses crashes over the sky, shattering the flight mechanics of the entire horde. Stripped of their wings, hundreds of fearsome griffins plummet to the ground, looking like a bunch of helpless, confused, oversized pigeons. Go-bang crushes their skulls with giant fist smashes, while Cossack shreds through them like a blender, showing insane team synergy. They wipe out the entire grounded horde in seconds, turning a potential disaster into a complete walk in the park. Suddenly, a deafening screech shakes the mountain as the boss, a massive peacock feather storm griffin, descends from the clouds. Ju-hyuk recognizes it from Cossack's briefing, remembering that its ultimate feather barrage spell is infamous for wiping out whole player raids. The boss flares its wings, firing tens of thousands of razor-sharp feather daggers downward like a deadly storm. Go-bang steps right in front of the team, using his massive body to block every single feather blade effortlessly like paper clips bouncing off steel. Behind Go-bang's absolute defense, Veronica finishes charging her heavy, large shell cannon. She fires a massive blast straight through the storm boss's chest, taking out half its health pool instantly. The terrifying boss crashes onto the dirt, completely broken and realizing it stands zero chance against these monsters. In a hilarious, desperate move, the giant terrifying boss literally starts pecking at the dirt, pretending to be an innocent pigeon to save its own life. Go-bang doesn't buy it for a second and flattens it instantly, securing another flawless S++ clear and earning a 55th platinum badge. Back in the penthouse living room, Ju-hyuk opens up his system reward interface while the squad cheers him on. He prays for another grade-up rune so he can finally evolve Little Rozix into an SR rank worker. Instead, a golden system prompt flashes. 55 badge perk awarded. You can now copy 1 skill from any summoned entity. Ju-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. realizing skill copy is back for the first time since he copied Kosak's shadow step on floor 10. Kosak, Dalray, and Razak celebrate, hyped up about their master getting another major power-up. When Ju Hyuk opens the selection menus, he instantly gets dizzy seeing hundreds of legendary skills listed across all 5 summons. Suddenly, his summons tower over him with glowing eyes, aggressively pitching their own skill trees like hungry salesmen. Dalray urges him to pick her divine shamanic bells and talismans, while Kosak insists that assassin stealth and backstabbing are the only way to survive. Gobang flexes his massive arms, shouting that tanking skills like diamond skin and gigantification are superior because staying alive is what matters. They all scream their entire skill lists at him simultaneously, turning Ju Hyuk's mind into absolute fried mush. Ju Hyuk grabs his hair in comedy agony, screaming at them to stop giving him more choices before his brain explodes. As he looks away from the noise, his eye catches a tiny, overlooked selection window buried in the far back corner. It's the profile for Mad Demon Guangma. Since he was unsummoned twice, his rating is bottom tier, giving him exactly one available skill, Blood Jade Gangi. Ju Hyuk holds up his hand to quiet his squabbling crew, telling them to settle down because he's already made his decision. The summons instantly freeze, leaning in with intense curiosity to hear what ultimate ability their master picked. Kosak swallows hard, asking with bated breath which high-tier skill he chose. Ju Hyuk scratches his cheek with a smirking grin, casually revealing he chose the Mad Demon's soul martial technique, Blood Jade Gangi. The entire squad drops their jaws in total shock and horror, screaming in disbelief that he actually picked a skill from that unhinged lunatic. A dark red spectral image of the Mad Demon flares up, hinting at the terrifying ancient Muram power Ju Hyuk just inherited. Ju Hyuk's eyes glow with blue energy as he smirks, eager to test this formless, weaponizing aura inside the tower. And with 5 floors left until the UAE crisis, our boy is officially ready for war. When you're grinding to save an entire country from collapsing off the map, even a brief moment of quiet feels like a rare luxury. Lying back on his bed in his Cheongdam penthouse, Ju Hyuk pulls out his phone to check what the internet is saying about his record-breaking tower runs. He scrolls past headlines hyping his perfect S++ streak through floor 55, spotting an interview with Korea's rank 2 player, Nam Ga-eun, where she admits she isn't even in his league. Ju Hyuk blushes like crazy and slaps his own face, telling himself to stop getting a huge ego and wake up. Looking further into the comments, he sees people doubting if he can clear floor 56's Wyvern section without government anti-air harpoon support. Keyboard warriors claim Wyvern hides are way too thick for solo players, but Ju Hyuk just smiles, because he's already up on floor 56 turning those Wyverns into shredded meat. With only 9 days left on the UAE countdown, Ju Hyuk keeps pushing forward without slowing down for a single second. Floor 57 falls with an S++ rank, and by day 7 on the clock, floor 58 is completely cleared too. With 6 days remaining, floor 59 gets wiped off the map in another flawless S++ clear run. The system confirms floor 60 is unlocked, and Ju Hyuk teleports his entire squad back into the living room. Ju Hyuk collapses onto the floor, completely exhausted after climbing like an absolute wild man. Even though he's burnt out, he smiles, knowing that tomorrow they finally challenge floor 60, while his summons praise his incredible work ethic. Opening his status window, Ju Hyuk feels a surge of pride seeing his personal stats hit level 60, alongside his stacked catalog of elite summons and copied skills. He looks over his inventory, flexing his double daily tower entries by showing off a full collection of harvested mana stones and sample wyvern hides, though he admits a hilarious little problem happened while they were harvesting those wyvern hides. Razak is completely throwing a fit, yelling at Sergeant Veronica for shooting bullet holes straight through the middle of the expensive monster leather. Veronica drops to the floor doing military push-ups in pure panic, terrified of getting on the bad side of the little hamster who controls her ammo supply. The next day, Ju Hyuk sits at his computer studying the government raid data for floor 60, the final stage of the wyvern section. The files explain that standard raid guilds need heavy state support like anti-air harpoons and statutory buff potions just to survive the sky assault. The main objective is taking down the wyvern lord boss, but the real nightmare is the swarm of poison wyverns surrounding it. These poison wyverns are weak and slow on their own, dropping like flies from even a single light hit. The problem is when they die, they crash onto the narrow canyon floor and splash toxic acidic puddles everywhere, making it impossible to step anywhere without burning to death. Ji-hyuk closes his tablet, satisfied with his research, and summons his crew to plan their attack. Cossack, Veronica, and even little Razix snap into crisp military salutes the moment they materialize, showing how deep Veronica's influence is spread. Gobang and Dalrai bow respectfully, making Ju-hyuk sigh in relief that at least two of his companions are still totally normal. Ju-hyuk announces that today they use the multinational ticket to clear the UAE's floor 60 first, but Cossack steps up, requesting to present a custom tactical strategy. Cossack adjusts a pair of glasses with a confident smirk, claiming he came up with the ultimate battle plan for the canyon terrain. A moment later, Ju-hyuk stands in front of the whiteboard staring in total deadpan disbelief as Cossack assures him the plan is 100% legit. Ju-hyuk clutches his face in distress, asking why they can't just blast everything with raw firepower like they always do, instead of acting like a Power Ranger robot show. Cossack lowers his glasses, adopting a super dramatic voice as he explains the harsh reality of their situation. He dramatizes that charging through the poison canyon on foot will cause everyone immense pain and suffering. Gobang nods along stoically, agreeing that it's much better if only one person takes the hit instead of the whole team. Cossack points out that without this plan, cute little Razix could fall into an acid pit and melt, which instantly convinces Ju-hyuk to approve the strategy. Ju-hyuk pulls out his glowing multinational access ticket, ready to jump straight into foreign territory. He tears the ticket in half, activating the spatial portal system. He inputs the target location, United Arab Emirates, floor 60, and confirms entry. They materialize in a misty, narrow canyon as the system mission pops up. Kill one Wyvern Lord within 12 hours. Veronica activates her tactical scope, instantly tracking the massive Wyvern Lord descending through the cloud cover. Gobang steps forward with a roar, flexing his massive golden aura to begin execution of their ridiculous tactical plan. He flexes his muscles into stage 3, expanding his physical frame into an absolute brick wall of steel muscles. Razix leaps into the air, landing right on top of Gobang's head to take position for stage 4. The squad officially completes their 4-stage transformation, combining form Rabang the Basak, featuring Gobang carrying Razix on his head, Veronica on his right arm, and Cossack on his left shoulder. Gobang gently places Ju-hyuk and Dalrai onto a safe, high cliff ledge out of reach of the ground poison. Ju-hyuk looks completely done with his life, awkwardly raising his fist to cheer them on while Dalrai rings her shamanic bells for support. Veronica opens rapid fire from Gobang's arm, sniping flying beasts out of the sky while Razix feeds her fresh mana stones from above. The entire key to this raid is Gobang, charging right through the toxic swamp while carrying the team on his back. He ignores the acid puddles beneath his feet, drawing every monster's aggro with non-stop taunt skills. His body, hardened by diamond skin and boosted by rapid regeneration, makes him completely immune to all toxins on the battlefield. He has reached the absolute state of Mandak Bolchim, a legendary body immune to all poisons in existence, while Veronica yells that her rifle is out of ammo again. Gobang casually raises his left arm so Razix can slide fresh mana stones straight into Veronica's rifle chamber without missing a beat. The rifle locks and loads with a heavy metallic click, fully charged with fresh energy. Veronica coolly announces that all the small poison wyverns surrounding the boss have been completely wiped out. Cossack gives the signal from Gobang's shoulder, shouting for the big guy to launch the final attack. Gobang hurls Cossack straight into the air like a human missile right above the boss. Cossack flashes down like a bolt of purple lightning, slicing through the Wyvern Lord in a single lethal strike. Ju-hyuk watches from the ledge, admitting that as silly as the mech combo looked, that finish was genuinely epic as the Wyvern Lord boss notification pops up. The system awards an S++ clear grade for the UAE tower, dropping a shiny platinum badge right into Ju-hyuk's hands, making him realize foreign towers grant badge perks too. Cut over to the United Arab Emirates Supreme Federal Council building, where a high-stakes court trial is taking place. The council court is packed with government elders and ministers holding a trial for treason. The head judge looks down sternly from his bench, asking Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah one final question. He lists the charges: illegally handing over national assets without a contract and putting the UAE in danger of dimensional collapse. The judge demands to know if Prince bin Salah admits to these high crimes against the state. Handcuffed and standing alone, the prince lowers his head, firmly stating he cannot admit to any crime. The judge slams his hands down, accusing the prince of arrogant foolishness for refusing to apologize. Bin Salah insists his actions were done purely out of devotion to save their country, but the council elders murmur in anger, dismissing his words as foolishness. The judge calls for silence, stating that his refusal to confess makes delivering the final verdict simple. He raises his official seal, preparing to pass sentence based on the council's unanimous vote. In his mind, Prince bin Salah remembers Cossack's smirk and the absolute promise that floor 60 would be cleared within 15 days. He swallows his fear, trusting with his entire life that those crazy Korean players wouldn't let him down. The judge declares Prince bin Salah guilty of treason for leaking state assets out of the country. The prince grits his teeth, sweating as he prays silently for a miracle. The judge brings his heavy wooden stamp down, officially declaring the sentence of total exile from the United Arab Emirates. Suddenly, a panicked royal guard crashes through the double doors, screaming at the top of his lungs. The judge slams his gavel down in rage, threatening to arrest the guard for interrupting a sacred court verdict. The guard pants for breath, shouting that the global system alert just went up. Floor 60 of the UAE Black Tower has just been cleared with an S++ rank. The courtroom erupts into total chaos as the elders stare in utter shock and disbelief. A cold, confident smirk slowly spreads across Prince bin Salah's face as the tension washes away. He holds up his handcuffed wrists with a smug grin, looking the judge dead in the eye and asking, "So, what crime did you say I committed again?" Back in South Korea, breaking news broadcasts go totally wild over the UAE's sudden S++ clear, sparking massive public outrage over rumors that Korea's top player naturalized to another country. Reporters swarm director Park Kyung-soo as he steps out of his vehicle, bombarding him with questions about secret backroom deals with the UAE. Director Park ignores the flashing cameras, sprinting straight into the Awakening Management Bureau building in a total panic. He slams the door open to Deputy Director Jeon Gwang-il's office, sweating profusely as he demands to know if their S++ prodigy really defected. Agent Minna signals him to hold on, pointing to Jeon, who is currently on a live call with Joo Hyuk himself. Jeon lowers the phone with a calm sigh, assuring the director that Joo Hyuk definitely did not change his citizenship. He confirms Joo Hyuk is resting safely at his Cheongdam penthouse and plans to clear Korea's own floor 60 later today. Director Park wipes the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved, but wonders how on earth the UAE managed an S++ clear out of nowhere. Jeon glares with sharp realization, pointing out that there is literally no one else on the planet capable of pulling off an S++ clear besides Joo Hyuk. He tells the director that since Joo Hyuk is timid and denied it over the phone, they shouldn't pry into his private business. When Minna asks if they should release a public statement, Jeon tells her to leave it be, knowing the media outrage will vanish the moment Korea's floor 60 drops today. Minna offers to visit Joo Hyuk's penthouse under the excuse of picking up wyvern leather samples just to confirm with her own eyes that he's home. At the penthouse, Minna collects a massive, pristine wyvern hide, complimenting Joo Hyuk on his flawless skinning technique. She informs him that their Basilisk luxury fashion line has entered mass production, meaning big profit payouts will hit his bank account soon, making Joo Hyuk grin greedily. She bows out, wishing him luck on floor 60 today, and Joo Hyuk awkwardly laughs it off, claiming he'll wrap it up in less than an hour. The moment the door clicks shut, Joo Hyuk slumps over, admitting to himself that talking to real human women is way harder than clearing demon spires, while Minna leaves satisfied. Clearing his throat, Joo Hyuk gathers his summons to check out the special bonus reward he got from clearing the UAE tower. The screen displays a ghost leg ticket perk, giving him 1 hour to pick a path on a system lottery board before it disappears. Joo Hyuk draws the board layout on a whiteboard, listing the prize options including 200 kg mana stones, a rank enhancement rune, 50 kg sectonium, and a smite skill rune. He asks his squad for input on which number column he should pick to start the minigame. Cossack flashes a double peace sign, foolishly suggesting lucky number 7 just because it sounds nice. Gobang gives a solid thumbs up, claiming real alpha men always go with number 1. Dalray eyes the board shrewdly, noting that the trait enhancement rune sits right under number 8, but warns it could be a fake-out trap. Little Rozix trembles in terror, too nervous to make a guess and risk messing up. Meanwhile, Sergeant Veronica is already passed out cold on the couch, snoring up a storm. Joo Hyuk clutches his head as his brain short-circuits trying to decide between number 1, 7, or 8. Taking a deep breath, he makes his ultimate choice with a sharp slam of his hand. He presses number 3, reasoning that if he picks a number recommended by his team and it lands on useless junk, the others will end up blaming them. The system window suddenly expands into a massive, intricate holographic maze of connecting lines. The ghost leg minigame officially begins, sending a glowing line tracing down the board. Cossack and Dalray lean in with wide eyes, their hearts pounding as the blue light moves down the grid. Joo Hyuk screams at the screen, begging the light to turn right as it zigzags across the paths. He freaks out as the line keeps veering left toward the mana stones, swearing he'll flip the coffee table if he gets more rocks. The light hits the bottom line, flashing brightly on the prize, Rune of Summon E rank enhancement. Ju-hyuk stares blankly as Cossack points out they won a high-tier rank upgrade rune. The squad instantly breaks into wild cheers, hyping up the incredible second-place prize pool. Sergeant Veronica suddenly leaps off the couch in a salute, thinking she's getting promoted, but Ju-hyuk awkwardly tells her to go back to sleep. Turning toward the little hamster, Ju-hyuk calls out Razix, asking if he's ready for a major promotion. Razix snaps a cute, emotional salute, tears of pure joy brimming in his eyes at the thought of getting upgraded. Shiek smiles warmly, excited to see how much stronger their little supply officer will become. Before using the rune, Ju-hyuk remembers they need to speedrun Korea's floor 60 first to claim double rewards. They teleport straight onto floor 60 of the Korean Black Tower, confronted by another Wyvern Lord. Without wasting a single second, the squad drops straight into position to deploy their squad combo. They form Rabong the Besak once again, with Gobang charging straight through the poison canyon like an unstoppable juggernaut. Ju-hyuk watches from the ledge, wondering if re-clearing floor 60 in Korea will give him a duplicate platinum badge reward. Down in the canyon, the raid goes insanely smooth as Gobang tanks the poison effortlessly. Veronica snipes the Wyvern Lord with 2 heavy anti-material rounds, shattering its wings. Cossack follows up with a stylish sprinkle finish, daggers cutting the boss to shreds in under an hour. The clear window flashes to life, confirming an S++ rating and awarding a duplicate platinum badge. Ju-hyuk grins like crazy, celebrating as his total badge count hits an unprecedented 61 platinum badges. Returning to the penthouse, the squad gathers around to witness Razix's official rank evolution. Ju-hyuk places the glowing blue rank enhancement rune straight into Razix's paws. He wishes the little guy a safe trip into the system, promising they won't enter the tower until he returns. Tears stream down Razix's face as he waves goodbye, hilariously begging Ju-hyuk not to buy an electronic robot vacuum while he's gone, which Ju-hyuk promises he won't. Ju-hyuk notes that Razix has a pure soul just like Gobang, meaning he'll likely trigger a divine blessing enhancement during his upgrade. He remembers Gobang's upgrade took 4 full days, wondering how drastically Razix's appearance will change when he comes back. Ju-hyuk turns to his crew, officially declaring a 4-day squad vacation so everyone can rest up and relax. On vacation day 1, Ju-hyuk lounge on the couch eating potato chips and watching TV. The news reports that public outrage in Korea completely died down after their S++ floor 60 clear, but flashes an exclusive interview with UAE Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah. The news anchor asks the prince who deserves the ultimate gratitude for saving the UAE from dimensional collapse. Prince bin Salah smirks live on air, expressing endless gratitude to Gobangnim, causing live internet comment sections to completely explode trying to figure out who Gobang is. Ju-hyuk spits out his snack in shock, wondering how on earth the prince knows Gobang's name. He glances over at Cossack, who munching on treats with a guilty smile, realizing the assassin used Gobang's name as a fake alias during negotiations. Ju-hyuk opens his catalog window to check on Razix, seeing the cannot be summoned status tag locked in place. He smirks with anticipation, knowing that the blessing enhancement is officially underway and that Razix will return as an SSR tier powerhouse. On vacation day 2, Cossack plays video games on the giant TV, accidentally destroying Dalray in soccer, making the shaman princess scold him for committing mutiny. On vacation day 3, Ju-hyuk and Gobang lounge outside on sunbeds by their private heated penthouse pool. By vacation day 4, Ju-hyuk lies on the floor gaming on his handheld console, feeling so lazy he doesn't even want to walk to the bathroom. He melts into a puddle of laziness, realizing that even the rich unemployed lifestyle gets boring after 4 straight days, wondering when Razix will finally return. Right on cue, a bright blue system window pops up, announcing that the cannot be summoned tag has vanished from Razix's catalog profile. Ju-hyuk leaps to his feet with a triumphant roar, alerting Cossack and Dalray that their little worker is ready. Sergeant Veronica snaps into a crisp salute, declaring she's ready to welcome back their chief supply officer. Ju-hyuk points to the kitchen counter, showing off a massive celebration spread filled with premium pesticide-free organic Jeju carrots and fresh vegetables. With a glowing blue eye and a confident smirk, Ju-hyuk raises his hand to activate the designated summon skill. The whole squad cheers in the background, eager to see how much their beloved hamster companion has transformed. A radiant purple summoning light bursts through the living room, sparkling with high-tier mana. A tiny ear pops out of the light, showing off a shiny new yellow hard hat fitted with sleek tactical goggles. Little Razix leaps out of the light in his upgraded denim overalls and heavy supply belt, striking a cute pose and shouting, "Hoing! I'm back!" When you give an absolute workaholic a massive power upgrade, the very first thing they do isn't showing off in battle, it's taking care of their family. The moment Razix materializes in his new SSR form, a streak of golden light flashes through the penthouse, leaving the entire messy living room sparkling clean. Kosak and Dalray praise him as the greatest servant in history, while Juhyok tells the little guy to stop working right away and enjoy his welcome feast. Razix happily munches on organic Jeju carrots, making the entire squad melt over how ridiculously cute he looks with his new tactical goggles. He pats his tiny stuffed belly, whining that he's totally full while Kosak and Dalray try to force-feed him even more fresh treats. Snapping into action, Razix tumbles off the table and lands cleanly on his feet, ready to demonstrate his upgraded SSR capabilities. He grabs a remaining carrot, explaining that he's saving the rest as a snack for their next tower run. With a magical swoop of his paws, the entire spread of leftover fruits and vegetables levitates off the counter and flies straight into his backpack. Juhyek's eyes widen in utter shock as the bag automatically vacuums real-world food into its spatial dimension. He runs over to double-check, asking if Razix was always able to pack real Earth items inside his magical backpack. Razix puffs out his chest proudly, declaring that since he's now SSR Razix, his subspace rules have officially evolved. He explains that his backpack no longer just extracts tower loot into reality, it now works as a complete two-way portal for Earth items. Juhyok stands there, completely stunned, realizing how insane this broken ability actually is. Normally, standard tower rules restrict players from carrying large real-world objects past the gate, keeping the two dimensions strictly separated. Realizing he can now transport entire arsenals or supplies from Earth into the tower, Juhyok swears that if he ever gets another skill copy perk, this subspace backpack is his top priority. Juhyok points to a huge piece of furniture, asking if big stuff fits too, and Razix gives an enthusiastic nod, confirming it works on almost anything. Hyped up by the discovery, Juhyok packs up a complete luxury setup and teleports the entire squad straight onto floor 56 of the Korean Black Tower. He orders Razix to unpack, and the hamster unloads full wooden dining tables, cushioned chairs, and picnic gear straight out of his tiny backpack. They set up a gorgeous high-end afternoon tea spread filled with cakes, sandwiches, and fresh fruit, right in the middle of a desolate dungeon valley. Juhyok asks if an entire detached house could fit in the bag, but Razix shakes his head with a sweat drop, admitting there's still a size limit. Sitting around the dining table, Dalray and the squad relax, complimenting Juhyok for picking a quiet floor so they can enjoy a peaceful stroll. Razix tilts his head in confusion, asking if they aren't going to skin monsters today, but Juhyok tells him today is strictly a test run with zero hunting. The hamster panics, asking if he should go mine metal ore instead, but Juhyok reassures him he doesn't have to do a single drop of work today. Razix slumps his shoulders in utter despair, groaning that he feels useless if he isn't grinding for his master. Tears streak down the hamster's face as his workaholic soul cries out that he belongs in the mines. Meanwhile, Gobang acts like a human vacuum cleaner, inhaling half the dessert table in one bite, while Kosak sneaks sweet pastries to a sleeping Veronica. Juhyok crouches down with his smartphone, calling the crew over to take a commemorative squad photo together. He lines up the camera shot, instructing the tall members to stand in the back, but suddenly pauses when the frame looks unbalanced. Looking at the photo outline, he gasps in shock. Razix is completely missing from the center spot. He freaks out asking where the hamster went, and Kosak casually turns around, only to realize Razix really vanished without a trace. Veronica and Gobang immediately spring to attention, preparing to launch a search and rescue operation to track down their missing supply officer. Before they can move, a cute squeak echoes from across the rocky ridge. A massive cloud of dust comes rolling down the hill as Razix tumbles across the dirt, crashing right in front of the group. Juhyok runs over in a panic, asking the little guy where he went and why he ran off alone. Razix apologizes cute, explaining that his nose caught a super weird, strong smell coming from nearby rocks. Kosak jokes that someone must have farted, accusing Princess Dalray, who gets totally enraged, while Gobang offers to take a dump right there to prove his innocence until Razix screams it wasn't about farts. Razix unloads what he found onto the tablecloth, a scrap of yellow paper, a glowing blue stone, and a mossy, petrified arm bone. Juhyok recoils in horror, realizing it's an actual human bone, while Kosak and Dalray examine it, estimating it's at least 100 years old. Juhyok's brain starts racing. The Black Towers only appeared on Earth 20 years ago, so a 100-year-old human skeleton makes zero sense. He realizes this proves the Black Towers weren't newly created for Earth, but are ancient spires that previously existed in parallel universes across time. He connects the dots. Even though players enter separate phase instances and never meet, those phase dimensions aren't infinite. Finding traces of ancient foreign players means tower phases eventually overlap, leaving forgotten historical loot behind. Dalray points out a faint glint on the skeleton's hand, dusting off a ring buried under decades of dirt. A golden system window pops up. Blink Ring of the brilliant magic tower master, granting the fifth circle spell Blink without consuming any personal mana. Jahiak then checks the information on the paper scrap and stone fragment Razix dug up. The system identifies them as Unidentifiable Rune Piece 17 and Unidentifiable Ticket Piece 15. Jahiak loses his mind with excitement, cheering that SSR Razix just brought home an absolute jackpot of ancient loot. Overjoyed by the haul, Jahiak scoops up the little hamster, calling everyone together to toss him in the air like a hero. The whole squad cheers for Razix, tossing the adorable supply worker high up into the sky. They throw him a little too high, and out of nowhere, a stray wyvern swoops down from the clouds and snatches Razix right out of midair. The wyvern zooms off with their little mascot tucked under its talons. The entire squad drops into demon mode, their eyes flaring with murderous rage as they charge down the mountain to annihilate that bird. A system breakdown highlights SSR Razix's upgraded capabilities after the short chaos. First is the subspace backpack evolution, moving from a one-way extraction tool into a two-way portal between Earth and the tower. While minor personal items were allowed before, those limits are completely gone now. Juhyok grins, realizing Razix is now the ultimate all-around porter and mobile-based supplier. Second is his upgraded item detection, evolving from smelling simple metal ores to sniffing out ancient artifacts, runes, and rare items across entire floors. Back at the penthouse, Juhyok inspects the Blink Ring, seeing it holds 10 continuous uses of short-range teleportation that recharges every 2 hours, without any tower-exclusive restrictions. Meanwhile, Cossack quietly creeps toward the kitchen cupboard, trying to steal the very last box of snacks while no one is looking. A dark, echoing voice suddenly whispers his name right into his ear from the shadows. Cossack turns around and almost dies of a heart attack. Juhyok is floating right behind him like an evil ghost, radiating a blood-red aura. Cossack screams in terror, jumping back while Juhyok bursts out laughing, admitting he just tested out the Blink Ring's instant teleportation. Cossack clutches his chest, whining that he thought a demon possessed his master, while Gobang praises the skill for keeping Juhyok safe. Juhyok notes the spatial jump is capped at 3 meters, but knows it's an incredible tactical tool for dodging surprise attacks. He turns his attention back to the Rune Piece 17 and Ticket Piece 15 resting on the table. He reviews every rare item he's seen so far: level up runes, trait enhancement runes, cooldown reset tickets, and multinational passes. Juhyok realizes that if he collects all the fragmented pieces, he can manually craft those priceless tier items. Instead of relying on thin gacha odds or milestone perks, he can now farm ultra-rare system items directly through gathering. Hyped by the endless possibilities, Juhyok orders the squad to gear up immediately so they can head back into the tower to farm more fragments. They teleport straight onto floor 59, placing SSR Razix right at the front of the formation. The squad forms a perfect cover wall behind him as Razix rolls across the dirt like a golden bowling ball. Razix twitches his nose, catching another faint, mysterious scent buried under the cliffside. He pulls out his pickaxe, striking the cliff face with a flurry of high-speed golden strikes. The rock shatters, exposing a glowing fragment buried deep inside the wall. Razix holds the glowing stone high above his head in victory, showing off his incredible treasure-hunting skills. A blue system window flashes, Unidentifiable Rune Piece 16 collected, and with his upgraded hamster leading the way, Juhyok's road to unlimited power has officially begun.